After waking up, Han Yi, the street crawler author, traveled to the world of his own novel and became a veritable rich second generation. Having money, power and girls, Han Yi is not happy at all. Because the world is full of protagonists, he will be slapped in the face wherever he goes. Fuck, you are the king of soldiers. Didn't I just tease your girlfriend? Are you going to slap me in the face? Damn, you know medicine and acupuncture. You say my life is not long. Ma, you have a system for a giant panda. You still want to escape from prison. The protagonist screamed to hate him. Han Yi said that the pressure was huge, but fortunately he also had a god-level villain counterattack system. Relying on the power of the system and familiarity with the novel's routines, Han Yi started his own counterattack. Han Yi said domineeringly, "What the protagonist, I will kill you all, your system belongs to me, and your sister also belongs to me." 001 Damn, did the rich second generation provoke you? Huasha, Donghai City. In an extremely luxurious villa suite, Han Yi looked at himself in the mirror with a look of lovelessness, and sighed depressingly, "Fucking shit, my god, do you want to play with me like this?" In the mirror, he is tall and handsome, with fashionable clothes, and he looks like a rich, handsome and wealthy second-generation image. But no one knew that he was a time traveler. In his previous life, he was a street writer, eating steamed buns and instant noodles every day in the rented room, writing the same urban slapstick articles, earning a meager amount of manuscript fees to eat and die. When he woke up, he actually traveled to the novel world he wrote and became a villain-rich second generation. Overnight, Han Yi became rich, powerful and had a younger sister. His grandfather is a retired senior executive of a certain central government, his father is the chairman of the Han Group, his uncle is a major general in the army, his uncle is a high-ranking official in the province, his sister-in-law is the president of a top medical institution, and his only sister is a big star. As the only male of the third generation of the Han family, Han Yi has a special status in the family, and everyone in the family loves him, making him the most prosperous prince in Donghai City. This heaven-defying change is a great joy for Han Yi, enough to make him wake up from his dreams with a smile. But soon he discovered that this world is not so simple at all. There are many protagonists in this world, and he is a supporting role. The day before yesterday, when Han Yi was having a good time at the bar, he accidentally molested a girl, so a soldier king stood up and beat him up, even his bodyguards were all overthrown. Yesterday, Han Yi was preparing to go to the hotel with his sister in his arms. A passerby cast a glance at him and said that he knew medicine and acupuncture, and that Han Yi was going to die soon. Today, Han Yi fought for wealth with a passerby when he had a disagreement but was rubbed against the ground by this guy. As a supporting role, Han Yi is under a lot of pressure. Wherever he went, he was pretended to be bullied and slapped in the face, and the protagonists in the novels rushed to hate him, which made him dare not even go to KTV. Even if he met the bully King Chen Beishuan, he dared not approach the zoo, for fear of encountering a giant panda that escaped from prison. This little life is so miserable. Han Yi is so depressed that he wants to vomit blood. Damn, the rich second generation recruited you to provoke you. I just want to hang around and wait until I die, why is it so difficult? Han Yi wailed depressed. Ding! At this time, a crisp sound suddenly sounded. It is detected that the host's mood fluctuates greatly, which meets the system activation conditions. The system is activating, please wait. The system is activated successfully, the system is binding, please wait. A sweet female voice sounded in his mind. Han Yi was stunned for 3 seconds at first, and the next moment he stared, he was overwhelmed with surprise. Fuck, system. Did I hear you right? Han Yi exclaimed, I also have a system. Am I the main character too? No, you are the strongest villain supporting role. The sweet voice replied, congratulations to the master for binding the god-level villain counterattack system. You have become the only master of this system. I am your system intelligence. May I ask if you want to check the attribute version? The villain. It's not bad. It's good to have a system. Han Yi urged excitedly, quick, check. Yes. The system intelligence agreed, and an attribute version appeared in Han Yi's mind. God-level villain counterattack system. Host, Han Yi. Age, 18. Identity, rich second generation. Attributes, Strength 8, Speed 7, Reaction 5, Intelligence 9. Achievement points, 100. Plundered skills, none. System binding skills, skill duplication, strength increase. Skill copy, consume achievement points to copy any skill of the opponent for a short period of time, and it can only last for 10 minutes. Strength boost, by consuming achievement points, you can increase your abilities and skills by 10 or 100 times. The stronger the skills, the more achievement points you will consume. System introduction, this system is specially designed to create the strongest villain. When the host encounters various protagonists pretending to be aggressive, as long as the anti-pretense is successful, you can get achievement points, and even plunder the opponent's system skills and plunder the opponent's luck value. A series of messages left Han Yi dumbfounded. After regaining consciousness, he suddenly laughed excitedly. Fuck, isn't this a dream? Ha ha ha, such a dick. As a street writer, how could Han Yi not know the value of this system? This is clearly a supernatural existence that can counterattack countless protagonists. The two skills bound to the system are completely against the sky. While copying the skills of the protagonists, they can also increase their performance by 10 or 100 times. Isn't this the rhythm of replicas wanting to abuse the originals? With this system, the supporting characters have to abuse the protagonist too. The prodigal subsystem, the genius doctor system, and the soldier king are all slapped to death, plundering their systems, plundering their luck skills, and robbing all their girls. Han Yi is the most dickish existence. With the system in hand, I own the world. Han Yi was so excited that he wished to take revenge on the previous guys immediately. If these guys put on a show again, Han Yi would definitely fuck all their shit out. But at this time, a bodyguard in a black suit walked quickly into the room, bowed slightly and said, "Young Master Han, a strange guy has appeared on the outside. He claims to be a descendant of the Maotian school, and he also said that he has a marriage contract with our eldest lady. He asked to see the old man. Do you want to let him in?" Huh. Han Yi was taken aback. Heir of the Maotian school. Engagement. Depend on. This is obviously another awesome protagonist, and he is playing a vulgar and old-fashioned plot, and he is going to run to his house to pretend to be tough. Your uncle, how dare you kill him? Do you want to bully people like this? Do you think the rich second generation is easy to bully? Han Yi was furious. Go. Take a look, I don't beat his shit out today, young master, and count him as clean. 002 You can die without bragging, your father-in-law is so rich. In front of the gate of the Han family, a young man stood proudly. This is a man with an ordinary appearance and good facial features, who is hard to recognize in a crowd. He is wearing a set of ordinary casual clothes, with nothing in his hands, but he has a faint aura of dust. His name is Zhao Wenji, a 24K pure dick. By chance, he obtained the Maotian inheritance system, and since then he has started a happy life of catching ghosts, exorcising demons, live broadcasting, and slapping faces. The plot of Gushui is always so similar. His grandfather left a last word before he died, saying that he had a marriage contract with Miss Han of Donghai City, so Zhao Wenji came to visit today. Of course, the protagonist is always so cool when he comes on stage. There is an invisible spherical camera floating in the air on his left. This is a 360-degree omnidirectional automatic shooting live broadcast equipment presented by Maotian System. This thing can free his hands and transmit the live broadcast of ghost catching and exorcism to the live broadcast room in real time, allowing him to gain a lot of fans online in a short time. At this moment, the live broadcast had started, and hundreds of thousands of fans gathered in the live broadcast room excitedly, waiting excitedly for Zhao Wenji's live broadcast. Brother Jia finally started the live broadcast again. Ha ha ha, is today a live broadcast of ghost hunting or exorcism? Fuck, this villa is luxurious enough, isn't it haunted here? Isn't this the largest half-mountain villa in Donghai City? It is said that the villas here cost at least hundreds of millions, and the residents are either rich or expensive. Could it be that someone here invited Brother Jia to exorcise demons? The fans in the live broadcast room were discussing a lot. Zhao Wenji glanced at the phone, a smile flashed in his eyes, and said, "Guys, Brother Jia is not broadcasting live to catch ghosts today. Brother Jia has to find his wife. See, this family is my old man's family." Fuck, You can die if you don't brag, your father-in-law is so rich. Haha, hurry up, brother Jia is going to get a fever, put the microphone into his appendix. This seems to be the Han family in Donghai City. Brother Jia, you brag and don't write drafts. Your husband's family is the Han family. The fans expressed serious disbelief. Everyone, don't believe me. Zhao Wenji said proudly, what is the status of this celestial master, and what about the Han family? Whether the eldest lady of the Han family can be worthy of this celestial master is still up for debate. Brother Jia, you're bloated, haha, do you know who Miss Han is? Does your family know you're such a dick? Miss Han family of Donghai City, isn't this the big star Han Yushi? This is a pure girl who is popular in the entertainment industry, can she be your fiancé? Nonsense. Hey, 110, there's a neurotic pretending to be aggressive here, and the scene is out of control, come on. The fans joked one after another, obviously no one believed Zhao Wenji's words. Zhao Wenji smiled slightly, but didn't explain too much. Since the system possessed him, he has experienced too many unconvincing things, but in the end he always pretended to be forceful and slapped his face unexpectedly. It was so cool, he enjoyed it very much. The more people don't believe it, the more mellow and cool the pretense will be when he's forced. Zhao Wenji has already come up with dozens of ways to pretend that the Han family admires him. As a protagonist, he is destined to shine today. Soon, everyone from the Han family came together. The Han family's villa occupies a huge area, with swimming pools, garages, and golf courses, and a large number of bodyguards and servants are luxurious. However, most important figures in the Han family are very busy, so today only the old man Han Zhengnan, Han Yi, Han Yushi, and Han Yi's father Han Jian are at home. Zhao Wenji came to visit, but the old man did not feel unwell, so only Han Yi, Han Yushi, and Han Jian came out with some bodyguards. Han Jian is a middle-aged businessman. He is slightly fat and has a deep face. He wears a dark suit, giving off a shrewd and resolute look. Han Yushi, on the other hand, is elegant, generous and stunningly glamorous. She is wearing a long white dress, her fair skin can be broken by blows, and her delicate features are slightly powdered. She looks like a fairy who has fallen into the world. As soon as she appeared, countless audiences exclaimed and cheered, even Zhao Wenji couldn't help but look at it a few more times. In contrast, Han Yi is not so eye-catching. But as soon as Han Yi appeared, he stared at Zhao Wenji immediately, and at the same time a lot of information began to emerge in his mind. Didi, sensing the presence of the protagonist, is scanning. Protagonist, Zhao Wenji. Age, 23. Identity, Anchor, Celestial Master. Attributes, Strength 18, Speed 19, Reaction 25, Intelligence 14. Binding System, Maotian Inheritance System. Golden Finger, Elementary Proficiency in Bajiquan, Elementary Proficiency in Taoism, and Elementary Proficiency in Wulei Zhengfa. System Evaluation. This is a system that inherits Maotian Taoism. The protagonist Zhao Wenji is the only bound person. He obtains prestige money by catching ghosts and exorcising demons live. Friendly reminder. Now that Zhao Wenji has started the live broadcast, there are about 500,000 viewers watching, please stop his pretentious behavior. This series of messages immediately made Han Yi furious. The big star sister next to him is ashamed of himself and dare not blaspheme. She is as perfect as a fairy. Zhao Wenji, a dick who wants to blaspheme his sister after getting the system. Han Yi's heart is furious. Not only that, but according to the city's pretentious routine, today this guy will definitely make a big fuss in the Han family and then succeed in pretending to be coercive. Of course, Han Yi must be the one who got slapped in the face. I hate you, uncle. You came to my house to pretend to be slapped in the face and want to fuck my sister. I don't believe you if I can't kill you. Han Yi was furious. At this time, Han Jian had come out of the crowd, and asked with a frown, who are you? Why did you come to my Han's house to talk nonsense? Hello, uncle, this is Zhao Wenji, Miss Yushi's fiancé. Zhao Wenji spoke proudly, causing everyone in the room to be shocked. 003 Shame on your face, there are some people you can't afford to mess with. 2333, Brother Jia is such a dick, you dare to be so arrogant when you first visit my father-in-law's house, you said something that countless of us dicks dare not say, haha. Brother Jia is crazy, the identification is complete. Dare to say that in front of Han Yushi, Brother Jia, you are worthy of my idol. Countless bullet screens floated in the live broadcast room, and the audience was very excited. However, Han Jian and Han Yi suddenly became unhappy. Even Han Yushi, who looked like a fairy with temperament, instinctively frowned. Mr. Zhao, don't talk nonsense. Han Jian said angrily, my daughter doesn't know you at all, so what's the reason for you to come and mess around for no reason? If you don't leave, don't blame us for calling the police. Uncle, I'm not talking nonsense. Zhao Wenji smiled lightly, a jade pendant suddenly appeared in his hand, and asked, Uncle should know this thing, right? This jade pendant is unremarkable, a square piece of Hachan jade tied with a red rope, with some animal patterns engraved on it. It looks like it has been around for some years. Han Jian looked at it in surprise, and finally exclaimed, isn't this my mother's relic? Why is it in your hands? It's good that Uncle recognizes it. Zhao Wenji nodded, and said, this thing was left by my grandfather before he died. He said that he had an agreement with the old man of the Han family when he was young. The descendants of the two families will marry each other with this jade pendant. Today I am here to fulfill the agreement. In this way, Yushi is naturally my fiancé. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked again. Oh, I'll go, Brother Jia didn't lie. The audience exclaimed. Han Jian also frowned secretly, the jade pendant was definitely not fake, and he seemed to have heard the old man talk about it, but if he wanted to marry his daughter with just a jade pendant, no one would foolishly agree immediately. Dad, what's going on? Han Yushi asked, her sweet and elegant voice brightened everyone's eyes. It's okay. Han Jian said with a headache, it's not that your grandpa was messing around when he was young, and he just wanted to marry someone with a child. This is troublesome. What's the trouble? Han Yi coldly snorted unhappily. At what age are you still married with a child, and you want to marry a daughter-in-law with a jade pendant? Why doesn't he just die? Dad, shouldn't I be the one who decides to get married? How can you just bring me a jade pendant and let me marry? This is too disrespectful. Han Yushi also said dissatisfied. Who says it's not? Han Jian said depressedly, but when the old man was drunk when he was young, he made a promise when he was happy. What do you say now? What can I do? Get out. Han Yi yelled arrogantly, hey, you surnamed Zhao, you toad still want to eat swan meat. There is no fiancé here, but this jade pendant belongs to our Han family. Keep the jade pendant and get out. Han Yi has a tough attitude, and he looks like a rich second-generation villain. Today, everyone is knocking on his door, and he doesn't care about his demeanor. Of course, his attitude naturally aroused the displeasure of Zhao Wenji and hundreds of thousands of viewers. Damn it, this kid is pretty arrogant, he's a rich second generation. Brother Jia, beat him up, I support you to beat him up. I know this guy. He is Han Yi, the top young master in Donghai City. He is so arrogant that no one dares to mess with him. He is very arrogant. Damn, the rich second generation is nothing. He doesn't know who he is facing. Our brother Jia is Zhao Tianxi who can catch ghosts and exorcise demons. If I can't beat him to death today, I'll live broadcast and eat shit. Brother Jia, don't be cowardly, just do it, hit this kid in the face, I'll give you a plane. The audience spoke excitedly. Snort. Zhao Wenji let out a cold snort. He was not surprised by Han Yi's attitude at all, because it was expected. How cool is it for the villain not to be arrogant and wait for a slap in the face? The more arrogant Han Yi became, the more Zhao Wenji looked forward to the slap in the face. He had seen this kind of rich second generation being slapped a lot. Zhao Wenji swept the audience, and proudly showed his heroic demeanor, forget it. Today, I came to the Han family to fulfill my grandfather's last wish. Since the Han family does not want to get married, then I will not force it. Let me go. Slow down. Han Yi said coldly, did I let you go? You pay stays, are you deaf or do you want me to help you? Jade pendant. This is what my grandfather left behind. Do you deserve it too? Zhao Wenji shouted coldly, with astonishing power bursting out of his eyes, like an explosion of domineering aura, which attracted the applause of countless audiences. If you don't hand over the jade pendant, do you think you can get out of the Han family? Han Yi sneered. You are also worthy to keep this celestial master. Zhao Wenji sneered disdainfully. I advise you not to hit a stone with an egg and shame your face, some people you can't afford to provoke. Crap, this young master dares to mess with anyone. Han Yi waved his hand furiously. Go. Get the jade pendant back, and throw it out. Yes. More than a dozen bodyguards in suits squinted their eyes, and immediately scattered to surround Zhao Wenji, and the atmosphere was suddenly tense. Bloody plot. Bloody conflict. A battle between the villain and the protagonist is about to break out. Hundreds of thousands of viewers are screaming with excitement. Zhao Wenji is also secretly excited, but on the surface he still tries his best to show his calmness and composure, exuding the demeanor of a peerless master. Superior. The bodyguards let out a low growl, and 3 or 4 raised their hands to grab Zhao Wenji. Snort. Zhao Wenji sneered disdainfully. He shook his hand with a bajiquan, and leaned back viciously. At the next moment, the 2 bodyguards were knocked into the air and vomited blood, screaming on the spot. Wen has Taiji to secure the world, Wu has Baji to determine the world. You guys are also worthy of blocking me. Zhao Wenji shouted proudly, and the next moment he unleashed his fists and kicks, wandering around, and domineeringly knocked away bodyguards one after another. Boom, boom, boom. In a chaotic battle, more than a dozen bodyguards screamed and were blasted away from time to time, and they couldn't even get close to him. Everyone was dumbfounded. Damn it, Brother Jia is dick. The audience cheered excitedly. 004 How can I pretend to be so uncooperative? Chapter 4 Seeking Collection. A scuffle quickly ended. Zhao Wenji already had a basic level of proficiency in Bajiquan, and it couldn't be easier to deal with some ordinary bodyguards. After more than 10 seconds, these bodyguards lay on the ground crying and rolling, unable to get up again. Snort. Zhao Wenji snorted contentedly, and then proudly looked at Han Yi and the others, as if expecting their shock. Needless to say, he also knows that the audience in his live broadcast room must be boiling with excitement. A lot of people are screaming for gifts. Of course, this is not the most important thing. Zhao Wenji is looking forward to the shock of Han Yi, Han Jian, and Han Yushi. According to his past experience, he has dealt with these bodyguards so aggressively, he must be able to see the horror and disbelief from his opponents, as well as the admiration from the eyes of beautiful women. But soon he was disappointed because he didn't see what he wanted to see. As the chairman of the Han Group, Han Jian has seen a lot of things in the world, and he is a well-established guy. Seeing Zhao Wenji's majesty, he did not panic, but calmly dealt with it. Although Han Yushi is young, but as a big star, she has a more elegant and quiet personality, so although she is a little surprised, she is not as excited as an ordinary little girl, and she also looks like she doesn't pay much attention. Han Yi made Zhao Wenji even more crazy. Not only did this guy show panic and disbelief without cooperating, he actually had a mocking face, as if Zhao Wenji was playing a monkey. Damn it, aren't you 3 normal people? Don't you know how to cooperate and show a shocked expression? How can I pretend to be so uncooperative? Zhao Wenji was crazy. Have you finished playing with the monkey? Han Yi asked in a cold voice at this time. I have already cooperated with you to pretend to be tough, now it's my turn. You. Zhao Wenji sneered disdainfully. Your bodyguards are already lying down before I force you. Do you think you can stop me? Can you, try it? Han Yi twisted his neck with a sneer, stepped out, and said proudly, if you can block Ben Xiao's 3 punches, you can take this jade pendant away. Oh shit, this rich second generation is going to make trouble. Looking at his face, he looks like a guy with kidney deficiency and infertility. Who can he beat? Ha ha ha, Brother Jia is so dick that he dares to stand up. Does he think he is the boxing champion Tyson? Brother Jia, don't talk too much in society. Brother Jia hates him and beats his shit out. The audience spoke excitedly. Han Jian and Han Yushi were also secretly surprised. In their minds, Han Yi is a rich second generation who eats and waits to die. When does he become so overbearing and confident? Xiao Yi, don't be impulsive. Han Yushi exclaimed worriedly. Sister, don't worry, I won't kill him. Han Yi sneered. Okay, that's crazy. Zhao Wenji was furious. I want to see if you can kill me today. Hee. Han Yi glanced at him with a half smile, didn't say anything, just ordered in his mind. System, copy his Bajikwan, and at the same time increase my strength by 10 times. Command received, copying begins. Copy Bajikwan successfully, consume 10 achievement points. Strength increases successful, 10 achievement points are consumed. Now master, your strength is 80, speed is 7, reaction is 5, and intelligence is 9. A piece of information flashed through Han Yi's mind, and in the next moment, a lot of information about Bajikwan appeared in his mind. These information were deeply engraved in his mind, as if he had practiced Bajikwan hard for 10 years. Moreover, his strength was still skyrocketing, as if there was a monster hidden in his body, and his strength continued to increase. Physical attributes are a numerical standard for the system to judge the strength and speed of the human body. The peak strength of a normal person is 10, and he can probably lift 100 or 200 kgs. However, Han Yi's current strength is 80, which means he can lift 1,000 or 2,000 kgs now. In Tyson's heyday, he could punch 800 kilograms with his right fist, and now Han Yi is at least 3 or 4 times that. This guy has unknowingly turned into a humanoid monster. Cluck cluck. Han Yi twisted his body slightly, and his bones immediately burst into astonishing noises. His eyes were extremely cold, and he went straight to kill Zhao Wenji with a grinning grin. Fuck, something is wrong with this guy. Brother Jia, be careful, this rich second generation is weird. The fans exclaimed, this time even the idiots realized something was wrong. Zhao Wenji's face froze, and he screamed inwardly, but it was too late for him to hide, because Han Yi had already attacked aggressively. He came striding forward like a titan, and punched viciously in the next moment. Boom! The terrifying punching wind even crushed the air, and set off an astonishing sound wave, frightening Zhao Wenji to fight back with a punch. With a bang, 2 fists collided, as if 2 big trucks collided, and the winner was immediately clear. Ah! Zhao Wenji screamed and vomited blood and flew backwards. He flew 7 or 8 meters upside down in embarrassment, and barely stopped when he hit the wall of the villa. His fist almost exploded. Damn, how is this possible? Zhao Wenji exclaimed, his eyes were terrified and uneasy, as if he saw a ghost, and he couldn't believe that he was defeated by 1 punch. At this time, Han Yi suddenly came forward again. His terrifying fist slammed out again, and the target was Zhao Wenji's head. Seeing that terrifying fist like a clay pot, Zhao Wenji was so frightened that a lazy donkey rolled around and avoided embarrassingly. Boom! Han Yi's terrifying fist hit the wall directly, and the overbearing fist exploded the thick wall on the spot. Bricks and rubble flew all over the ground, and the scene of chaos was astonishing. At this moment, Zhao Wenji was scared to death. Han Jian and Han Yushi also exclaimed in unison. The bodyguards who fell to the ground and wailed were all dumbfounded, and the audience in the live broadcast room were even more dumbfounded. Fuck, is this still a human? Everyone exclaimed. 005 Fuck, the scene seems a bit embarrassing. With 1 punch, the victory is divided. Han Yi stood proudly on the spot, exuding an astonishing beast aura, as frightening as an ancient demon god. Zhao Wenji was half kneeling on the ground with a distressed face. His right hand trembled slightly, and his bones were almost blown off. If he hadn't dodged quickly just now, he would have died here now. The 2 punches just now were just a warm-up. Han Yi twisted his neck and made a giggling sound, grinning grinningly. The 3rd punch is about to start, are you ready? This is impossible, how can you know Bajikwan, how can you have such great strength? Zhao Wenji roared in disbelief. I don't bother to explain all this to you. Han Yi sneered, I told you that you can't stop 3 punches, trash. You. Zhao Wenji's face turned pale, and he was as humiliated as if he had been slapped several times. He is the protagonist whom countless people exclaim in admiration. He has always abused others, how can anyone abuse him? In front of so many people, Zhao Wenji wished he could find a crack in the ground and sneak in. Shame, shame. Fuck, the scene seems a bit embarrassing. It's more than embarrassing. Brother Jia was so beaten up that he wanted to vomit blood. What if he was beaten to death? Brother Jia, why don't we hurry up and withdraw? This guy is simply inhuman. He can punch shit in your face. Enthusiastic audiences were worried. Snort. Zhao Wenji was trembling with anger, not knowing how to step down, but at this moment an old voice came from afar. Stop. Kindness. Everyone looked back in surprise, and found a bodyguard pushing an old man in a wheelchair slowly appearing. He was old but in good spirits, wearing a tanged suit with sharp eyes and exuding a touch of majesty. He is the old man of the Han family, Han Zhengnan. The reason why the Han family is so prosperous is all because of him. He has the highest authority in the Han family, and all the children of the younger generation respect his words like gods. Of course, he is also the person who dotes on Han Yi the most in the entire Han family. Grandpa, why did you come out? Han Yi withdrew his hands and backed away. He came to the wheelchair naturally, and took the wheelchair pushed by the bodyguard. When did you become so powerful, boy? Han Zhengnan said with a smile. Everyone who comes is a guest. This is my old friend's grandson, you must not be rude. Dad, but he wants to marry Yushi. Han Jian said in dissatisfaction. You were too casual back then, how could you agree to such a thing? What? Do you have an opinion? Han Zhengnan snorted unhappily, and Han Jian was so frightened that he stopped talking immediately. The majestic chairman of the Han group was too obedient to say anything in front of the old man. Wenji, get up. Han Zhengnan said with a smile. Don't be offended by Xiaoyi's ignorance, go in and sit down, let us have a good chat. I haven't seen your grandfather for many years. I didn't expect his grandson to be so old. Mr. Han, you're being polite. Zhao Wenji nodded, secretly heaving a sigh of relief. The arrival of Mr. Han at least relieved him a lot of embarrassment. Don't stand there, go in and sit. Han Zhengnan urged with a smile. When the old man spoke, everyone naturally quieted down and stopped making noise. They all entered the hall and sat down. Of course, the luxury of the Han family hall made the fans in the live broadcast room amazed. After the servant brought the tea, the atmosphere began to relax. However, since entering the hall, Zhao Wenji has narrowed his eyes and glanced around, as if he found something wrong, and his appearance is not normal. Wenji, come drink tea. Han Zhengnan greeted warmly. Thank you, old man. Zhao Wenji agreed, the embarrassment on his face disappeared quickly, and he changed into an inscrutable look again, taking the teacup and drinking tea, while scanning Han Yi with a sneer. Cut. Han Yi raised his eyebrows in disdain, seeing all of Zhao Wenji's reactions. According to the routine of urban vulgar novels, he will definitely pretend to be in the hall after he has finished pretending at the door. With his system and identity, he must be making a fuss about gods and ghosts. Needless to say, this guy will definitely say that this place is haunted later. Vulgar, old-fashioned, bloody, I wrote this until I threw up when I was a street writer. If you still dare to play, I will beat you to death. Han Yi muttered with a sneer. Xiao Yi, what are you talking about? Han Zhengnan asked curiously. Oh, it's nothing. Han Yi casually said, Grandpa, I was just wondering if we shouldn't be so polite. Brother Wenji is one of his own, so why be so polite? Yes. Han Zhengnan nodded in satisfaction. They are all from my own family, so don't be polite, Xiao Yi is right. HMPH. My family. Zhao Wenji's teeth were itching with hatred. How did his family beat him so hard just now? He simply didn't like the guy Han Yi. Brother Wenji. Han Yi said with a smile, we don't know each other if we don't fight. Stay here for dinner today, and I will apologize to you, brother. Of course, let's forget about the baby kiss, and what the older generation said when they were drunk is nothing. What? Could it be that your Han family is going to renege on their word and get fat? Zhao Wenji asked angrily, Mr. Han, don't you also have the same opinion? If so, what is the difference between talking and farting in your Han family? This. Han Zhengnan was a little embarrassed, and he smiled wryly. Old man, I was ignorant when I was young, and I would brag when I was drunk, but this matter is difficult to handle now. Yushi is a person, not a commodity. I can't force Yushi to marry you, right? Mr. Zhao. Han Yushi said calmly, Yushi has no plans to get married yet, so please respect yourself. Okay. Zhao Wenji stood up with a sneer, and said, if that's the case, then I won't be ashamed here. Originally, I wanted to save your Han family, but it doesn't seem necessary. Mr. Zhao, what do you mean? Han Yushi asked back with a frown. It's nothing interesting. Zhao Wenji said with a sneer, I have nothing to do with the Han family's affairs. You should solve the haunting by yourself. Haunted. Everyone was surprised. PFF'd. Ha ha ha. Han Yi gushed out the tea, and couldn't help but burst into laughter the next moment. Oh shit, you really did this trick. Ha ha ha. You're laughing so hard at me. 006 The picture is so beautiful that I dare not look at it, God bless you. Chapter 6 Seeking Collection. Han Yi's reaction made everyone stunned. Zhao Wenji was dumbfounded for a long time. He felt that he couldn't keep up with Han Yi's brain circuit at all. What a joke this guy is. Playing hard to get, Zhao Wenji has played it many times. Every time he pretended to be unfathomable and said something like haunted, it would immediately arouse a lot of people's amazement, curiosity, and inquiries, and in the end they would immediately fall into his trap and be led by him by the nose. At this time, as long as he pretends to catch one or two brats, he will immediately receive amazement, admiration, and respect from the world. This routine has been tried and tested. But what is going on today? As soon as he aroused the curiosity of the Han family, Han Yi laughed wildly, interrupting his rhythm directly. Fuck, do you want to be so exaggerated? Isn't this too embarrassing? Can you still make people pretend? A trace of depression suddenly appeared on Zhao Wenji's face. I'm sorry. Han Yi smiled out of breath, and said, Brother Fierce, it's not that I didn't give you face, I really couldn't help but want to laugh. Ha ha ha, you are so funny, are you a monkey sent to be funny? Do you think I'm scaring you? Zhao Wenji was trembling with anger. Your Han family mansion really has a ghost, and it's a little ghost, an ignorant idiot. Ghost. The Han family looked at each other, everyone didn't believe it, only Han Yi laughed louder. Fuck, is there a ghost in this Han family? No way, how can there be a ghost hiding in such a luxurious decoration here? Although Brother Jia was beaten very badly just now, fighting is not his specialty, ghost catching is, so I believe Brother Jia. I also believe in Brother Jia. Everyone, don't forget that Brother Jia's specialty is catching ghosts and exorcising demons. Ha ha ha, Brother Jia said there must be little ghosts. I didn't expect to see Brother Jia catching ghosts again today. Hurry up, my big eagle is already hungry and thirsty. The audience in the live broadcast room screamed excitedly. HMPH. Zhao Wenji snorted coldly, and asked proudly, Uncle Han, have you been depressed recently, have a loss of appetite, have nightmares every night, and you can't find any results when you go to the hospital for examination, and there must be frequent problems in your company recently, right? This. Han Jian was taken aback for a moment, and a cold sweat immediately broke out on his forehead. He is also a person who has seen big storms, and ordinary trivial things can't scare him at all, but Zhao Wenji's words today made him think about it, and Zhao Wenji was right. Many weird things happened in his company recently, which caused him a lot of losses. Wenji, what do you mean? Han Zhengnan asked with a frown. Mr. Han, the ghost I'm talking about is on Uncle Han. Zhao Wenji said with a sneer, he has been haunted by the little ghost, and this little ghost is controlled by his competitor. Under the control of the little ghost, Uncle Han not only has frequent health problems, but also his business and fortune will be taken away one by the little ghost. In the end, his family will be destroyed. Do you think it is haunted? Hiss. Everyone gasped in shock and were immediately overwhelmed by Zhao Wenji's words. Han Jian was the first to believe it, because many unexplainable strange things did happen to him recently. Han Zhengnan also quickly believed in this matter. He saw a lot of strange things at a very old age, so it was not difficult to accept. Han Yushi didn't really believe it, but she was indifferent by nature and didn't like to talk too much, so she didn't ask any more questions but just looked at Zhao Wenji curiously. But just these few glances immediately made Zhao Wenji as excited as if he had been pumped. The attention of beauties and the favor of big stars made his desire for performance and pretense soar. He can't wait to put on a special outfit in front of the girl, show off his ghost-catching skills fiercely, and then win the beauty's heart and embrace her back. Cut. Han Yi sneered disdainfully, obviously seeing his plan, but instead of stopping him, Han Yi said with a smile, Brother Wenji, since you said there is a ghost, then catch it and let everyone see it. You don't believe it? Zhao Wenji asked angrily, do you want to take a gamble? I believe. How could I not believe it? I believe in ghosts, but I bet you will be played to death. Han Yi's smiling words directly stunned Zhao Wenji and the fans in the live broadcast room. Emma, Why is this rich second generation so strange? According to the routine, shouldn't he not believe it, and then make a bet with brother Gia, and if he loses, it will be embarrassing. Damn it, this guy is unfathomable, brother Gia won't be teased by him again, right? Something's wrong. Tisk tisk tisk, this picture is so beautiful that I dare not look at it, God bless you, brother Gia. Everyone joked. Zhao Wenji's face was livid, and Han Yi couldn't help but pretend to be tough even though he was tough. So he could only cough lightly, and said in embarrassment, Uncle, for the sake of our family friendship, I have reminded you, you should hire another expert to catch ghosts, and leave. Wait a minute, Wenji. Han Zhengnan said with a serious face, since you can see that there is a little ghost, why don't you send the Buddha to the west and catch this little ghost yourself? Our Han family is very grateful. Yes, yes, yes. Han Jian said hastily, forget about the little discomfort just now, we are all from our own family, why bother to talk about two different things? Uncle does have something strange, please help Wenji, Uncle, I will definitely not treat you badly. Forget it. Zhao Wenji nodded proudly, and said, since Uncle and the old man ask for it, I can't refuse it. Today I will catch this brat for you and let some people see if it is true or not. Really? Hey, that's great. Han Yi encouraged with a smile, hurry up, come on, I'm very optimistic about you. HMPH. Zhao Wenji roared angrily, open the altar, how to do it. Today I will show you what the real Maoshan Taoism is, and let you open your eyes. 007 Do you think you succeeded in pretending? Ridiculous. Zhao Wenji was furious and vowed to save face. In front of hundreds of thousands of spectators, he was humiliated again and again, he really couldn't keep his face, so he made up his mind to surprise everyone. It would be best to make Han Yi feel ashamed, and make Han Yushi even more surprised and worshipped. After some arrangement, a long table was added in the hall of the Han family. According to Zhao Wenji's instructions, it was filled with common items such as candles, fruits, long incense, and yellow talismans. Zhao Wenji also had a copper coin sword and a brass bell in his hand. After dawdling for a long time, it was almost evening and the sky gradually darkened. The whole Han family hall suddenly looked a little ghostly, and the lights in the middle of the hall were still flickering, which made many people turn pale with fright. Fuck, this atmosphere is just right for ghost movies. How come the lights of a villa worth hundreds of millions are flickering? It can't be a problem with the quality of the lighting. Maoyan, this is clearly the rhythm of ghosts haunting, mother, I'm afraid. Oh my god, I don't dare to watch it anymore, is there really a fucking ghost here? The fans in the live broadcast room were excited, and horrified. Zhao Wenji smiled complacently, and shook the brass bell in his hand. The sound of jingling bells spread out, and the whole hall was suddenly blown by an evil wind. Han Jian and Han Zhengnan's complexions suddenly turned ugly. Everyone doesn't believe that there are no ghosts in such scenes. Even Han Yushi, who is indifferent by nature, can't help but turn pale. No matter how big a star she is actually just a woman. Things like ghosts and ghosts are quite scary. Only Han Yi looked disdainful. Snort. Zhao Wenji snorted unhappily, and frantically shook his bell again. The next moment, he pointed forward the copper coin sword in his right hand, glued a few yellow talismans on it, lit it, and muttered something in his mouth. Order the ghosts of the green plague in the east, the ghosts of the red plague in the south, the ghosts of the blood plague in the west, the ghosts of the black plague in the north, 4 seasons and 8 seasons, the gods are not nourished. Zhao Wenji's incantation became more evil the more he recited it. The hall was full of ghosts, evil winds were blowing, and strange screams rang out from time to time, scaring Han Yushi to lean towards Han Yi desperately, and even hugged his arm. Hey, the Taisheng Laojun is in a hurry like a law, and the little devil can't show up quickly. Zhao Wenji yelled, and the bell shook wildly, and a child suddenly appeared behind Han Jian amidst the sound of ding ding ding. This is a 3 or 4-year-old baby. Its skin was as white as paper, its pupils were white, it had sharp teeth and claws, and its face was ferocious. It looked very scary. At this moment, it hugged Han Jian's neck and smiled slyly around. As soon as the kid came out, everyone screamed in fright. Holy shit, there really are ghosts, ghosts. Mom, help, there is a ghost. Master, kill it. The fans in the live broadcast room screamed in horror. Han Jian, Han Zhengnan, Han Yushi and the others didn't look too well. Han Jian's face was even paler when he was hugged by the kid. No matter how calm he was so scared that he almost peed his pants at this moment. Hee hee. Zhao Wenji smiled triumphantly. He enjoyed everyone's panic very much, and he thought it was a compliment to him. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, his desire to pretend soared. He shook the copper coin sword in his hand, and sternly shouted, "Hey! This celestial master is here, kid, why don't you retreat quickly?" Cruel. The little ghost screamed ferociously, and he rushed over with a swish, obviously provoked by Zhao Wenji. Good time. Zhao Wenji was not afraid at all, instead he laughed and stepped forward, waving the copper coin sword wildly in his hand. Whoosh whoosh. Bang bang bang. Zhao Wenji was like a peerless swordsman. He stabbed and blocked the sword chicly, and fought the little ghost for 300 rounds. Every time he drew his sword, he would definitely cause huge damage to the little ghost, making it scream and roar. Catching ghosts is Zhao Wenji's specialty. The little ghost was extremely fast and elusive, but Zhao Wenji was not afraid at all. He not only attacked and killed the little ghost with ease, but also threw yellow talismans to block the little ghost's retreat from time to time, forcing it to retreat steadily. A big battle, comparable to a movie. Brother Jia, oh my god, destroy it soon. It's so fast, damn it, this kid is going to go against the sky. Be careful to the left, it's coming again. In the live broadcast room, hundreds of thousands of fans were all anxious, and everyone was sweating for Zhao Wenji. Ha ha ha. Zhao Wenji laughed triumphantly. This little devil is nothing, my celestial master can suppress it in an instant. The Taisheng Laojun is as anxious as Allah, watch my 5 thunders rectify the law. Boom. Zhao Wenji pinched the magic formula in his hand, and immediately struck out with a palm. His palm actually contained the power of lightning, and the kid was sent flying out on the spot. It was so shocked that it screamed and wailed desperately, and it seemed that it had suffered a lot of damage. You see, this little ghost can be wiped out by 3 strikes, 5 divisions and 2 by the Heavenly Master, but if there is no Heavenly Master, it can take the lives of your Han family. Zhao Wenji sneered again and again, his eyes were full of excitement. At this moment, he felt the respect of Han Jian and Han Zhengnan. At this moment, he felt the surprise and curiosity flashing from Han Yushi's eyes. His hard work was finally reversed, and he finally won the respect of everyone and the curiosity of the beauties, which made Zhao Wenji very happy, and the beauty in his heart was bubbling. Unfortunately, Han Yi still looked down on him. Zhao Wenji was quite upset when he saw this, and he glanced at Han Yi in an unfriendly way. HMPH. Do you think you've succeeded in pretending? It's ridiculous, the fun is yet to come. Han Yi shook his head mockingly, and at the same time asked in his heart, System, can the power-boosting skills be used on little ghosts? Yes. The system intelligently replied. May I ask the owner whether to use it? Use it, let the kid increase his power by 10 times, and then copy Maoshan Taoism for me, I want to play him to death, hurry up. Han Yi ordered coldly. 008 Brother Jia is here, there are no ghosts in the world. Command received, strength increase begins. The target is the unknown little devil in front of him, the strength will be increased by 10 times, and the achievement point will be consumed by 30. As soon as Han gave an order, a piece of information immediately flashed through his mind, and the little ghost not far away trembled suddenly, his face immediately turned paler, and his eyes instantly turned blood red. Cruel. The little ghost let out an excited and ferocious scream, which shook the glass and light tubes in the entire hall and burst desperately, causing everyone to scream in shock. Fuck, what's going on here? It's over, this kid is going to explode, his eyes are blood red, he looks so scary. Not good, the little ghost is mutating, its grievances and strength are desperately increasing, be careful, Celestial Master. Don't worry, Brother Jia must have a solution, everyone, don't panic. The live broadcast room was boiling, and this time the fool could see that something was wrong. Zhao Wenji's face turned pale. How could he not know that this brat is mutating, the terrible resentment and strength in it are soaring, and it has reached the point of being uncontrollable. He has never heard or seen such a thing. How is this possible? Zhao Wenji was mad. He had just enjoyed the respect of everyone, and was just about to capture the heart of a beautiful woman, how could he suddenly encounter an accident? How did this kid become so powerful all of a sudden? Doesn't this make people pretend to be good? Hey, Han Yi asked with a smile. Brother Wenji, you won't be unfair, right? Don't be beaten to death by this brat. Fart. Zhao Wenji gritted his teeth and said, I am a celestial master who has gone all over the rivers and lakes to catch countless ghosts. How could such little ghosts be taken into account? Don't worry, Brother Jia is here, there are no ghosts in the world. Good. Han Yi laughed and applauded, obviously very satisfied with Zhao Wenji's performance. This guy was so scared that he peed his pants and was still holding on. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Zhao Wenji also knew that it was difficult to get off the tiger. Seeing that the kid was slowly approaching, he gritted his teeth and stabbed out with his sword. Cruel. The little ghost screamed angrily, its figure suddenly disappeared, and when it reappeared, it had already appeared on the left side of Zhao Wenji, and the ghost claw slapped viciously. Boom. Puff. Zhao Wenji was thrown out on the spot like a sack, and flew upside down several meters in embarrassment, struggling while vomiting blood. The scene was very embarrassing. Defeated with one move. Damn, so weak. Everyone exclaimed in disbelief, and Zhao Wenji immediately wanted to go crazy in embarrassment. Don't worry, everyone, don't worry. Han Yi shouted loudly, this is Brother Jia's big move, with Brother Jia here, there is no ghost in the world. Puff. Zhao Wenji was so angry that he spit out another mouthful of black blood. He was almost killed by Han Yi's anger. But he didn't have time to be embarrassed, because the kid showed up again. Woo. The little ghost let out a strange grin, and the next moment it suddenly appeared on Zhao Wenji's body, slapped his copper coin sword and brass bell away, and the ghost claws slammed down viciously and pierced into his ribs. Ah! Zhao Wenji screamed terribly, and fainted from the pain on the spot, but the kid's ghost claws pulled out, tearing his ribs, and Zhao Wenji woke up again screaming. No, 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 don't. Zhao Wenji screamed desperately in fright. Help, save me, pull this damned brat away. Oh my god, what's going on? Brother Jia is being abused. The ribs were all broken and pulled out. This brat is too cruel. Come on, it's a good thing we weren't there. It's over, Brother Jia is not good at learning and messed up, this time his life will probably be lost. There was a wail in the live broadcast room, and many girls couldn't bear to watch anymore. Han Jian, Han Zhengnan, Han Yushi and others also looked ugly. Everyone looked at Zhao Wenji differently just now, but now it seems that this guy is a good for nothing. He has the ability to provoke this ghost but has no ability to deal with it. What should I do? Do you want to save him? Han Yushi asked weakly. Save? How? Han Yi said gloatingly, this is Zhao Tianxi's big move. The heavier the injury, the worse it will be when it erupts. Don't worry, I always believe that Brother Jia will fight back. Come on. Puff. Zhao Wenji was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of old blood again. The little ghost was pressing on him tightly. He couldn't even turn over. He was just a dead fish on the chopping board. What big waves could he turn over? Han Yi's words are too embarrassing. Zhao Wenji was so humiliated that he wished he could pass out. But the little ghost was biting his body viciously, and he could only scream and struggle desperately in pain. Help, save me. Ah, it hurts, save me. Zhao Wenji wailed terribly. Everyone finally saw something was wrong this time. Shit, this guy is not playing some big moves, he was obviously beaten into a dead dog and couldn't fight back. For a while, everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. The idol was disillusioned, and many people who admired Zhao Wenji were immediately disappointed. Is this the celestial master who catches ghosts? Have you ever seen a celestial ghost catcher who was killed by a ghost? Han Yi smiled slightly. Seeing that Zhao Wenji was about to be tortured to death, he said slowly, little rascal, you can get out of here. It's still useful to keep this kid. Fuck, what does the rich second generation want to do? He dares to provoke the brat. My god, this idiot is still running away. There were exclamations in the live broadcast room, and everyone realized that the Han family hadn't run away yet. Woo! The little devil made all sorts of weird noises, and his blood-red eyes stared at Han Yi, as if he was very displeased with his provocation. Be careful! Everyone in the Han family exclaimed in unison. Cruel! The little ghost let out a shrill scream, and the next moment he swooped over. The target was Han Yi and Han Yushi. Everyone was shocked. HMPH. The little complaining ghost dares to run rampant in front of this young master, and he doesn't know how to live or die. Han Yi roared domineeringly. He took advantage of the opportunity to wrap his arms around Han Yushi to protect her firmly, and swished out with his right hand. 009 I'm just a salted fish who can only talk shit. Zhao Wenji pretended to fail. Han Yi naturally wanted to make a move. He had already ordered the system to copy Zhao Wenji's Maoshan Taoism before, and secretly ordered the system to increase the power of his Taoism dozens of times. How could he take a little ghost into his eyes at this time? With one palm strike, the world changes color. What Han Yi used was the 5 thunder method that Zhao Wenji used before. This kind of thunder method is the most common method of catching ghosts in Taoism. Using various spells and yellow talismans, it can condense a trace of lightning power in the palm of the hand. It is said that it can become a palm thunder. The power of thunder and lightning, yang to yang, is born with powerful lethality and restraint against ghosts and monsters. When Zhao Wenji struck out with one palm, there was only a trace of thunder and lightning power, but when Han struck out with one palm, the situation changed. His whole body seemed to be enveloped by lightning, as if the god of thunder descended into the world, and he suppressed it viciously with his palm. Boom! Ah! The little ghost was blown away by a palm on the spot. It screamed and flew upside down for more than 10 meters, and then twitched desperately when it fell to the ground. Lightning crackled on its body from time to time, obviously it had suffered heavy injuries. Destroy the enemy with one move. The situation is reversed. Oh my god! Everyone gasped in shock, everyone looked at Han Yi as if they saw a ghost. Zhao Wenji can be said to be a master of catching ghosts. He was tortured like a dead dog by this little ghost. How could Han Yi seriously injured this little ghost as soon as he made a move? Fuck, isn't this right? Why is the gap so big? Could it be that Han Yi, a rich second generation, also works part-time to catch ghosts? No, it's impossible. Zhao Wenji screamed frantically. How could you know Maoshan's 5 thunders rectification method? How could it be possible? How could your 5 thunders rectification method be so powerful? Sorry, I forgot to tell you, this young master is omnipotent. Han Yi replied with a smile, which made Zhao Wenji very angry again. Xiao Yi, do you really know Maoshan Taoism? Han Yushi asked in shock. At this time, she was still tightly held in Han Yi's arms. Feeling the warm embrace, her heart was throbbing, and a blush could not help but appear on her face. Shocked, surprised, curious, and delighted in her heart, she didn't know why Han Yi suddenly became so powerful. She only knew that she felt safe at this moment, and Han Yi's domineering palm would always be remembered in her heart. Xiao Yi, what's going on here? Han Jian and Han Zhengnan also asked curiously. Let's talk later. Han Yi said perfunctorily, we'll talk after I get rid of this brat first. After finishing speaking, Han Yi performed a Taoist Zen ceremony with a serious expression, and said in his mouth, Wuliang Tianzun, you little ghost is also a pitiful person, and this deity will help you break free today. What does he want? Everyone was surprised. Under the eyes of everyone, a solemn and sacred expression appeared on Han Yi's face, and he recited in his mouth, in the past, in the blue sky, the song of the blue sky, the great floating land. It is said that it is the scriptures to save people from the beginning of the Yuan dynasty, the innumerable top grade, and the Tianzun of the beginning of the Yuan dynasty. It is said that it is a scripture. After 10 times in a week, it is called to the 10 directions. It should be the seat. The innocent great God, the sage and the noble, the real man of Miao Xing, the countless people without martingales, come from the sky. The Taoist classic, the Sutra of Saving Human Beings, recited in Han Yi's mouth, beautifully and rhythmically, like a requiem, making all the audience intoxicated by his melody. Suddenly, an illusory god appeared behind Han Yi. This is a tall, holy Taoist deity that exudes endless and peaceful light. It seems to be a god descending into the world. With Han Yi's deep scripture mantra, it exudes the power to dispel all darkness. In an instant, the darkness was dispelled. In an instant, the light is recovering. The ghostly hall of the Han family immediately became peaceful and sacred. Zhao Wenji, who was screaming and wailing, was dumbfounded. Han Jian, Han Zhengnan and others were all dumbfounded. Fuck shit, now I'm just a salted fish who can only talk shit. There are really no other words to express my brother's heart except shit. Damn. This is too bad, my eyesight is not good, right? This is the real celestial master. You're so handsome. Oppa, this is definitely my husband, I love you to death. Get off upstairs, this is my husband. Husband is so handsome, do you have a girl ticket? If so, would you mind having one more? She is a cute girl. She can still speak. The live broadcast room was full of excitement, countless men and women cheered and cheered, everyone was excited by this scene and screamed. Zhao Wenji's fans instantly abandoned him, and turned to Han Yi's arms, countless gays and girls secretly vowed not to marry him. This sacred scene of Han Yi has been deeply engraved in everyone's mind and will never be forgotten. Even Han Yushi, who was in his arms, was shocked by this scene, her heart beat wildly, and the most immature part of her heart couldn't help throbbing. Ah! The little ghost screamed miserably, the resentment and bad luck on its body were quickly eliminated, its pale complexion quickly became normal, and its blood-red eyes also quickly faded, it was unexpectedly being saved slowly. Impossible, this is impossible, how could you induce the gods? Who are you? Zhao Wenji screamed frantically. Snort. Han Yi didn't bother to pay attention to him, he snorted casually and raised his hand to grab it. The little ghost soul was caught in his hand immediately, and he sealed it inside Zhao Wenji's brass bell. Little ghost, you have broken free, but you have to do something for me to free you, just wait now. Han Yi said. Jingle bell. The brass bell vibrated and made a crisp and pleasant sound, as if the little ghost soul was grateful to him. Congratulations, Master, for perfectly resolving the crisis. The system intelligently prompts. You have suppressed the protagonist of the Maotian inheritance system, and destroyed his confidence and reputation. You can plunder his luck. Do you want to plunder now? Oh. Han Yi's eyes lit up, and the most critical moment has finally come. 2 tigers cannot fit in one mountain, one of them will be unlucky. 010 Resist pretentiousness, everyone is responsible. Chapter 10 Seeking Collection. Han Yi has won the battle between pros and villains. When he squatted in front of Zhao Wenji with a smile, this guy was so desperate that he wanted to vomit blood, his tiger eyes were full of resentment, and he had fallen from a domineering protagonist to a loser. His self-confidence, his prestige, everything about him has been suppressed by Han Yi. At this moment, he simply wondered if he was a waste, how could he have the Maotian inheritance system, and even lost to a rich second generation who was fooling around? What, you don't accept the loss? Han Yi asked. I don't accept it, I don't accept it. Zhao Wenji roared hysterically, who the hell are you? I am the incarnation of justice, the male god of a cute girl. Han Yi said with a smile, it is everyone's responsibility to resist pretending to be aggressive. As a responsible rich second generation, if you dare to pretend to be aggressive in front of me, I will naturally beat you to death. Puff. Zhao Wenji was so angry that he spat out old blood, and his gloomy and resentful eyes were worse than that of a resentful woman. If time could be turned back, he would definitely not come to provoke Han Yi. Oh right. Han Yi asked curiously, what did you do before? What do you mean? Zhao Wenji gritted his teeth and asked, do you still want to humiliate me? Damn it. No, I'm just curious, what did you do before you embarked on this road of no return? Han Yi explained casually. Get out. I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Zhao Wenji roared angrily. Ha ha ha. Actually, I can't talk so much nonsense with you. As a villain, you should keep one thing in mind. The more nonsense the villain has, the faster he will die, so everything should be over. Han Yi's face straightened, and he ordered in his heart, System, plunder. Yes, the order is received, and the plundering begins. Master, you have met the conditions to plunder the opponent's luck, and the plunder is in progress. Successful primary mastery of the Bajiquan of looting, primary proficiency of looting Dao, and primary mastery of looting Five Thunders. Plundering the opponent's luck has begun, the opponent's system is collapsing, and the opponent's system is being swallowed, please wait. One piece of information flashed through Han Yi's mind, and after a while, Zhao Wenji in front of him twitched desperately, as if a polio patient couldn't control his body. No, what are you doing? Stop, don't deprive me of everything. No. Zhao Wenji struggled desperately in horror, but within a few seconds of struggling, he foamed at the mouth and passed out. Didi. The other party's system has completely collapsed, part of the other party's memory has been deleted, and the swallowing was successful. Congratulations to the master for devouring the opponent's system, gaining all the luck of the protagonist of the opponent, gaining 500 achievement points, increasing all the attributes of the whole body by 10, and upgrading all skills to the full level. God level villain counterattack system. Host, Han Yi. Age, 18. Identity, rich second generation. Attributes, strength 18, speed 17, reaction 15, intelligence 19. Achievement points, 520. Skills that have been plundered. Bajiquan Grand Master, Taoist Celestial Master, Heavenly Thunder comes to the world. System binding skills, skill duplication, strength increase. Messages flashed, Han Yi's eyes were full of ecstasy, he finally crushed the first protagonist, not only got all his abilities, but also raised these skills to the extreme, this is the real cool. Okay, haha. Han Yi was overjoyed. Xiao Yi, what are you doing? Han Zhengnan couldn't help asking. Grandpa, it's nothing. Han Yi stood up with a smile, and casually said, Zhao Wenji seems to have passed out, what do you think should be done? Hey, his grandfather is my old friend, so naturally we can't treat him badly. Han Zhengnan sighed bitterly. This kid is not good at learning and was injured by a ghost, send someone to take him to the hospital. Kindness. Han Yi nodded, and directly waved his hand to signal the bodyguard to drag him away. Zhao Wenji relied on the system to be so stupid. Now that the system has collapsed, even if he wakes up, he will be a useless person. This feeling that life is worse than death will definitely make him collapse. It is lucky that he did not commit suicide. Moreover, part of his memory has been deleted. For the sake of the old man, Han Yi is too lazy to kill him. After all, there are still so many spectators watching. From now on, there will be no Heavenly Master Zhao in the world. Han Yi said proudly, and immediately grabbed the 360-degree automatic shooting and live broadcasting device floating in midair, and was about to turn off the live broadcast. Oh my god, my husband doesn't want it, I want to see you more, blah blah. Don't cut off the live broadcast, damn it, talk about it. The audience wailed, but they couldn't stop Han Yi. After the live broadcast was turned off, Han Yi faced the inquiring eyes of everyone in the Han family. Needless to say, everyone was wondering why he suddenly became such a dick. Dear brother, aren't you going to explain it? Han Yushi joked playfully. It's hard to explain clearly. Han Yi shrugged and said, I can only say that I am not what I used to be, and I will be even more exaggerated in the future. You just need to be mentally prepared, and I will not harm the Han family anyway. Okay, ha ha ha. Han Zhengnan laughed happily, your boy has finally grown up. Why are you so powerful? The old man doesn't ask, but you have to have a few drinks with Grandpa tonight. The future of our young dragons of the Han family is limitless. The old man is happy. Thank you, Grandpa. Han Yi breathed a sigh of relief, and asked instead, Dad, the kid on your body has been pestering you for a long time. You should know who did it. Tell me, and I'll help you settle it. It's okay, I will take care of this person. Han Jian said coldly, if you dare to break ground on Tai Sui, I want to see how she died. There must be an explanation for this matter. She wants to ruin my family, so I will make her life worse than death. Let me do it. Han Yi said seriously, I have always been a rich second generation who eats and waits to die. I am protected by my parents and elders. I am not afraid of the sky and the earth, but I have grown up, and I should do something for the family. This. Han Jian was shocked, and immediately said excitedly and relieved, okay, okay. This should be done by that stinky woman Ji Yuzuman. I want to see how you deal with her. 011 This is simply a test of a man's character. As night fell, the Han family was beaming. Han Yi's astonishing performance shocked everyone. Although he didn't explain why, it made Han Zhengnan, Han Jian and others extremely gratified. The old man even drank a few more glasses of red wine excitedly during dinner, and even Han Yushi also drank a few glasses of red wine. Seeing that the only male in the third generation of the family has a promising future, the elders of the family are naturally excited. Such sincere and strong feelings also moved Han Yi, and secretly vowed to protect his family. At the same time, there was a wave of waves on the internet. Hundreds of thousands of people watched the live broadcast, and many people secretly recorded the content of the live broadcast. Han Yi's method surprised everyone, and he gained a lot of fans at once. These fans spontaneously advertised to their friends and netizens how awesome their idol is, so Han Yi's name began to spread secretly. More and more people know about this. The more and more people are fanned by Han. Many netizens on the internet spontaneously formed a Han Yi fan group, excitedly discussing what happened today. As for the former protagonist Zhao Wenji, he has been completely forgotten. In the middle of the night, Han Yi returned to the room smelling of alcohol. The old man was happy today. Han Yi drank a few more glasses with him, although he was not drunk, but he still smelled of alcohol. Call. Han Yi let out a long breath, took out the phone and dialed a person's number. This guy was Shu Weiqi, nicknamed Fatty Shu. Around the rich second generation, there are always a few dog legs. This Fatty Shu is one of Han Yi's henchmen, and his family status is also good. Many people in the family are businessmen and officials, so he can be regarded as a member of the rich second generation, but compared with Han Yi, his status is much worse. So he naturally became Han Yi's lackey, currying favors and helping out with errands on weekdays, and Han Yi ordered him as soon as he had something to do. Drop. The phone was connected, and Fatty Shu's flattering voice came from the other end of the phone. Hey, boss, are you looking for me? Do you want to come out? There are girls in the old place. Stop talking nonsense. Do you know Ji Yu Zuman? Han Yi asked. Her. Fatty Shu was taken aback, and asked in surprise, Boss, did this bitch offend you? Just get to know each other. Han Yi casually ordered, investigate all the details about her, and come to me tomorrow morning. Yes yes yes. Fatty Shu hurriedly agreed. Han hung up the phone with a blank expression, and then casually lay down on the sofa to rest. His eyes were full of fierceness. He is a big villain. If someone dares to hurt his family, he will not use righteous means to punish his opponents like those righteous protagonists. His methods are often bloody, and only the dead will not threaten him. With Han's order, Fatty Shu must work hard to collect information, and tomorrow he will know who Ji Yu Zuman is and how to deal with her. After finishing all this work, Han Yi was about to take a solid sleep, but just as he put down his phone, there was a knock on his door. Who? Han Yi, dissatisfied, got up and opened the door. Just as the door opened, a gust of fragrant wind blew in, and Han Yushi was standing at the door. Pretty. Tonight, she drank a little red wine, her face was flushed, her eyes were hazy and blurred, and her whole body was full of fascinated charm. Her skirt had already been changed, but she was only wrapped in a bathrobe, her long black hair was spread out over her shoulders, and she only wore a pair of fluffy disposable slippers on her feet. Her snow-white skin was revealed in large swaths, and Han Yi felt his heart skip a beat when he saw it. Deep night, lonely men and widows. Han Yushi appeared at the door dressed like this. If her fans knew about it, they would be stunned. Sister, what are you doing? Han Yi asked, dumbfounded. What can you do? Han Yushi blushed, rolled his eyes and said, I just took off my clothes to take a shower, but the shower head in the room is broken. You can't just let me sleep like this. Huh, what a coincidence. Han Yi was surprised. Isn't it? Han Yushi said awkwardly. It's not convenient to change the shower head at night, so I just wash it at your place. I can't sleep without taking a shower at night. Not so good. Han Yi glanced at his room and asked, do you think my room is suitable for you to take a shower? Han Yushi took a look with her head, and her face turned red instantly. Han Yi's room is a suite, which is very luxuriously furnished, but the bathroom and toilet are connected together, and the decoration is quite fashionable. The most important thing is that there is only a piece of frosted glass to block it. That is to say, whoever is taking a shower inside can see the people in the room, although they can't see clearly, but they can still see the figure in a hazy way. Han Yi is a person who enjoys life very much. Usually, when bringing beautiful women home for the night, the special design of the bathroom can arouse sexual interest, but it is not suitable for Han Yushi to take a bath. Sex ghost. Han Yushi spat softly with a blushing face, but she didn't leave. Instead, she walked into the room and closed the door without any hassle. Dear brother, should you face the wall and think about it? Han Yushi smiled playfully. You are not allowed to peek, I will just wash for half an hour. Ah. Han Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Before he had any reaction, Han Yushi had already walked into the shower room with a chuckle, leaving him with a depressed face. Soon, there was the sound of sparse water in the shower room. Accompanied by the sound of clothes being stripped off, the figure reflected in the shower room swayed, and the atmosphere in the room suddenly became weird, and Han Yi's heart couldn't help throbbing. To watch or not to watch, that is a choice. If you look at it, it looks like a beast, but if you don't look at it, it's not as good as a beast. This is simply a test of a man's character. You don't wash so many guest rooms at home, so you have to come here to wash them. Do you want to torture people like this? Han Yi wailed in his heart. Xiao Yi. In the shower room, Han Yushi's sweet voice came out. Help me get a clean towel, I forgot. Get a towel. Han Yi's eyes lit up. 012 There is a jacuzzi inside, do you want to try it? Han Yi is naturally obliged to take towels. Han Yushi had such a request, and he would definitely not refuse. He took out 2 clean towels from the cabinet, and he went straight to the bathroom. At this time, you have to watch it if you don't watch it. In the bathing room, the mist was misty and the figures were swaying. Han Yushi, a hot and pure star in the entertainment industry, actually washed her body in it. This kind of situation and atmosphere tested Han Yi's concentration to the extreme. Did you bring it? Han Yushi asked with a smile. For some reason, Han Yi seemed to hear a hint of playfulness and shyness in her tone. Give. Han Yi handed it over dumbfounded. Han Yushi opened the door like a thief, and Shui Baishu grabbed the towel inside with a single hand. No peeking. Han Yushi reminded in a pretentious manner, but Han Yi burst out laughing. Don't watch. Do you think I'm stupid? Han Yi poured a glass of red wine while humming a ditty, sat on the sofa with a smile, and sneaked a glance from time to time. This atmosphere, this angle, is simply a great enjoyment in life. Han Yi, a rich second-generation woman, is definitely not in the minority. He has played with all kinds of beauties, but it was just to vent his desire. But a beautiful woman like Han Yushi is rare. Her innocence and perfection, her temperament and her haze all have a fatal attraction to men. Coupled with this atmosphere, it is enough to detonate a man's prostate. But the relationship between Han Yi and her is really embarrassing. The two are brothers and sisters. Although Han Yi is a time traveler, they are still brothers and sisters in name, so Han Yi did not intend to break the relationship but enjoyed the atmosphere silently. Han Yushi seemed to feel Han Yi's gaze too. His gaze seemed to be able to see through everything. Han Yushi really felt insecure through a layer of frosted glass. After a blushing wash, she walked out of the shower room wearing a bathrobe and wiping her hair. Is it ready? There is a jacuzzi inside, do you want to try it? Han Yi asked. Little pervert, die. Han Yushi scowled. Ha ha ha. Han Yi couldn't help laughing, and he also enjoyed Han Yushi's rare expression of such little girl's emotions. The atmosphere between the two is even weirder. They don't look like siblings when talking and laughing, but they look like a couple in first love. Han Yushi wiped her hair, sat beside him naturally, and said coquettishly, blow dry my hair, or I will get a headache if I don't dry it. Kindness. Han Yi nodded, got up and walked to the back of the sofa, took a hair dryer and began to dry her hair. Han Yushi leaned comfortably on the sofa. The two of them were silent but cooperated tacitly. The distance between their hearts seemed very close. Han Yushi's hair was very smooth and fragrant, and she didn't know what shampoo she used. The fragrance from her hair penetrated into the tip of her nose, making Han Yi enjoy it very much. He grabbed the hair with one hand, blowing it with a hair dryer in the other hand, and dried every place carefully, as if caring for a rare treasure. Han Yushi drank some red wine and took a hot bath. Her head was a little dizzy. She was a little sleepy in this atmosphere, and her eyes were already narrowed. Han Yi is condescending, with countless scenery in his eyes. Her lazy expression, fine pores, snow-white skin with traces of blush, slender neck and collarbone, all of them are perfect like works of art. As for the position wrapped in the bathrobe below the neck, Han Yi has also seen a lot. Perfect woman. Han Yi secretly sighed. At this time, Han Yushi was indeed perfect. She just lay down here without even putting on any makeup, but she was as perfect as a fairy. No wonder she was sought after by countless fans. She slowly fell asleep. She was even weaker in her sleep, and Han Yi couldn't bear to be hurt when she saw it. There seemed to be a trace of indelible sadness between her brows, which made people feel distressed secretly. Kindness. Han Yi frowned in surprise, his eyes suddenly turned cold. What exactly is Han Yushi's sorrow? The Han family is powerful, what else can the Han family not solve? She has been very strong since she was a child, and she hides everything in her heart and refuses to say more. Could it be that she has encountered some trouble? Han Yi didn't ask any more questions, he just kept it in his heart. Han Yushi is the person he should protect. No matter what difficult trouble she encounters, Han Yi will help her settle it, even if she is against the world. After drying her hair, Han Yi gently hugged her frail and boneless body, and Han Yushi curled up in his arms like a kitten. Finally, Han Yi gently put her under the quilt, and then covered her with the quilt. All of this, Han Yi didn't have any extravagant thoughts. Even if he could see the beautiful scenery with just a slight pull, he didn't do it, because Han Yushi was as perfect as a fairy at this time, no one could bear to desecrate it, and Han Yi was the same. Looks like I can only sleep on the sofa tonight. Han Yi shook his head and sighed, lying on the sofa to rest. He didn't see a playful smile on Han Yushi's seemingly sleeping pretty face. She enjoyed sniffing the scent on Han Yi's pillow, and then curled up naturally, falling into sleep sweetly like a kitten. 013 They dare to touch me. Nothing happened all night, Han Yi slept soundly. When he woke up early the next morning, Han Yushi had already quietly left his room, and seemed to have gone out and was not at home. After Han Yi washed up and was having breakfast, Fatty Shu arrived at Han's house in a hurry. "Boss, I'm here." Fatty Shu nodded and sat down, looking familiar. This guy is a bit puffy, with a hint of shrewdness in his brows, but he is a very smart guy. "Is it done?" Han Yi asked. "It must be done. How dare I neglect the boss's order?" Fatty Shu smiled and pulled out a lot of documents, and placed them one by one in front of Han Yi. These documents contain photos, images, and various text introductions. Looking at Fatty Shu's dark circles, Han Yi naturally knows that he has done a lot of hard work. "Boss, this Ji Zuman is 36 years old. It is said that she is the mistress of a certain provincial boss." Fatty Shu pointed to a photo and said, "This is her. She looks good and has a good face. She was originally a local girl from a mountain village. She became a mistress because of her beauty. She even started a company in the past few years, and she has done well. Do you know Gu's group? The most popular group in Donghai City recently involves industries such as real estate, entertainment, electronics, stocks, etc., with assets worth billions of dollars. It is Ji Zuman who managed it all by himself. By the way, she was the one who set up the Dunhuang Palace we used to go to before. This stinking bitch is very skilled and has a deep background. Most people would not dare to provoke her." After Fatty Shu's introduction, Han Yi has some impressions of this woman, but he doesn't care what background this woman has, he just knows who she is, because she must die. "Where is she now?" Han Yi asked. "Dunhuang Palace." Fatty Shu laughed and said, "This stinky woman likes to spend time in Dunhuang Palace the most. She must be checking the accounts this early in the morning." "Very good." Han Yi nodded in satisfaction, put down the bowl and chopsticks, got up and left. "Huh, boss, what do you want to do?" Fatty Shu exclaimed. "Kill." Han Yi replied coldly. "Kill her? You want to kill Ji Zuman? Oh my god." Fatty Shu exclaimed in fright. "The boss behind her has a higher position than your uncle. Do you dare to kill her? And even if you want to kill her, you should find a killer. If you go so swaggeringly, aren't you afraid of breaking the sky?" Han Yi didn't bother to explain anything, it's not easy for Fatty Shu to participate in this kind of thing. But what surprised him was that the fat man followed up in a hurry. As soon as Han Yi got into a Maybach, he sat in the passenger compartment. "What are you doing?" Han Yi asked back. "Where the boss is going, I will go." Fatty Shu said with a smile, "Isn't it just killing people? I will beat you up." "Wait, don't be scared to pee, sit still." Han Yi immediately put into gear and refueled, and the Maybach rushed out with a bang, and rushed out of the villa to the Dunhuang Palace. Dunhuang Palace is a club. This is not an ordinary club. This is the most advanced club in Donghai City. There are all kinds of entertainment you can imagine here. Everyone who can enter this club as a member is either rich or expensive, and ordinary people can't get in. It was still early in the morning, the clubhouse was deserted, a large number of guests had not yet arrived, and many staff members had not yet returned to work, but Ji Zumin was already sitting in the office on the third floor of the clubhouse. Next to her was a yellow-haired young man with his legs crossed. Ji Zumin was dressed in a professional women's suit. She looked capable, beautiful, and very feminine. At first glance, she looked like a strong woman who had unlocked all her poses. The young man in front of her has oily hair and flour noodles, a bit rustic, with yellow hair, and looks like a nouveau riche. This is her nephew Ji Feteng. Both of his parents died since he was a child. Ji Zumin has been taking him with him since he became prosperous. He is not very young, but he is quite powerful. He is proficient in fighting, making trouble, eating, drinking, whoring and gambling. Sister, why did you call me here so early? Ji Feteng asked dissatisfied. Ji Zumin put down the account book in his hand, a trace of worry flashed in his beautiful eyes, and said, "Today, my left eye keeps twitching. I guess something will happen. Tell your people to come to the clubhouse quickly, and the staff in the clubhouse don't have to go to work for the time being." What's the situation? Ji Feteng was stunned for a moment and then furious. Why do people dare to touch us? It's against the sky. Who is so desperate? I don't know, maybe it's the Han family. Ji Zumin sighed. In fact, there is one thing she didn't say. Last night, she suddenly found that the ghost doll she asked for from Taeguo lost control. When she dripped blood to worship, the puppet of the ghost doll didn't respond at all. You must know that the ghost doll possessed Han Jian and brought her a lot of benefits. Now that it is out of control, Ji Zumin is naturally flustered. She has been restless this morning, always feeling that something will happen, and she has a premonition that maybe the Han family will settle accounts with her. The Han family. Ji Feteng sneered disdainfully. What did they dare to do? We are not afraid of black and white, so how could they still bite us? By the way, sister-in-law, didn't you touch that ghost doll? As long as the ghost doll slowly breaks down Han Jian's body and removes his fortune, we will all get mad before we know it. Things are not that simple. Ji Zumin said worriedly. The Han family is definitely not easy to mess with. You don't understand these at a young age. HMPH. Why are you afraid of them? Ji Feteng sneered. On the surface, the Han family is a big family, but they have a lot of enemies. At least our backers are not afraid of them. We also have many brothers who play tricks. The worst thing is to throw some money to find a killer. Who is afraid of whom? They dare to touch me and try. That's true. Ji Zumin breathed a sigh of relief, and said proudly, there are so many old men in Donghai City, and they are all worthless. I, a woman, can play around with them, and the Han family is no big deal. Feteng, be careful to sail the boat for 10,000 years, Dunhuang Palace is closed today. 014 I hope you can still be so arrogant later. With Ji Zumin's order, the entire Dunhuang Palace was immediately suspended. A large number of gangsters came from all over the place. Ji Feteng had many brothers on the road, and he was willing to give money, so a phone call attracted hundreds of people. These people thought they were going to fight, and all of them were murderous. In front of the Dunhuang Palace, a large number of punks immediately surrounded them. Most of these guys had bald heads, tattoos, dyed hair, and dangling earrings. All of them looked like villains, giving Ji Zumin a lot of confidence. Brother Fei, what are you playing today? Are you calling so many people to watch the show? A bald man asked Ji Feteng. I don't know. Ji Feteng said angrily, maybe someone will make trouble today. Brothers and I will take some people to rest first, and if someone makes trouble, I will fuck him. Hey, who dares to make trouble in Dunhuang Palace? Are you dying? A middle-aged man wearing a big gold necklace shouted angrily. People from the Han family. Ji Feteng sneered, if they dare to come, I will kill them. The Han family. Damn, have you offended the Han family? The punks exclaimed, with fear in their eyes. Grass. Ji Feteng was furious. You are afraid of wool, the Han family is a ball. Today I put my words here. When I bring down the Han family, even the big star Han Yushi will have to tie me up to have a good time. If you are afraid, get out. Yes yes yes. Brother Fei is awesome, we're not afraid. The gangsters laughed and said nothing, and no one contradicted him ignorantly. That's right. Ji Feteng waved triumphantly. Go in and drink tea. Boom. At this moment, a loud noise suddenly resounded, and the traffic barrier of the Dunhuang Palace security booth was knocked away on the spot, and a Maibach rushed in roaringly, and finally stopped firmly in front of everyone. Coming. Everyone was surprised. On the Maibach, Han Yi blew out a smoke ring coldly, and stared at Ji Yu Feteng with murderous eyes. Han Yi heard what he said just now from far away. Boy, do you know what will happen? Han Yi asked coldly. Master Han, you dare to come to our Dunhuang Palace just by bringing a fat man. Ha ha ha. Ji Yu Feteng laughed wildly. Oh, I'm going, are you here for consumption? Sorry, it's closed today, buddy can't slaughter your fat sheep. Grass mud horse Ji Yu Feteng, you want to die, don't you? Fatty Shu was furious. Fuck you, Fatty Shu, talk nonsense again, I won't let you get out. Ji Yu Feteng roared arrogantly. Arrogant enough, I like it. I hope you can still be so arrogant later on. Han Yi said indifferently, the brass bell in his hand jingled, and a black light fell into a bald man in an instant. This guy trembled all over, his eyeballs immediately turned blood red, and his arrogant expression turned ferocious, which was obviously the rhythm of a ghost possessing him. It was that little ghost that was sealed in the brass bell, and Han Yi was too lazy to deal with these ordinary people, so he directly increased the ability of the little ghost and ordered it to attack. These people must die today, and none of them can stay. Han Yi is not interested in talking nonsense, as the big villain, he comes to kill. Little ghosts also have wits. In order to gain salvation, it was willing to obey Han Yi's driving, and Han Yi gave it a boost of strength, and its resentment immediately skyrocketed. Quack quack. The little ghost controlled the big man's body, grinning grinningly while gnawing on his own fingers. His fingers were bitten off, chewed and swallowed by him one by one. This scene frightened the punks to scream desperately, and they couldn't even hold their knives steadily. Ji Yu Feteng also screamed and backed away in fright. Fuck, what the hell is this? Ah, ghost, ghost, ghost. Damn it, there's a ghost. The punks were so frightened that they screamed and fled in all directions, and the scene was chaotic. Unfortunately, they can't escape. The little ghost has set up an enchantment, and no matter where the people in the Dunhuang Palace run, they can't escape here. They will just run around and end up exhausted in the end. Catch and hide, start. Quack quack. While continuing to nibble on his fingers, the little ghost slowly walked towards the Dunhuang Palace with a smirk. Ghosts like to scare people the most, so they are not in a hurry to kill everyone, but instead slowly search rooms and corridors. Anyone found by it was tortured and killed in horror and screaming, and the entire Dunhuang Palace suddenly screamed and wailed one after another, becoming bloody like hell. Boss, did you make this thing? Fatty Shu asked tremblingly. What? Are you scared? Do you want to get out of the car to get some air? Han Yi asked back. No. Fatty Shu was so frightened that he shook his head desperately. No, even if you are killed, there are ghosts outside, only fools will go down. Ha ha. Han Yi laughed dumbfounded and didn't say much. He didn't intend to go down, instead he lit another cigar and puffed slowly. The little devil's attack is enough to kill all enemies. Han Yi was waiting here, waiting for the moment when Ji Yu Feteng and Ji Yu Zuman were played and collapsed. That would be the most fun. Especially the cheap Ji Yu Feteng. Han Yi must play him to death until he collapses. Da. Quack quack. Woo. The little ghost's footsteps and strange cries resounded in the corridors. One by one, the hooligans hid in each room of the clubhouse in a panic, but they were constantly caught by the elusive little ghosts, and finally they were eaten and killed alive. The screams and howls are endless. Ji Yu Feteng and Ji Yu Zuman were already scared to death. They hid in the office on the third floor trembling, and were already confused by this scene. Little ghost backlash, what should I do? Ji Yu Zuman was so frightened that she panicked. No one knew the fate of little ghost's backlash better than her, and when she heard the laughter of little ghosts from far to near, she couldn't help being frightened and paralyzed to the ground. It's over, we're over. Ji Yu Zuman wailed. 015 Come on while it's hot, boss, do you want to give it a try? Hee. Quack quack. The little ghost's laughter came from far to near, and its footsteps seemed to be nearby all the time. Ji Yu Feteng and Ji Yu Zuman were so frightened that they hid in the office, blocked the door tightly, and waited for the doomsday to come tremblingly. The kid is killing more than 100 punks in the clubhouse. The screams came from time to time, and the fresh lives were continuously tortured and killed. Once these little gangsters were killed, it would be Ji Zuman and the two who died. What should I do? What should I do? Sister, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Ji Fateng wailed in fright, isn't this your little devil? How could it backfire? Sister, think of a way. What can I do? It has already turned back. Ji Zuman said with a pale face, when I was begging for a ghost doll, the wizard once told me that once the little ghost turned back, it would kill its owner. How do I know why it will turn back? It's over, it's over. What should we do? Ji Fateng wailed in despair. He. The little ghost's voice was getting closer and closer, it seemed to have reached the third floor, and was searching room by room along the corridor. Seeing this, Ji Zuman and the two were even more frightened to pee. Call the police, call the police. Call for help, hurry up. The two rushed to the doctor in a hurry and tried to call for help. One called the police and the other called his backer. Unfortunately, the magnetic field of the phone was blocked, and they couldn't even make a call. No. The two wailed in pain, despair and terror pervaded the air, their eyes were full of horror, and they were about to collapse before the kid arrived. Boom boom boom. A knock on the door suddenly sounded outside. The little ghost had already arrived. The two screamed in fright and desperately searched for a place to hide, but it was too late. There was a loud bang, as if the desk blocking the door had been knocked over by a truck. Even the door had been smashed, and a big bald man possessed by a kid appeared in front of them with a grinning grin covered in blood. Quack quack. The little ghost grinned excitedly, and its bloody resentment was even more terrifying. It walked step by step, making Ji Zuman and Ji Fateng scream and back away in fright. No, 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 don't come here. Don't come here, I have a knife. The two screamed in horror. Ji Fateng gritted his teeth and pulled out a machete, fearfully trying to fight for his life, but the kid smirked and raised his hand and slapped his knife away, and the next moment the ghost claw viciously grabbed his neck. Save me, no. Ji Fateng wailed in horror. Quack quack. The kid grinned excitedly, and did not pinch his neck on the spot, but grabbed his right hand and bit his finger, giggling and gnawing on his right index finger. Blood splattered. Ji Fateng's screams were earth-shattering, he almost fainted from the pain. No. Ji Fateng wailed that life would be worse than death, but the kid didn't intend to let him go. Instead he continued to gnaw, and his 5 fingers on his right hand were gnawed off one by one. After gnawing the right hand, gnaw the left hand. After gnawing the left hand and gnawing the limbs. After gnawing his limbs, he could still gnaw his face. After a while, Ji Fateng was gnawed bloody and inhuman, but he didn't die, and the wailing became louder and louder. No. Ji Zuman rushed to the window in horror and screamed at Han Yi on the Maibach below. Stop it, I know you controlled it, let us go, I am willing to pay any price, you can do whatever you want. Any price? Han Yi sneered disdainfully. He looked up at the window on the 3rd floor while smoking a cigar. At this time, Ji Zuman was covered in sweat, but she was a beautiful mature woman. It would be a good thing if she could output crazily to her. It's no wonder that the provincial bosses all want her to be their mistress, this woman must have a lot of unlocking poses. Now as long as Han nods, she can kneel in front of him and play and sing, but Han Yi is quite dismissive. He's the big villain. Today he came here to kill people, let's talk about other things after killing people. Don't you know that the more nonsense the big villain talks about, the faster he will die? So he didn't even bother to talk to Ji Zuman, instead he continued to swallow his clouds. Oh, let me go, you have such a strong taste. Han Yi was shocked. I'm afraid of a fart. Fatty Shu smiled evilly. Let's hit it while it's hot, boss, do you want to try it? You hurry up and you come first. Anyway, it's not a few seconds away. This. Fatty Shu glanced at the bloody corpses all over the floor, and immediately shuddered, damn it, that's right. No matter how beautiful a woman was killed by a ghost, there would definitely not be a whole body left behind, so Fatty Shu smiled awkwardly and didn't dare to say anything else. The screams continued. Ji Fateng's face was gnawed away alive, and the bones were exposed on his blood-drenched face. Finally, he couldn't stand it any longer. He twitched while vomiting blood, and was bitten by the kid on the throat bone, completely ending his life. Fei Teng. No. Ji Zumin screamed in despair, she broke down and clutched at her hair and howled. Ji Fatang was dead, she was the next one. Han Yi refuses peace talks, no one can save her. Ji Zumin was terrified, desperate, regretful, and annoyed. She shouldn't have provoked the Han family. She thought there would be no serious consequences. Who knew that the Han family had such a murderous god, Han Yi, whose eyes were nothing but the lives of hundreds of people. The little ghost finally called him, and Ji Zumin screamed and was thrown on the ground to be eaten. She finally repeated Ji Fatang's pain, and her whole body was gnawed clean. The torture that was worse than death made her miserable. 016 killing so many people, even the Heavenly King and the First can't keep him. A massacre turned the Dunhuang Palace Club into a place of death. After Ji Zumin's last scream was over, there was no one alive here except Fatty Shu and Han Yi, and the strong smell of blood wafted out. Fatty Shu almost vomited violently. "Boss, is this too exaggerated?" Fatty Shu said with fear on his face, "So many lives, this will shock the whole world." "No." Han Yi blew out a smoke ring and said, "Someone will deal with this kind of thing, let's go." "Go? Where are you going?" Fatty Shu was taken aback. "Nonsense, of course I have to go to class." Han Yi said angrily, "Did you forget that you are still a student?" "Oh, yes, we are 3 good students, hee hee." Fatty Shu agreed with a smirk, and Han Yi started the Maibach and left quickly. As for that little ghost, Han Yi has already superseded it. The bell that sealed it has been turned into powder under the super light, and the little ghost has completely disappeared in this world. After making such a shocking event, Han Yi was not nervous at all, instead he swaggered and drove to Tunghai University with Fatty Shu. You must know that the two of them are still freshman students. Although they are both rich second generations, they still need to study and put on a show, and they should be gilded anyway. Amid boredom, Han Yi wanted to go to school to have fun. As for the bloody massacre in the Dunhuang Palace, he didn't take it seriously, because he didn't worry about being targeted at all, and someone would deal with the aftermath for him. Now he just wants to be a qualified villain, and kill anyone who doesn't like it. Not long after Han Yi left, the scene of the Dunhuang Palace massacre was soon discovered. A cleaner came to Dunhuang Palace to work on time without getting a holiday notice, but the moment she stepped into the Dunhuang Palace, she was so frightened that she screamed desperately. 10 minutes later, a large number of police cars came roaring. The members of the serious crime team urgently dispatched by the city bureau and the nearby police force all arrived here. A large number of policemen surrounded the area tightly, and a strip of barriers blocked all curious eyes. Damn, who did this? With so many corpses, could there be a massacre in the Dunhuang Palace? Oops, there are still a lot of dead people. Check the entire clubhouse to see if there are still people alive, hurry up. Report to the above, the situation is special, request various technical support. Damn it, which bastard murderer did it? This matter has exceeded our authority. Report it to the higher authorities. This matter is too terrible and the nature is too bad. The members of the serious crime team talked about it in horror. Even though they had seen countless horrific murder scenes, they were still terrified by the murder scene in Dunhuang Palace at this moment, especially when they saw the 2 corpses in the office on the 3rd floor that could only be distinguished as male and female, but were gnawed to the bone. Everyone vomited out. Pervert killer. Damn guy, why are there such crazy people? Ouch. It's too cruel, it's too cruel. Everyone exclaimed in shocked, and the matter was reported quickly, which caused a huge shock. When the senior officials of the Donghai Municipal Bureau heard about this, everyone was so frightened that their faces turned pale. When the senior officials of the Donghai city government heard about this, they were all shocked. The matter was quickly reported layer by layer, and everyone who heard about it was terrified. Leaders at all levels were angry and ordered a strict investigation into the matter. Various elites were dispatched. Although the matter had not yet spread to the internet, it had spread rapidly among officials, and the sensation it caused was appalling. Dunhuang Palace, monitoring room. More than a dozen technicians are urgently restoring the monitoring of the Dunhuang Palace. A middle-aged policeman with a stubble face is staring at the computer screen, his eyes have turned red. His name is Zhang Jiangguo, the captain of the Criminal Police Brigade of the City Bureau. This guy is well known in the police circle of Donghai City. He is only 36 years old but has solved many major and important cases. He is definitely a first-class criminal investigator. The Dunhuang Palace massacre broke out, so he was the first to come, but after checking for a long time, he found a very surprising problem. This crime scene is not an ordinary crime scene, this scene is too weird. Is the video not fixed yet? Zhang Jiangguo asked. Team Zhang, it will be ready soon. This video file seems to have been damaged, and it is not easy to repair. Okay, Team Zhang, please take a look. The technicians clicked on the computer keyboard, and a large amount of video materials appeared on the screen soon. These were pictures taken by the camera inside the Dunhuang Palace clubhouse. When they saw a bald man slaughtering everyone with a grinning grin in the video, everyone's faces turned pale. Impossible, how is this possible? My God, did all this by one person. How is this possible? This guy doesn't look like a human, it looks too weird. Everyone exclaimed, and Zhang Jiangguo's face became very ugly. Team Zhang. At this time, a technician said, according to our preliminary survey results, all these people were killed by this bald man, and after killing everyone, this bald man also committed suicide in the office on the 3rd floor. In addition, we also detected a video from the parking lot of the Dunhuang Palace. 2 survivors stayed outside the Dunhuang Palace and finally drove away. After speaking, the technician switched the video, and the scene of Han Yi and Fatty Shu sitting on the Maibach and puffing on the Maibach soon appeared on the computer screen. This is young Master Han of the Han family. Zhang Jiangguo said with an ugly face, young Master Han has been staying at the scene of the crime. He must have something to do with this matter. His identity is no longer something we can provoke. Let's continue to report. See what the higher-ups say. Anyway, this matter is so big, I want to see how he escapes legal sanctions. Killing so many people, the Heavenly King and Lao Su can't keep him, He must be brought to justice. Everyone muttered angrily. 017 The super scholar appears. Once he acts strong, he will be unstoppable. Tunghai University is located in the west of the city. This is a famous school with a long history. It has a good reputation in the city, the province, and even the whole country. It can send a large number of talents to the society every year. It can be said to be a top school. Han Yi and Fatty Shu will definitely not be able to get into such a school, but who made their family rich, so they are also students of Tunghai University, and they are also classmates. When Han Yi roared into the campus in his Maibach, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. At this time, most of the students were in class, so he parked his car and walked leisurely to class. As a qualified rich second generation, Han Yi must have a good villain conduct. If he has nothing to do, he has to stay around bars, KTV, clubs, and schools. You must know that these places are the favorite places of the protagonist. What if the villain doesn't cooperate? As for the Dunhuang Palace massacre, Han Yi has already forgotten about it. He knew that he would be targeted by the city bureaus soon, but so what, this matter was very involved, and he would definitely be reported to all levels. Whether to arrest him, how to arrest him, and whether there is any evidence to arrest him, these series of questions need to be discussed and time-consuming. Han Yi reckoned that no one would come out to look for him until at least night, and the first ones to look for him would definitely be members of the Han family, so Han Yi could play all day first. Class 18 is in class right now. Dozens of male and female students sat in the classroom, playing with mobile phones, listening to lectures, and occasionally talking about it. On the podium is a tall woman in a suit. She has a well-proportioned figure, fair skin like jade, a pair of big white long legs that are very eye-catching, and exquisite facial features. This is a very beautiful and feminine woman. Her name is Yi Shuiyu, and she is the eldest lady of the Yi family, another big family in Donghai City. She has a distinguished status and extraordinary background, but she did not take over the family business but went to teach at Donghai University. It is said that she is still a super academic. She doesn't have the arrogance of ordinary young ladies, on the contrary she is approachable and very popular with students. Yi Shuiyu is naturally Han Yi's class teacher. Although she is only a few years older, she has a very high reputation in the class, and she is the only one who dares to take care of the rich second generations in the class. Why is she in class? After it's over, she has to nag us again. Fatty Shu muttered fearfully. What are you afraid of? Han Yi shook his head indifferently, and knocked on the door of the classroom, attracting everyone's attention. When everyone looked over in unison, Han Yi said, "Sorry, I seem to be late." "Why is this guy here?" "It's rare. Unlucky, this rich second generation must be in trouble." Everyone was in commotion. Yi Shuiyu also frowned slightly, and she said displeased, "Han Yi, you haven't come to class for several days, do you want your credits for this semester?" "Whatever." Han Yi waved his hands carelessly, led Fatty Shu into the classroom, and swaggered down on his seat. Along the way, many students smiled at him ingratiatingly. As the biggest rich second generation in the class, Han Yi's reputation is still very strong, at least he can be flattered by many people falsely. Yi Shuiyu was so angry that her face was covered with frost, but she couldn't really control Han Yi, she could only give him a vicious look, as if warning him not to disturb other people's study. "Continue class, we just talked about wave optics, let's continue to discuss in depth." Yi Shuiyu continued class helplessly. Her voice is sweet and pleasant, and a wave optics class is very easy to understand, but Han Yi is not interested in listening to the class, he just admires Yi Shuiyu's figure, and then admires the girls in the class. Drip. The presence of the protagonist is detected nearby, scanning, please wait. A sudden notification from the system made Han Yi's eyes fixed. Main character. Fuck, there are protagonists everywhere, and they have to pretend to be slapped in the face whenever they go out, is it so unlucky? Han subconsciously scanned the whole class, wanting to find out the protagonist at the first time, but he didn't come to class very often, so the students in the class couldn't recognize all of them. He does know his deskmate. This is a very beautiful girl, her name is Lu Jiayu, she is a girl from an ordinary family, pure and cute, shy and introverted, she is a good student in the teacher's mind. Could it be her? Han Yi seriously looked at Lu Jiayu beside her. She was wearing a simple dress today, and she was listening to the class seriously. She had the pure and lovely feeling of the little sister next door, which made people feel very comfortable. Han Yi's red eyes immediately made Lu Jiayu feel uncomfortable all over, she moved a little timidly to the side, as if she didn't want to be so close to him. Interesting. Han Yi burst out laughing. He was sure that Lu Jiayu wasn't the protagonist he was looking for, because it didn't feel right. At this moment, the system's scan seemed to have finished, and a message immediately appeared in his mind, and Han Yi naturally looked at a man on Lu Jiayu's left. He has ordinary looks, ordinary clothes, ordinary facial features, a chicken nest head, evasive eyes and no confidence. He is the most inconspicuous guy in the class at first glance. Protagonist, Chin Haoran. Age, 19. Identity, student. Attributes, Strength 14, Speed 17, Reaction 19, Intelligence 31. Binding System, Super Scholar System. Golden Finger, Elementary Proficiency in Taekwondo, Advanced Proficiency in Basketball, Photographic Memory, Proficiency in various disciplines. System Evaluation, this is a system for cultivating super academic masters. The protagonist, Chin Haoran, is the only bound person. He obtains achievement points through learning knowledge, and has a deep understanding of various subjects. Currently, Chin Haoran's task is to become a blockbuster and win Yi Shuiyu's favor. Friendly reminder, Chin Haoran has an ordinary family background, has always been a poor student at the bottom, and has no sense of presence in the class. He has kept a low profile for a long time in order to become a blockbuster. Once he starts to act aggressive, he will be unstoppable. Please stop him. In addition, his sense of justice and compassion are his weaknesses. As an otaku, he is very depressed, and he also admires Yi Shuiyu and Lu Jiayu at the same time. Damn it, is this all right? Han Yi was taken aback. 018 The rich second generation began to molest decent women. The system information made Han Yi dumbfounded. Nima, is he lucky or unlucky today? He unexpectedly met a protagonist who hadn't acquired the system for a long time, had been low-key and hadn't had time to pretend to be aggressive, and this guy was quite coquettish, and he liked Lu Jiayu and Yi Shuiyu at the same time. Tisk tisk tisk, boring. I hate you guys the most. I always miss my women when I have nothing to do. Don't you know that beautiful women are villains? Han Yi whispered unhappily. Student Han. At this time, Lu Jiayu on the side said timidly, can you stop looking at me like this? It will disturb my class, please, please. This class is very important. Kindness. Han Yi was very surprised. This Lu Jiayu actually took the initiative to talk to him. This is the first time. But Han Yi saw his own posture and suddenly realized it. At this time, his right hand was propped on the table and his head was propped up. His eyes were just looking straight to the left. He was actually looking at Qin Haoran, but Lu Jiayu mistakenly thought that Han Yi was deliberately teasing her with his eyes. This little girl is thin-skinned, introverted, and shy. She couldn't stand being stared at like this all the time. It also affected her lectures too much, so she begged timidly. Han Yi burst out laughing. However, he didn't explain anything. Instead, he had a flash of inspiration and thought of a way to anger Qin Haoran. As a successful villain, Han Yi must not let the protagonist's domineering spirit leak out. He must nip it in the bud, otherwise he must be the one who is forced to slap him in the face. So Han Yi leaned closer to Lu Jiayu on purpose, smelled her faint body fragrance, and pretended to be frivolous. Xiao Yueyu, how are you sure I'm looking at you? You seem a little narcissistic. Lu Jiayu was immediately ashamed, her face was flushed, she was at a loss, she subconsciously lowered her head and dared not lift it up. This scene immediately caught Qin Haoran's attention. He swept his eyes and saw that Lu Jiayu was blushing and lowering her head, while Han Yi was flirting aside with a frivolous face. This scene made him very angry, and his eyes became angry. This is clearly a bloody plot where the rich second generation molests good women, and the righteous hero is burning with anger. Han Yi chuckled, quite satisfied with his performance. This was exactly the result he wanted. The angrier Qin Haoran was, the happier he was. System, copy his Shuiba skills for me. Han Yi ordered in his heart. Yes. Order received, copying begins. Student master's skill copy is complete, consuming 10 achievement points. A piece of information flashed through Han Yi's mind, and knowledge of countless subjects suddenly appeared in Han Yi's memory. The skills of Shuiba allowed him to temporarily possess super knowledge. At this time, not only his eyes became extremely wise, but he could even understand the content of Yi Shuiyu's lecture at a glance. Shuiba, I like it. Han Yi smiled evilly, and said directly, Xiao Yueyu, what the teacher said is too simple, you can't understand it. You understand everything the teacher said. Lu Jiayu exclaimed. Understood, how can I not understand? Han Yi said proudly. How about it, do you want me to explain briefly to you at the same table? There is no extra charge. Really? Lu Jiayu was dubious. She is a top student. Although Yi Shuiyu's courses are simple and easy to understand, college physics is still not so easy to master. She has many difficulties that she has not yet figured out. Seeing Han's outrageous words, she became interested. Then, how does the interference of light work? Lu Jiayu asked timidly. It's simple. Han Yi grabbed a pen, drew lines in Lu Jiayu's notebook, and explained with ease, the interference of light is the result of the superimposition of several beams of light. Look, this, and this. Possessed by a schoolmaster, Han Yi turns into a lecturer. A relatively incomprehensible difficulty became vivid under his narration, and became very simple and easy to understand. This kind of profound narration is even more powerful than Yi Shuiyu. In an instant, he seemed to have turned into a senior scholar, exuding an astonishing aura of knowledge all over his body. Lu Jiayu didn't expect much at first. But when Han Yi's explanation gradually unfolded, she became more and more surprised and fascinated, and all her energy was attracted by Han Yi's explanation. She stared at the draft paper fascinated, and didn't realize that Han Yi was taking advantage of her. Han Yi put his left hand on her fragrant shoulder and leaned against her head. The two seemed to be explaining difficult points, but they were actually very close. This scene left many people dumbfounded. One of them speaks and the other listens. Since they were in class, their voices were very low, and Lu Jiayu was even more fascinated. From a distance, everyone thought they were whispering intimately. Fuck. Fatty Shu sighed with admiration on his face. The boss is the boss, this picks up girls too fast. Oh my god, Lu Jiayu and Han Yi are dating. No way. Another little cabbage was kicked by a pig. My goddess, this bastard Han Yi must be threatening her. Yes, that's right. How could goddess Lu like Han Yi? She must be threatened by Han Yi. Many boys pointed and pointed angrily. and Chin Haoran was even more furious, because from his point of view, he believed that Han Yi was forcibly molesting Lu Jiayu. At this moment, Han Yi is the big bad wolf, Lu Jiayu is the little sheep, she must be being molested by Han Yi. Asshole. Chin Haoran gritted his teeth in anger, his sense of justice and jealousy were soaring, he was like a man wearing a forgiveness hat, his eyes were about to burst into flames. He is cowardly by nature, and the acquisition system is still low-key. But at this moment, he couldn't hold back his anger anymore, he slammed the table to his feet, pointed at Han Yi and roared, "Bastard, let her go." Kindness. The whole class turned pale with shock, and everyone looked at Chin Haoran together. 019 I can't help myself when I learn thick. Fuck, did I hear you right? How dare this guy scold Han Yi? Oh my god, is Chin Haoran crazy? He must be crazy. This guy usually dare not fart when he is bullied. How dare he force his way today? Tisk tisk tisk, do you want a hero to save the beauty? This Han Yi is not easy to mess with, you want to pretend to be crazy. The whole class was shocked and disgusted, everyone was in a commotion, and they were obviously taken aback by Chin Haoran's actions. In an instant, Chin Haoran changed from an inconspicuous marginal character to a protagonist. He attracted the attention of everyone, and everyone in the class looked at him, even Yi Shuiyu on the podium was no exception. Chin Haoran was not intimidated by everyone's gazes, his aura as a protagonist seemed to be awakening, and from the moment he stood up, his aura became quite powerful. There was a burst of refreshment in his heart, and he enjoyed the feeling of being watched by everyone. Chin Haoran, what are you doing? Yi Shuiyu scolded dissatisfiedly. This is a classroom, what are you messing around with? Ms. Yi, I'm not messing around. Chin Haoran yelled righteously. Look at this bastard Han Yi, he is molesting a female classmate, how can I just sit back and watch? Kindness. Yi Shuiyu looked at Han Yi in shock, and everyone else turned their eyes away. At this time, Han Yi was still hugging Lu Jiayu tightly, and the two of them maintained the posture they had just explained. After being watched by everyone, Lu Jiayu blushed. God, she was actually held by Han Yi's shoulders. This is too embarrassing, right? The introverted Lu Jiayu has never even touched a man's hand, yet she has been hugged for so long. It's embarrassing to see so many people watching. Lu Jiayu was so ashamed that she wanted to find a crack in the ground and sneak in, but Han looked like a dead pig who was not afraid of boiling water, which clearly confirmed the fact that he molested good women. Han Yi, let go. Yi Shuiyu was so angry that her voice trembled, she scolded angrily, how could you do this? You are breaking the law. It's illegal to make up lessons for the same table. Han Yi is quite innocent. Make up lessons. Make up for what? You are obviously molesting Lu Jiayu, do you think everyone is blind? You need to hug her for make up lessons. Yi Shuiyu asked angrily. I can't help it when I'm learning a lot. Han Yi said with a smile, if you don't believe me, ask Xiao Yuyu if we are making up lessons. Can't help it. Still young Yuyu. Hey, let me go, can this relationship be simple? Everyone was speechless, Yi Shuiyu was pissed off again, and Chin Haoran was even more angry, obviously everyone didn't believe his words. Yes, I'm sorry teacher. Lu Jiayu hurriedly got up, like a frightened little rabbit, bowed and explained, actually, it's true. Student Han Yi is explaining the interference of light to me. He didn't do anything to me. Cheat ghosts. Who would believe it? TCH, do you think we are fools? Lu Jiayu is a top student, Han Yi doesn't even go to class every day, can he explain the difficult points to Lu Jiayu? Lu Jiayu must have been threatened, she is timid. Everyone discussed, and everyone believed in their own judgment. Chin Haoran is even more so. He roared excitedly, Lu Jiayu, don't be afraid, this guy is nothing to be afraid of, you don't have to worry about being threatened by him, I can protect you. Chin Haoran roared angrily, his whole body was upright and domineering, which attracted many students to secretly look sideways. Everyone suddenly realized that this guy seemed different from before, he dared to fight against Han Yi, he was so brave. Chin Haoran, you misunderstood, we are really making up lessons. Lu Jiayu explained in a panic, but Chin Haoran still didn't believe it. He glared at Han Yi, and growled, bastard, what is your ability to bully a girl? Now that I have seen this kind of thing, I will never sit idly by. If you have any means, come at me. Others are afraid of you, but I am not afraid of you. You better not be too rampant. Hey. Han Yi clapped his hands with a smile, and said appreciatively, okay. What a heroic scene of saving the beauty. If I were a girl, I would definitely marry you. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed, and Qin Haoran became even more furious. The two glared at each other, and the atmosphere was tense. This is obviously an old-fashioned bloody drama where the protagonist fights against the supporting actor, and then counterattacks and pretends to be slapped in the face. At this moment, everyone believed that Han Yi was a big villain who did all kinds of evil for molesting girls from good families. At this moment, Qin Haoran, who used to be an inconspicuous guy, became the protagonist. He actually wanted to counterattack against the rich second-generation Han Yi. The huge difference in their identities aroused everyone's curiosity. What do you guys think? This is class, I want to fight back. Yi Shuiyu scolded angrily. Ms. Yi, we don't fight. Qin Haoran replied coldly, fighting is a barbarian's practice. Although I am not afraid of him, I don't like it. Didn't he keep saying that he was making up lessons for Lu Jiayu? Well, then please ask Han Yi to answer a question for me. If you can answer it, it will prove that what you said is right. I will personally apologize to you. If you can't answer, then you apologize to Lu Jiayu and don't provoke her again. Han Yi, if you are a man, accept the challenge, if you are not a man, don't be mad. Qin Haoran publicly declared war, and everyone immediately looked at each other in blank dismay. After a while, Fatty Shu burst out laughing first. Fuck, ha ha ha. I'm laughing so hard, your uncle, do you want to laugh at me and inherit my fans? Qin Haoran, your grades are not at the bottom of the class. If I don't come to the exam, you will be the last one. You come up with a question. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. Qin Haoran's grades are indeed in the bottom 3. It's a joke that he set up a test against Han Yi. Laugh, laugh, you never know how stupid you are. Qin Haoran sneered in his heart. The louder you laugh, the more enjoyable it will be when I explode. I want to see how much fun it is to hit your faces. Today is the time when I am a blockbuster, I must save Lu Jiayu. 020 If I can't solve this problem within 3 minutes, I will lose. The protagonist's aura exploded, and Qin Haoran's personality changed drastically. His super high IQ allowed him to calculate that his chance of winning was 100%. The great sense of strength brought by his absolute strength made him very intoxicated and confident. This is his confidence to dare to fight. Today he will announce to the world that he is the real master of the school. Han Yi, dare you? One word, Qin Haoran urged. Want to play? Well, I will accompany you to the end. Han Yi sneered and counterattacked. Just playing like this is boring, if you want to play, you can play big. You make up questions at will, if I can't solve it, I will dispose of it as you like, and if I can solve it, I will slap you. Good. Qin Haoran agreed domineeringly, obviously he was very confident that he would not lose. A battle is settled here. Everyone suddenly became curious. These two people are usually at the bottom of their academic performance. What kind of problems can they come up with? Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Qin Haoran stepped up to the podium confidently, and said to Yi Shuiyu, Ms. Yi, borrow a pen. Kindness. Yi Shuiyu nodded silently, she took a deep look at Qin Haoran, but did not stop his crazy actions. Perhaps today, Qin Haoran will impress others. He grabbed the chalk and quickly wrote on the blackboard, and a topic appeared quickly. Psi x, y, z is the function to be found, which is the complex function of the 3 variables x, y, and z. The inverted triangle on the far left of the formula is an operator, which means to find the divergence of the gradient of psi x, y, z respectively. After finishing writing, Qin Haoran threw the chalk domineeringly, looked at Han Yi with a sneer and said, solve it, I'll give you an hour, if you can solve it, you win. What is this? Why can't I understand it? Yeah, what the hell is this thing? Everyone was surprised and disgusted. Yi Shuiyu frowned slightly, and said, this is a derivative problem of Schrödinger's equation. It is the basic equation in quantum mechanics, but it can generate very complicated quantum problems. It looks like a math problem, but it is actually a physics problem. It is difficult for even a doctor of physics to solve it in a short time. Qin Haoran, I don't know where you copied this topic, but it's obviously unfair. Yi Shuiyu's words secretly surprised everyone. It turns out that this question that everyone can't understand is actually a very difficult physics problem. Did Qin Haoran copy it from some kind of physics newspaper? How can Han Yi solve this problem? Qin Haoran said arrogantly. Han Yi, if you can't untie it, you can admit defeat. After you admit defeat, I will naturally untie it for you in public. I don't need an hour, I only need 10 minutes. 10 minutes? How is this possible? Yi Shuiyu exclaimed, even if I were to solve this kind of problem, it would take more than 20 minutes. How could you solve it in 10 minutes? Ha ha ha, it's a slap in the face, this guy brags and doesn't write drafts. The teacher is a super student, she will take more than 20 minutes, this scumbag is bragging. Tisk tisk tisk, ridiculous Qin Haoran, do you think you can brag if you know the answer? Everyone ridiculed. Qin Haoran stood proudly on the spot, neither happy nor sad. He now enjoys the attention of all the people more and more. He doesn't care about everyone's ridicule, because he knows that no matter what he says, no one will believe that he is a top student. As long as Han Yi admits defeat, he will untie it in public. At that time, he will be able to completely defeat Han Yi. At that time, he will be admired by everyone, including Yi Shuiyu and Lu Jiayu. Thinking of this, he couldn't help secretly excited and anticipating. He wished to see the despair and aggrieved look on Han Yi's face immediately. Unfortunately, his wish did not come true. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Han Yi did not despair and feel aggrieved, but instead mocked with disdain. 10 minutes. Waste. If I can't solve this problem within 3 minutes, I will lose. Arrogance. Qin Haoran taunted unhappily. You untie it and let everyone see it, don't say you don't want to practice fake moves. Okay, since you're not convinced, I'm still obliged to beat you. Han Yi sneered and stepped forward, grabbing a piece of chalk. System, temporarily increase my intelligence by 20 times. Han Yi ordered in his heart. Yes, order received. To increase intelligence by 20 times, you need to consume 40 achievement points. If the achievement points are deducted successfully, the increase will be successful. One after another messages flashed. Han Yi's mind suddenly became extremely clear, his brain nerves became extremely active, and his mind was as terrifying as a supercomputer for a moment. Intelligence is not equal to IQ. The intelligence detected by the system is the capability limit of the human brain in the thinking state. Just like the operating limit of a computer, the computing limit of a broken computer and a super-optical brain are absolutely different. If Han Yi's brain was only more flexible than ordinary people before, then his brain is now comparable to an optical brain. It only takes a few tenths of a few seconds to calculate a math problem, and it is not easy to solve a physics problem. With chalk in hand, I have the world. Standing in front of the blackboard, Han Yi's aura suddenly became incomparably deep. He seemed like an old scholar who had been immersed in scientific research for many years. His every move carried a special flavor, which made people extremely intoxicated. At this moment, Yi Shuiyu seemed to have an illusion that it was not Han Yi standing here, but her old professor who had studied physics all her life. 3 seconds later, Han Yi laughed. The chalk in his hand was written on the blackboard, and a large number of formulas were written like flowing water. The calculations, the multiplication and division of the formulas, were analyzed clearly and neatly by him. The blackboard seemed to be his battlefield. Formula after formula is the sharp sword in his hand. Han Yi cut through the thorns, densely written on the blackboard. A large number of complex formulas make many people dizzy, most people can't even understand what it is. It's amazing, I can't understand what he wrote at all. My God, can Han Yi solve such a profound physics problem? Everyone exclaimed, and Yi Shuiyu's eyes became extremely sharp. 021 want to play with me after learning a little taekwondo. Han Yi's monstrous performance began to shock the audience. Qin Haoran was also in the shock. He never expected that Han Yi really had 2 brushes. He suddenly felt something was wrong. Seeing the formulas appearing quickly on the blackboard, Han Yi didn't think at all when writing, but the formulas he wrote were extremely rigorous, complicated, and profound, and even Qin Haoran couldn't understand them, which made him more and more surprised. The situation is not good. This scene is not right. According to the routine, shouldn't Han Yi admit defeat obediently, and then Qin Haoran vigorously show his strengths, and feel proud in front of everyone? Chin Haoran is ready to become a blockbuster, why doesn't Han Yi cooperate? If this continues, Chin Haoran can't believe how embarrassing he will be. Impossible, impossible, he can't figure it out, he's just scribbling. Chin Haoran wailed in his heart. He couldn't believe this scene. But if you don't believe it, you have to believe it. In just over 2 minutes, when the last space on the blackboard was filled, Han Yi threw away the chalk in a smart way. Problem solved. Looking at the complex formulas on the blackboard, Han Yi's eyes immediately showed a hint of satisfaction. This is the real academic master, and his speed is enough to make postdoctoral fellows in physics kneel down and sing, conquer. Oh my god, is it really solved? But is this right or wrong? Everyone exclaimed, and everyone looked at Han Yi as if they saw a ghost. Han Yi, how did you do it? Yi Shuiyu sighed in shock. Oh my god, yes, you actually got this question right, and the speed is so fast, it's unbelievable, unbelievable. Wow, right. Man of God, is this all right? Nima, how is this possible? Everyone exclaimed in shock, and Lu Jiayu looked at Han Yi full of admiration. Only Chin Haoran had a pale face. He never expected that Han Yi was really right, and in such a short period of time, even he could not do something, Han Yi really did it. No, it's impossible. Chin Haoran wailed in disbelief. He would not believe this scene even to death. God, he is the protagonist, he is the super academic master. Han Yi is just a rich second generation who eats and waits to die. How could this guy crush him? This is wrong, this is totally unreasonable. At this moment, Yi Shuiyu looked at Han Yi with admiration, his eyes were full of splendor. At this moment, Lu Jiayu has a lot of admiration for Han Yi, and coupled with the slight skin-to-skin relationship between the two just now, Lu Jiayu's girlish heart is tied to Han Yi, and his dedicated figure will always be engraved in her mind, and will never go away. All of this should be Chin Haoran's glory, but it was snatched away by Han Yi. Chin Haoran shot himself in the foot this time, and his confidence and aura were crushed immediately. No, it's impossible. Chin Haoran wailed again. Han Yi raised his eyebrows, and said with a sneer, how is it? It's obvious who wins and who loses, Shuiba, shouldn't you accept the bet and admit defeat? What do you want? Chin Haoran asked unwillingly. What do you want? HMPH. Han Yi said coldly, I said just now that once I win, I will slap you. You won't forget, right? This. Chin Haoran looked confused. Han Yi really said that. At that time he was confident that he would win and did not object, but now Han Yi won beautifully. He was not convinced and wanted to fight back but was unable to fight back. He was completely crushed. In other words, he must accept the bet and admit defeat. But being slapped in the face in public is too embarrassing, especially being seen by so many girls. How can Chin Haoran's strong self-esteem bear it? Snort. Han Yi didn't care if he could stand it or not, he just slapped him without thinking. Chin Haoran subconsciously wanted to dodge, but Han Yi's speed was too fast, he couldn't react in time. Snapped. Han Yi's slap viciously slapped Chin Haoran's face, the terrifying force directly knocked him away, several teeth splashed out with blood, and everyone was in an uproar. Chin Haoran knocked down a few desks in embarrassment, and finally stopped. He got up so angry that he wanted to resist, but Han Yi burst out with an astonishing murderous intent, and his cold eyes locked on him instantly. You want to play with me after learning a little bit of Taekwondo? Do you want to try Ben Shao's Bajikwan? Han Yi sternly shouted, his bones cracking all over his body, his aura alone scared everyone. Stop. Yi Shuiyu said angrily, fighting is not allowed in the classroom, let's forget about it, class will end early. Chin Haoran, admit defeat, you are not Han Yi's opponent, go back. Yes. Chin Haoran blushed aggrievedly, but had to bow his head and back away. Today he was going to become a blockbuster, but he was suppressed by Han Yi everywhere. At this time, it was a loss to fight, and he was not Han Yi's opponent at all, so he had to retreat. However, the unwillingness in his heart became more and more intense, and the dissatisfaction in his eyes became more and more terrifying, and he couldn't hold back this tone no matter what. Hey, congratulations to the master for successfully breaking Chin Haoran's self-confidence and obtaining the complete solution to the Maxwell 3 equation. The master has not yet met the conditions to plunder the opponent's system, please continue to work hard. Attention, attention. Chin Haoran has been completely irritated, his prehistoric power is brewing, be careful of his outbreak of a larger-scale pretentious behavior. A series of prompts from the system made Han Yi ecstatic. Maxwell III equation complete analytical answer. At this time, Han Yi has countless knowledge in his mind, so he naturally knows what it is. This is a super difficult physics problem that countries all over the world are still studying. Once solved, it will be enough to push human civilization forward for 100 years. This thing is so precious that it is worth as much as a nuclear bomb. Han Yi actually got a complete analysis answer, which is the answer that countless top scientists dream of. Once it is exposed, it will shock the whole world. 022 If you want to pretend to be aggressive, have you asked me? The sky-defying rewards from the system made Han Yi feel great. He never expected that he would get such a reward just by counterattacking Chin Haoran a little bit. He is not a fool, he naturally knows the value of this Maxwell III equation, and he naturally knows what this thing means to the Han family. Therefore, he is looking forward to Chin Haoran's counterattack. After this guy was defeated by Han Yi, Shuaibi's self-confidence was almost blown, but this seemed to have aroused his prehistoric power. His eyes had become quite crazy, and he looked at Han Yi angrily from time to time. After physics class, it's physical education class. Students from class 18 came to the playground in 2s and 3s. After warming up, the physical education teacher let everyone move freely. Most of the male students bragged and played basketball, while the female students either cheered, or gathered together to chat about gossip. Han Yi is naturally the focus of discussion. After stealing the limelight from the protagonist, he has attracted the eager attention of many girls. The name of a rich second-generation student is definitely a big attraction for many girls who dream of marrying into a wealthy family. So, when Han Yi was casually shooting basketballs on the basketball court, more than a dozen girls gathered around the court cheering and screaming excitedly. Among them Lu Jiayu was there. This shy girl had become Han Yi's fangirl. Bang! The ball in Han Yi's hand was thrown out of his hand suddenly. He didn't put it into the basket carelessly, instead he smashed the ball far away. The basketball rolled all the way, and finally happened to roll to Chin Haoran's feet. "Hey, kid, get the ball!" a basketball player shouted arrogantly. Chin Haoran raised his head silently, without saying a word, but he didn't cooperate honestly to pick up the ball, he even stepped on the ball silently. "Fuck, you kid is deaf, right? Bring the ball here, it's farting for me, right?" the boys on the basketball court shouted angrily. This scene looks familiar to Han Yi no matter how he looks at it. Fuck, isn't this an old-fashioned plot where the city pretends to be aggressive? Is it a basketball court? According to the vulgar routine, the protagonist should pick up the ball in public at this time, but instead of throwing it back to everyone, it is a domineering shot. 20 or 30 meters away, a super long-distance domineering three-pointer perfectly entered the frame. The audience was stunned, causing countless girls to scream and cheer, and the boys were so angry that they were dissatisfied. This is the highest level of pretense. Han Yi's prediction seems to be coming true. The atmosphere instantly tensed up. Under the attention of everyone, Chin Haoran's domineering aura began to dissipate invisible. He ignored the boys' clamor and taunts, and he didn't care about the girls' attention. He just picked up the ball slowly. Fuck, this guy is trying to pretend. Han Yi was furious. Sure enough, Chin Haoran gave Han a disdainful glance, and threw the ball in a chic way. At this time, he was at least 20 meters away from the basket. This distance is basically difficult to invest in, but he still made a shot. You don't know that I have basketball proficiency skills. You don't know that I am different from you. Chin Haoran growled angrily in his heart. Han Yi, I am the protagonist. You got my question right, can you still stop my ball? Swish. The basketball drew a perfect parabola and quickly shot towards the basket, which immediately attracted the attention of the audience. Fuck, is there something wrong with this guy? Shooting from such a long distance. If he can get in, I'll eat shit, grass. Everyone muttered unhappily. Only Han Yi knew that the ball would go in. Chin Haoran's low-key appearance hides a high-level basketball proficiency. His basketball skills are enough to compete with NBA players. How can he miss a super long-range three-pointer? He can shoot in with his eyes closed. But Han Yi couldn't let him vote in. I want to pretend to be aggressive, have you asked me? Han Yi let out a low growl, and suddenly rushed out like lightning. Call out. Han Yi's figure was like an afterimage, quickly rushed to the vicinity of the basketball frame, and quickly jumped up, like a god, jumped 2 or 3 meters high, domineeringly blocking the way of the basketball. The next moment, he slapped him viciously. Boom! The terrifying force of the palm erupted, and it hit the basketball directly. The basketball, which could have entered the frame perfectly, was blown away like garbage. Oh my god! Everyone exclaimed in shock. Chin Haoran was also dumbfounded on the spot. Fuck, is Han Yi still human? When he jumped up, he was higher than the basketball hoop, and when he slapped him, he exploded the basketball. This is a fucking monster. Snort. Han Yi landed gracefully, cast a disdainful glance at Chin Haoran, trying to act aggressive in front of him. I even smashed the basketball for you, pretending that you are paralyzed. Wow, so handsome, so handsome. Han Yi, you are the best, my god. Han Yi Uba, I love you, be my boyfriend. The girls screamed and cheered excitedly, and the entire basketball court became a sensation. What a long-range three-pointer. What a super violent dunk. The girls don't understand, everyone only knows that Han Yi's jump is simply inhuman, and the violent ban is even more handsome, and Chin Haoran's pretentious behavior has been completely suppressed before it breaks out. At this moment, both men and women have been impressed by Han Yi's demeanor. At this moment, Chin Haoran's face suddenly turned ashen. At this moment, Lu Jiayu's beautiful eyes have turned into little stars, and her eyes are full of brilliance, only Han Yi's figure is engraved in them. Drip, congratulations to the master for successfully intercepting Chin Haoran's pretentious move, the interception speed is perfect. Drip, Chin Haoran's defense line is collapsing, and he has already met the conditions for forcible plundering. Do you want to plunder his luck? A series of prompts from the system intelligence brought a satisfied smile to Han Yi's eyes. 023 swallow luck and completely crushed Chin Haoran. Han Yi's eruption completely crushed the last straw in Chin Haoran's heart. Chin Haoran originally planned to rely on his superb basketball skills and the powerful ability given by the system to forcefully act aggressively on the basketball court and completely regain his lost face. It's a pity that the forced pretense has failed. Chin Haoran's last bit of self-confidence has been completely crushed by Han Yi. He is proficient in basketball skills and naturally knows how unnatural Han Yi's jump just now is, and how terrifying that exquisite and domineering palm block is. Even Jordan can't do this. Damn, how is this possible? Chin Haoran wailed in despair. He suddenly felt a sense of frustration. Shengyu and He Shengliang, after obtaining the system, not only did he not pretend to rise all the way, but was easily crushed and suppressed by Han Yi everywhere. This is so annoying that he wants to vomit blood. Okay. Why, not convinced? Han Yi asked with a sneer. Bastard, you wait for me. Chin Haoran roared angrily. He was very unwilling, he would never let Han Yi continue to be arrogant. He has a system, and he still has a chance to rise. As long as he avoids Han Yi's oppression, he will have a chance to become stronger quickly. After all, his system is not vegetarian. As long as he becomes stronger, he will have a chance to take revenge, and his path as a protagonist can continue. It's a pity that he doesn't know it all. Han Yi will never give him a chance to continue to rise, because he has decided to devour Chin Haoran's system. Loot it, Han Yi ordered in his heart. Yes, the order is received, and the plundering begins. The opponent's self-confidence has been completely crushed, plundering luck is in progress, the opponent's system is collapsing, and the devouring is unfolding. Please wait. After a series of prompts from the system intelligence, Chin Haoran's body suddenly shook. Kindness. His eyes widened in shock, he seemed to feel that his system was collapsing. No, who are you? How is this possible? How is this possible? No, don't. Chin Haoran screamed desperately, but unfortunately he couldn't prevent the system from collapsing at all. Under everyone's shocked gaze, he fell to the ground convulsing on the spot, and passed out with a groan. Congratulations to the master for successfully plundering the opponent's luck. The opponent's system has completely collapsed, and the opponent's memory has been selectively deleted. Congratulations to the master for devouring the opponent's system, gaining all the luck of the protagonist of the opponent, gaining 500 achievement points, increasing all body attributes by 10, permanently increasing intelligence by 10, and gaining super scholar skills. God-level villain counterattack system. Host: Han Yi. Age: 18. Identity: rich second generation. Attributes: strength 28, speed 27, reaction 25, intelligence 39. Achievement points: 520. Skills that have been plundered: Bajiquan Grand Master, Taoist Celestial Master, Heavenly Thunder comes to the world, Super Scholar. System binding skills: skill duplication, strength increase. Messages flashed in Han Yi's mind, and the light in Han Yi's eyes was even brighter, and he was so happy that he didn't want it. Okay, haha. Han Yi was overjoyed. Successfully plundering Qin Haoran, Han Yi has gained a lot, especially the Super Scholar skill is amazing. This skill is the condensed Super Scholar system. At this time, the knowledge of various subjects in Han Yi's mind is not even comparable to that of a postdoctoral fellow. Seeing that Qin Haoran had fainted, the system had collapsed, and a lot of memory had been selectively deleted, Han Yi nodded in satisfaction and ordered, "Fatty Shu, Qin Haoran has suffered from heat stroke, send him to the infirmary." "Hey, okay." Fatty Shu agreed with a nod and bowed his head, and quickly led someone to send Qin Haoran away. Of course, this scene did not attract too many people's attention. Qin Haoran still failed to pretend to be coercive. In everyone's eyes, he is still the ordinary student with a chicken-nested head and looks inconspicuous. Even if he fainted from heat stroke, no one would take a second look. Everyone's eyes are always on Han Yi. Seeing that he had finished his work, a group of girls immediately surrounded him excitedly, including the shy Lu Jiayu. "Oh my god, Han Yi, you are so handsome, how did you do it just now? Teach me, okay. Han Yi, do you drink water? This is my water, take a sip. Han Yi, can you be my boyfriend? I really like boys who play basketball. Can you teach me how to play basketball? Okay." A lot of girls acted coquettishly in excitement, and Lu Jiayu also looked at Han Yi expectantly, which made the boys in the class want to vomit blood depressedly. Fuck, how could this kind of treatment not be their turn? Surrounded by Yanshuhuanfei, Yingyingyanyan, this kind of treatment is simply a man's paradise. Play basketball, okay. I'll teach you, one by one. Han Yi smiled handsomely, and immediately asked someone to bring a new basketball. Most of the girls in class 18 are quite juicy. Although not all of them are as beautiful as Lu Jiayu, many freshman girls know how to make up and dress themselves up, and each of them is quite mature. This figure, this skin, this short skirt, and this little hunk still look quite interesting. The protagonist is gone, the villain should naturally enjoy life. With a smile on his face, Han Yi never refused to come. He put his arms around the girls' waists, let them lean on him, and taught them how to shoot over and over again. From time to time, the girls cheered excitedly on the basketball court, and Han Yi took advantage of it. All the girls in class 18 who were pretty were caught by him over and over again, and even Lu Jiayu was taken advantage of by him, so cool that he didn't want them. If there was no one here, they would be able to fuck with Han Yi. Fuck, do you want to do this? Take all the beautiful girls, and leave a few dinosaurs for us. Didn't you see that these dinosaurs are all eager to try? If Han Yi didn't like it, you wouldn't be able to catch the dinosaurs. Nima, I can't live through this day. The boys all wailed, obviously very dissatisfied with Han Yi's behavior of eating alone. 024 Do you know how much disaster you have caused? After school at noon, Han Yi drove home. He originally wanted to spend a day at school before going back, but the phone calls from home kept coming, almost blowing up his mobile phone. He knew that if he didn't go back, the old man would probably commit suicide to the school himself. The hall of the Han family is overcrowded at this time. The shocking turmoil created by Han Yi caused huge fluctuations. The massacre of more than 100 people has never happened in the history of the founding of China. Although the news was tightly sealed, it still made the high-level officials very angry. The Han family's background is not small. It is considered a tyrant in the entire Donghai city, and there are many forces in the province, but if this matter rises to the national level, then the Han family is really nothing. Han Yi killed so many people, no one can keep him. When the news came, all the elders of the Han family rushed home in fright. Uncle Han Zihao hurried home from the army by helicopter, Uncle Han Yang drove back from a neighboring city, and sister-in-law Han Ying even flew back by plane. As soon as they entered the house, they complained a lot. "My God, what the hell is going on, old man? How dare Xiao Yi be so bold? Did he really kill so many people? Crazy, crazy, we can cover him for his nonsense on weekdays, who can cover him for killing so many people? Damn it, I've heard about it in the army. Is this brat trying to defy the sky?" Han Zihao and the others cursed angrily, all hating iron for nothing. They usually dote on Han Yi very much. After all, this guy is the only male in the family, but this time the incident is too big, it is so big that everyone is scared. What's the use of complaining? It's already happened, so find a way to solve it. Han Zhengnan scolded, dissatisfied. How to solve it? Are you confused, old man? Even China's top aristocratic family can't suppress this kind of thing. Han Zihao complained depressedly. With our Han family, we can't cover it up. Ji Zuman is my old leader's mistress. My old leader called me just now. He was furious and told me to follow suit. This is putting pressure on our Han family. Han Yang said anxiously. This time it's not just Xiao Yi's business. Han Ying said seriously. The enemies of our Han family are all gearing up to make a big fuss. I have received a lot of news that is not good for us. Several opponents are secretly working hard to make this matter bigger. Now the situation is quite troublesome. Uncle, sister-in-law, don't worry. Han Yushi comforted softly. Xiao Yi is no longer what he used to be, he can solve these things. This. Han Zihao and the others couldn't laugh or cry. How could Han Yi solve such a big incident? Yushi, Xiao Yi is in a lot of trouble this time. This matter has definitely been related to him. Han Ying said bitterly. Once the superiors decide to arrest him, he will definitely be sentenced to death. Hurry up and find a way to send him abroad to hide for a while. The blood of our Han family cannot be broken. Death penalty. So serious. Han Yushi exclaimed, and the faces of the others were also solemn. In fact, the situation is really that serious. Han Yi was caught and sentenced to death, but the most fearful thing was that the opponents of the Han family would take the opportunity to make a big fuss, and everyone would be in bad luck. For a while, everyone was also frowning. More than 10 minutes later, Han Yi's car entered the villa. When he got out of the car and walked into the hall, he was immediately stared at by a pair of eyes. Uncle Han Zihao was born in the army, but now he is a major general. He has a majestic face and a pair of tiger eyes. He said angrily, "Little bastard, you still know how to come back. Do you know how much trouble you have caused? Uncle, sister-in-law, you are all back." Han Yi greeted calmly. "Long time no see, miss me." "Xiao Yi, do you know that you got into trouble, you brat?" Uncle Han Yang said angrily, "Are you still in the mood to joke? Now the superiors are ready to order people to be arrested. We can't delay it for long." Auntie Han Ying showed a trace of anxiety on her well-maintained face. "Xiao Yi, go and clean up quickly. No matter what this time, we must send you abroad." Seeing the anxious reprimand of the elders in the family, Han Yi not only did not feel disgusted, but was secretly moved. This is the family who is really worried about him, and this is the taste of home. "Don't worry." Han Yi smiled and comforted. "Isn't it just that some people are dead? Not only can they not do anything to me, but they will come to curry favor with us, don't worry." "Xiao Yi, what are you talking nonsense about? We are trying to save you now." Hanzheng Nanchi stared. "Really don't worry," Han Yi said. "Not only will I be fine this time, but the Han family will also benefit greatly." "What nonsense are you talking about? Everyone didn't believe it." "Don't believe me. Just wait and see." Han Yi turned his head and asked, "Uncle, do you know anyone from the Chinese Academy of Sciences?" "Chinese Academy of Sciences? I know someone, what do you want?" Han Zihao was puzzled. "Get a computer here, and tell me the email address of your friend from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and I'll let you know that what I just said is not bullshit," Han Yi assured. "How is this possible? What are you talking about? You brat, pack up and run away," everyone urged anxiously. Han Yushi covered her mouth with a smile. She didn't say anything, she just went back to the room and took out her computer and handed it to Han Yi, playfully said, "Let's get started, I believe in you." Kindness. Han Yi nodded, turned on the computer directly to create a document, and then typed symbol codes one after another in the document. This seemed to be a very esoteric physics equation, and everyone couldn't understand it at all, and they didn't know what he wanted to do. But everyone was suddenly very puzzled. Can Han Yi really do it all? 025 Give up, you can't research it. The Chinese Academy of Sciences is the palace of Chinese scientists. This is the most mysterious place in China and also undertakes the most rigorous scientific research tasks. It is located in Sanlihai, the capital city. It has a large number of scientists in physics, chemistry, biology, etc., and has a large number of experimental groups. It is the most powerful representative of China's scientific and technological strength. Han Zihao's friend in the Chinese Academy of Sciences is called Xie Yongnian. This guy is a scientist from the military, and Han Zihao can be regarded as a comrade in arms. In his 40s, he is already the leader of a research team in the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and he also has his own place in the Chinese Academy of Sciences. At this time, the headquarters of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, meeting room No. 1. Xie Yongnian was attending a large meeting. This meeting was an internal meeting of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. All the participants were veterans of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Xie Yongnian sat in it with an extremely haggard face, obviously in a very bad mood. The cigarette in his hand smoked one after another. He frowned, with a look of bitterness and hatred. Because today's meeting is related to his next research direction, this makes him very anxious. Thank you. The white-haired Dean Chen Qingshan frowned and said, the last topic today is your group's research application. Your group's topic is still the Maxwell-III equation, and you plan to apply for additional research funds. What's going on? Dean, all the doctors. Xie Yongnian got up and said seriously, not to mention the importance of the Maxwell-III equation, everyone knows that once this thing is researched, it will have a huge boost to countless aspects such as military industry, technology, power, nuclear weapons, and quantum. Once it is successfully researched, it can be applied to various industries. It can bring our China's technological level to a new level, and it can advance our technological level for at least 20 years. Therefore, our team still decides not to give up on the Maxwell-III equation. Research, and hope everyone supports additional funds. Xie Yongnian's words caused an uproar in opposition. Impossible, I am the first to object, there is no need to discuss this kind of thing. The idea of the Maxwell-III equation is good. Once it is researched, it will indeed allow us to advance rapidly in technology, but it is difficult to judge the success of this thing with the current level of technology. Who doesn't know that this thing is good, but the top laboratories in various countries can't research it? Do we need to waste time? HMPH, a laboratory in Northern Europe just announced that it will stop researching the Maxwell-III equation, and we're still foolishly investing a lot of money. Is it appropriate? Good steel should be used wisely. All the scientists spoke one after another, and the meeting room soon became lively, and Xie Yongnian's expression became very ugly in an instant. Sure enough, his application was questioned by everyone. Everyone. Xie Yongnian stood up angrily, and said, the 3 research directions proposed by our team this time, I think are very feasible. As long as we continue to increase funds, we can completely deduce the Maxwell-III equation. I still insist on applying. It's ridiculous. The top laboratories in Europe and the United States have given up. Do you still insist on such a small experimental group? The limited scientific research funds should be used for more important research. Our Chinese Academy of Sciences has tens of thousands of scientific research projects. Your group has been struggling with the Maxwell-III equation, and there has been no progress. This will greatly delay other research. The Maxwell-III equation is simply something impossible to study, maybe it is a wrong conclusion, why do we have to study it? Give up, old Xie, it's impossible for you to research it. Everyone persuaded. Finally, the Dean Chen Qingshan also made a serious statement. Old Xie, the work on the Maxwell-III equation is temporarily over, there are other scientific researches in the institute that you want to preside over. Well, Xie Yongnian sighed bitterly, and silently slumped on the chair without making a sound, as if he was 10 years older. He knew that he was powerless, and that it was impossible for so many people to oppose the matter, and the funds of the Chinese Academy of Sciences could not be wasted at will. Maxwell-II equation must be interrupted. He is not reconciled, but so what? He is already powerless against the sky. But just when he was about to give up, his phone suddenly turned on, and an email appeared in his mailbox. Xie Yongnian accidentally opened it, his eyes froze for a moment, and then he burst into surprise because he saw a very complicated equation. In the eyes of ordinary people, this equation is even more difficult to understand than the heavenly scriptures, but Xie Yongnian glanced at it a few times, but his whole body trembled in shock, and he was stunned with excitement. Everyone. Xie Yongnian got up excitedly and growled, I think everyone should take a look at this thing. 026 He really researched this heaven-defying problem. What Xie Yongnian saw was naturally the email sent by Han Yi. He didn't send the complete analysis of the Maxwell-II equation, but just a preliminary simple analysis, but Xie Yongnian could see a lot after reading it, so he was so excited. Thank you. Chen Qingshan said dissatisfied. The study of the Maxwell-II equation has been decided to stop, what are you going to do? Dean, I think everyone should read this. Xie Yongnian said excitedly, no matter what, let's talk about the research after reading this. Kindness. Everyone was very surprised, what exactly did Xie Yongnian mean? What's in his phone? Just when everyone was curious, Xie Yongnian had already connected his mobile phone to the projector, and soon the contents of his email were projected on the big screen in the meeting room. Oh my god, this is impossible, how is this possible? Damn, which laboratory made this? Has the Maxwell-III equation really been researched? Everyone exclaimed, and the meeting room suddenly boiled. Everyone present is a top scientist. This kind of equation, which looks like a Bible to outsiders, is so complicated that it makes people dizzy, but it is clear to everyone. This is a primary analysis of the Maxwell-II equation. This analytical research is very thorough, and it has a very comprehensive summary of all aspects of the Maxwell-II equation. Although it is not a complete version, it is more than 100 times deeper than the research of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. How did you get this thing? Chen Qingshan asked excitedly. A friend sent it. Xie Yongnian smiled wryly. Friend. Everyone was taken aback. In fact, Xie Yongnian was also quite dazed. If this analysis came from top laboratories in the United States or Europe, Xie Yongnian would not be the slightest bit shocked, but would only lament that scientists from other countries were fast enough to walk ahead of him. But this analysis was actually sent from Han Zihao's mailbox, which made him dumbfounded. This big bastard actually has such a top-secret scientific research result. This is a terrifying achievement worth tens of billions. He really can't imagine what all this is all about. Jingle bell. At this moment, Xie Yongnian's cell phone rang suddenly, and the caller ID was Han Zihao's caller. His eyes lit up and he connected immediately, and after turning on the speakerphone, he asked, Hey, Lao Han, what's the matter with the thing you sent me? Thank you, uncle. Han Yi's casual voice came from the other end of the phone. My name is Han Yi, Han Zihao is my uncle, I sent the things in your mailbox. Eldest nephew, where did you get this thing? Xie Yongnian asked. I have the complete analytical equation of the Maxwell-II equation in my hand. Han Yi said in shocking words, of course, what I sent you is only a preliminary analytical version, which is not of much value. After all, the network is not safe. If you want to talk about it. Okay. Xie Yongnian said excitedly, what do you want to talk about? The thing is in my hands, the only one in the world. Han Yi said slowly, I will send another email to your mailbox later, which contains all my requirements. After everything is done, you personally bring someone to Donghai City to get the Maxwell-III equation, and I will copy it in a USB flash drive. You can do whatever you want. After finishing speaking, Han Yi hung up the phone. In the meeting room, there was a dead silence. Everyone heard the call just now clearly. This thing belongs to a young man. This is too nonsense, right? What do you think? Chen Qingshan asked. Dean, I can be sure that the Maxwell-III equation in this young man's hand is real. He has really researched this difficult problem. My God, there is such a genius in the world. We must get the Maxwell-III equation at any cost. He has to meet whatever requirements he has. We must not miss this thing. Whoever stops China's technological progress is the sinner of China. All the scientists present roared excitedly, their emotions almost out of control. They are all the most fanatical science lovers. When they saw the Maxwell equation, they were even more excited than seeing a beautiful woman. After a while, there was another email on Xie Yongnian's phone. In the email, Han Yi unceremoniously mentioned a lot of conditions. Of course, the Dunhuang Palace incident can't be mentioned again. Uncle Han Zihao's rank of Major General will be raised further, my uncle's position will also be raised, my sister's group stock will be raised, and my father's fancy land in Donghai City will be acquired. Those who secretly make trouble and want to kill the Han family must pay the price. All of this, just in exchange for the Maxwell equation. After taking a look, everyone was shocked by Han Yi's audacity. This guy dared to make so many demands, it's crazy. Dean, what should we do? Xie Yongnian asked. What can I do? I'll go to the higher-ups, and I have to agree to him no matter what. Chen Qingshan ordered solemnly, tomorrow, Lao Xie and I will go to Donghai City once, and the rest of the people will be put in a state of secrecy. The entire Chinese Academy of Sciences is on first-level security. Before we come back, no one is allowed to communicate with the outside world, and no one is allowed to leak secrets. 027 Han Yi, what virtue and ability, why can he reach the sky in one step? Han Yi's actions once again caused an uproar in Huasha's top management. Chen Qingshan, the president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, excitedly reported the matter, and seriously clarified the importance of the Maxwell equation, which immediately attracted the attention of the senior management of Huasha, and the matter was quickly approved. Everything was done. On the second day, Chen Qingshan and Xie Yongnian, under the escort of a strengthened special operations company, flew straight to Donghai City by plane. After arriving at the military base in Donghai City, they changed to tanks, armored vehicles, and bulletproof vehicles roaring towards Donghai University. The mighty army was dispatched just to ensure the safe escort of the Maxwell equation. The importance of this thing is self-evident. Everyone knows that there must be no problems with it, so there must be an army to follow. Where armored vehicles pass, all streets and highways are blocked. The passers-by on the road watched this mighty scene in shock, and they all exclaimed in shock. My God, what's the fuss? The army is entering the city. Are we going to war? Isn't this too exaggerated? Armored vehicles and tanks are coming. Passers-by talked in horror, and many people excitedly took pictures and posted them on the internet, which attracted countless people's attention. In the end, the army entered Donghai University domineeringly, which still caused countless students to exclaim. When the soldiers quickly put the law under control and the tanks and vehicles parked under the teaching building of the Department of Electronics, there was a great sensation. Everyone looked around and took pictures, and everyone was talking excitedly. Army, what the hell, this is the first time an army has entered our Donghai University. Tisk tisk tisk, these soldiers are so powerful, this gun should be real. Why are they here? Isn't it a military exercise? HMPH. You don't know yet, Han Yi from class 18 has been involved in a big case, and I heard from my old man that he's going to be in big trouble. No way, what kind of big case sent the army to arrest people? Damn it. Everyone exclaimed in shock, and many people immediately gloated excitedly. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Chen Qingshan and Xie Yongnian, under the protection of a group of special forces, killed the 18th squad in a mighty way. Yi Shuiyu and the whole class who are in class are all stunned. Okay. Seeing the murderous special forces quickly martial law here, everyone suddenly felt that their brains were not enough. What the hell, what's this? The whole class was commotion, only Han Yi dozed off calmly, as if he didn't sleep well last night. Dean Chen, Teacher Xie, why are you here? Yi Shuiyu exclaimed and went out to greet them. Her face was full of surprise and shock, obviously she knew them both. Shuiyu, I heard that you are teaching at Donghai University, but I didn't expect it to be true, you are so talented. Chen Qingshan sighed with a smile. Shuiyu, we are here to find Han Yi today, what about the others? Xie Yongnian anxiously looked at the whole class. Han Yi. Yi Shuiyu's expression changed. Xie Yongnian's words made Yi Shuiyu's imagination run wild. As the eldest lady of the Yi family, she is naturally very well informed. She also heard that Han Yi seems to be involved in a major case. The old man of the Yi family even lamented that this guy is going to be in trouble. Yi Shuiyu hasn't figured out what serious crime Han Yi committed, but the army has already killed him. It seems that Han Yi's crime is not small. God, if that's the case, what crime did Han Yi commit? Crime of treason. If this is caught, it will be terrible. For a moment, Yi Shuiyu was flustered. She didn't have a good impression of Han Yi at first, but yesterday Han Yi's shocking performance deeply shocked her, leaving a trace of throbbing in her heart inexplicably. She never wanted to see Han Yi being taken away. Dean Chen, mentor, are you here to arrest Han Yi? Yi Shuiyu asked anxiously. Catch Han Yi. Everyone was taken aback. Chen Qingshan and Xie Yongnian were also taken aback. What is this about? You can't catch him, Yi Shuiyu said excitedly. He is a physics genius, and I plan to apply to my supervisor to see if I can let him enter the Chinese Academy of Sciences as an intern. He is a talent. Intern. Chen Qingshan and Xie Yongnian were dumbfounded again. Fuck, Han Yi even figured out the Maxwell equation, so it's too talented to be an intern, right? If you can't be an intern, you can be an assistant. Yi Shuiyu said anxiously. Anyway, you can't take him away. If you shoot him, it will be a loss to the country. Ha ha, what is this about? Chen Qingshan laughed loudly, and said, Shuiyu, don't get excited, you don't think about our identities. How could we come to arrest people? We are here to find Han Yi to sample things. Of course, if he wants to join the Chinese Academy of Sciences, he will be the vice president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Associate Dean. Fuck, what's the trouble? Everyone exclaimed in shock, and Yi Shuiyu was also dumbfounded on the spot. The level of the Dean of the Chinese Academy of Sciences is at the ministerial level, and the Vice President is at the deputy ministerial level. Moreover, as a Vice President in a place like the Chinese Academy of Sciences, the energy and power that can be controlled are even more powerful than the number one person in a province. Han Yi, what virtue and ability, why can he reach the sky in one step? Yi Shuiyu was a little stunned, and the whole class of male and female students were also dumbfounded. Everyone seemed to feel that their brains were not enough. Excuse me, where is Han Yi? Xie Yongnian asked excitedly. Swish. Pairs of eyes looked at Han Yi unceremoniously, exposing him directly. Under the eyes of everyone, Han Yi opened his eyes sleepily, and he seemed a little stunned just after waking up. What? Is dinner ready? Han Yi asked weakly. This guy's innocent face made everyone laugh and cry again, and many people wanted to beat him up. 028 18-year-old Major General. This is not a dream. The moment they saw Han Yi, Chen Qingshan and Xie Yongnian were very excited immediately. They walked over briskly, shaking hands with Han Yi. Eldest nephew, here we come. Student Han Yi, nice to meet you. Chen Qingshan and Xie Yongnian seemed to have seen their revolutionary comrades for many years, excitedly holding Han Yi's hand, wishing they would not let go. This made everyone quite confused, and also made Han Yi's face confused. The excited appearance of the two of them is easy to associate with. Fuck, you two are gay. Han Yi withdrew his hand with a disgusted look on his face, and took a step back desperately. PFF'd. Yi Shuiyu couldn't help covering her mouth with a smile, and the whole class also burst into laughter, causing Chen Qingshan and Xie Yongnian to look embarrassed. Han Yi, don't get me wrong, we're just too excited. Chen Qingshan explained with a smile. What are you thinking, nephew? We are straight men, your uncle and I are still single. Xie Yongnian joked with a smile. How about it, are your things ready? We have already fulfilled your request. Oh. Han Yi suddenly became interested. Chen Qingshan was also very tactful, so Han Yi didn't need to urge him to immediately take out a red-headed document. There were several papers in the document bag, which looked very professional. Eldest nephew, do everything you ask. Xie Yongnian said solemnly. Your uncle Han Zihao has made great contributions to the army for many years. He has worked hard, is loyal and brave, and is definitely a pillar of the country. The military administration has specially approved him to be promoted to lieutenant general. Your uncle Han Yang has been in the government for many years, benefiting the people, and has made great contributions to the construction of the province. Therefore, he has been promoted to 2 levels in an exceptional way, and he has been included in the ranks of the provincial leadership trio. The Han Group, founded by your father Han Jian, has been enthusiastic about public welfare for many years and has greatly helped the country's construction and various scientific researches. Therefore, the city's leadership team has decided to hand over the full ownership of the development of the Eastern District to the Han Group. The Yingji Medical Group, founded by your sister-in-law Han Ying, develops new drugs every year and opens high-end private hospitals, which are of great help to the medical industry in our country. VIA has specially approved that your sister-in-law's medical group is one of my official designated purchasing groups. As for you, we, the Chinese Academy of Sciences, jointly applied to the higher-level leaders, and hope that you can join our Chinese Academy of Sciences. As long as you are willing to join, then you will be one of the vice presidents of our Chinese Academy of Sciences, with deputy ministerial treatment. Of course, you can also join the Chinese Academy of Sciences in the name of a researcher in the military. The military and government have issued instructions. As long as you agree, you will be a major general within a year. Xie Yongnian's series of words stunned everyone. Everyone present couldn't recover for a long time, and everyone even wondered if there was something wrong with their ears. Fuck, what the hell is going on here? Why has Han Yi been canonized as a major general when all members of the Han family have received huge benefits? He is only 18 years old, he should be the youngest general in China, how can everyone not be shocked? Whoever slaps me, I seem to be dreaming. By the way, hit me too. I seem to be dreaming too. Fuck, why are you all dreaming the same dream? Master, it's true. What the hell did Han Yi do? He's about to be promoted to Major General, damn it. There was a lot of shocking discussion, everyone was stunned and unbelievable, most of the boys looked envious and jealous, and the girls looked like ecstasy, adoration, and admiration. The most shocking thing was Yi Shuiyu. Her family background made her see more deeply than ordinary people. The actions of Chen Qingshan and Xie Yongnian are enough to explain everything, and the document announced by Xie Yongnian shocked her even more. As long as Han Yi nods, he will be the youngest major general. It will be a great honor for the Han family to be a double general. It will be enough for the Han family to advance to a new level and become a first-class family in China. Other conditions are also very generous. Uncle Han Yi was promoted to lieutenant general, holding more power, and the younger uncle entered the provincial leadership team of 3 people, which is the treatment only for the number 1 person in the province in the future. All this happened because of Han Yi. What did this guy do to benefit the Han family so much? Oh my god, Yi Shuiyu couldn't imagine all of this at all. At this moment, the way she looked at Han Yi had become so colorful, it seemed that she couldn't see through this man at all. How about it, are you satisfied with this condition? Chen Qingshan asked nervously. If you are not satisfied, feel free to make other requests, and we will do everything. No need. Han Yi threw out a USB flash drive and said, the things are here, I refuse to join the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and I can do the rest. That's fine. We will take the things away, I hope you will think about it carefully, the door of our Chinese Academy of Sciences will always be open for you. Chen Qingshan and Xie Yongnian excitedly took over the USB flash drive, as if they were holding some precious treasure. They did not check it in public, because they believed that Han Yi would not lie. After a simple farewell, they left quickly. Teams of special forces waiting in battle quickly opened the way and escorted them away in a mighty manner. People who didn't know thought they were escorting nuclear warheads. Oh my god, what's in this USB drive? Han Yi is too unfathomable, isn't he just a rich second generation? Everyone sighed in shock, and everyone's eyes on him changed. At this moment, who would dare to treat him as a rich second generation? Han Yi, let me come to my office after class. Yi Shuiyu said with great interest, her eyes full of curiosity. 029 I am your teacher, what is your attitude? Yi Shuiyu's office was slammed shut with a bang. Her office is on the far right side of the teaching building, and it turned out to be a well-furnished, clean and tidy one-person office. It seems that she is also a person who pays attention to enjoyment on weekdays, but at this time there are only Han Yi and her in the office, and the atmosphere becomes very strange. The whole school is a sensation. The students in class 18 were excited and bragging everywhere, gossip and gossip spread all over the sky. What they saw just now was spread with embellishment. All the teachers and students in the school were stunned, and those who wanted to see Han Yi's jokes all had red eyes with jealousy. But all of this seemed to have nothing to do with Han Yi. Even though countless people outside were amazed and jealous, he was still calm and composed, just sitting on Yi Shuiyu's chair with a smile, his expression very relaxed. Han Yi, this is my seat. Yi Shuiyu stared angrily. Sit down before the teacher sits down, are you polite? Miss Yi, you look beautiful when you're angry. Han Yi joked with a smile. You, what nonsense are you talking about? She was too curious today, so she planned to ask Han Yi as a teacher what was going on, but why did she feel insecure as a teacher once she entered the office? Now that Han Yi was teasing her even more blatantly, Yi Shuiyu was caught off guard and didn't know what to do. Cough. Yi Shuiyu coughed in embarrassment, desperately maintaining her majesty, and said angrily, Han Yi, please be more correct, the teacher is looking for you to talk to now. Talk? What are you talking about? Han Yi stood up, approached her and asked with a smile, do you want to talk about love or love? You. Yi Shuiyu backed away, but Han Yi still pressed her every step of the way, and finally forced her to the edge of the desk. Yi Shuiyu's breathing quickened, her face flustered, she leaned weakly against the edge of the desk, she had no way out. Han Yi was very close to her, with his hands resting on the desk. Even though Yi Shuiyu leaned back desperately, he still approached with a smile. The eyes of the two met, Han Yi smiled evilly, and Yi Shuiyu was already panicked. At this moment, he is the big bad wolf Yi Shuiyu or the little rabbit. At this moment, Yi Shuiyu finally realized that she had lured a wolf into the house, and she shouldn't have brought Han Yi to the office alone. Yi Shuiyu, who had never had such close contact with a man, didn't know what to do. Time seemed to be standing still, and she could even hear her heart beating wildly. You, bastard, what do you want? I'm your teacher, Yi Shuiyu said angrily. Han Yi smiled and whispered in her ear, do you want to know my secret? Yi Shuiyu suddenly had goosebumps all over her body, as if an electric current was flowing through her body, her eyes became watery, and her breathing became even heavier. Han Yi, don't do this, get out of the way. Yi Shuiyu said angrily, I am your teacher, what is your attitude? 030 Find a place where no one will bother you next time. As a beautiful woman, Yi Shuiyu used to have a noble status and elegant temperament. Most people dare not pursue her at all, and she looks down on those who dare to pursue her, so her relationship experience is like a blank sheet of paper. From then on, there was a figure of a man in her heart, so why didn't she yearn for the slightest entanglement with Han Yi? Unfortunately, just as Han Yi was about to break through the last line of defense, there was a sound of footsteps coming from far and near, as if two people were walking towards here. Kindness. Yi Shuiyu woke up instantly, she pushed Han Yi away in fright, and frantically tugged at her unbuttoned dress, looking guilty. Fuck. Han Yi was also speechless, your uncle, someone came when I was about to do something important. How about such a coincidence? But no wonder. This is a school, a place where people come and go, how could no one come near it? Han Yi was quite reconciled. Yi Shuiyu, a big beauty, was almost outputted by him crazily, just a little bit. Seeing the traces of whiteness that Yi Shuiyu hastily covered up, Han Yi was even more depressed and wanted to vomit blood. He could have appreciated it openly. Han Yi was so angry that he wanted to kill someone when these damned guys came to disturb him. PFF'd. Yi Shuiyu was arranging her dress in a panic, but when she saw Han Yi's depressed face, she couldn't help but snickered. Are you still laughing? Han Yi was depressed. Who told you to be so presumptuous? This is the office, and someone can come anytime. Yi Shuiyu said tenderly. Kindness. Han Yi's eyes lit up, she wasn't angry, instead she looked tender and tender, which is really strange. What does she mean by that? Could it be hinting to Han Yi to find a place where no one will bother him next time? Boom boom boom. At this time, there was a knock on the door, and a middle-aged woman called out, Ms. Yi, are you there? Parents of students are looking for you. Cough cough, come in. Yi Shuiyu said as she sat upright. Her complexion returned to her usual dignified appearance, but there was still a tinge of blush on her face. The door of the office opened, and two middle-aged women, one fat and one thin, walked in. One of them seemed to be the teacher of the school, and the other seemed to be the parent of the student. Han Yi, let's talk about your matter later. Yi Shuiyu said softly with some reluctance, go back to class first. Okay, teacher Yi. Han Yi agreed. Let's talk about it next time. She replied with a blushing face. Seeing that there were outsiders present, she coughed lightly and reminded, "Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you. Your sister seems to be in a lot of trouble recently. You'd better care about her." Trouble? Han Yi was taken aback. A trace of surprise suddenly rose in his heart. What trouble would Han Yushi have? Does it have something to do with the worry on her face before? Yi Shuiyu had a guest at this time, so it was inconvenient for Han Yi to ask more questions, so he nodded in doubt, and left the office swaggeringly under the strange gazes of the two middle-aged women. If someone knew that he was almost in this office and gave the school's most beautiful teacher to that, he would probably become the public enemy of all men in the school. Han Yi smiled slightly, reminiscing about the remaining warmth just now, and suddenly there was a fire in his heart. This girl Yi Shuiyu, sooner or later, Han Yi will unlock all the poses for her, and it seems that she has already had a rippling heart, and she will be able to take it perfectly when she finds a good time next time. Han Yi thought for a while, but instead of returning to the classroom for class, he took out his mobile phone and called Han Yushi. "Hello." Han Yushi's sweet voice sounded on the other end of the phone, and she asked in surprise, "Xiao Yi, are you looking for me?" "Sister, are you going home for dinner tonight?" Han Yi asked. "Go back," Han Yushi said with a smile. "There seems to be a big event at home today, of course I have to go back. Why do you ask that?" "It's okay, have you been in trouble recently?" Han Yi asked again. "Trouble? No, no." Han Yushi's tone was stagnant, and said weakly, "Don't think about it, what trouble can I have, I am the Han family." "It's fine, see you tonight." Han Yi hung up the phone casually, his eyes were already cold. It seems that what Yi Shuiyu said is right, Han Yushi is really in trouble, but she doesn't want to talk about it. She seems to be best friends with Yi Shuiyu, no wonder Yi Shuiyu will remind Han Yi that this is a big deal. No matter what, Han Yi will not ignore this matter. 031 Meet the protagonist again, capture a Virgin Mary Sue alive. That night, the Han family was festively decorated with lanterns and festoons, and the atmosphere was even more joyful than New Year's Eve. Everyone gathered together to promote cups and exchange cups. Everyone in the Han family was always smiling. Even the aunt, uncle, and sister-in-law rushed back. The whole family was unprecedentedly lively, and Mr. Han was also very happy. All of this is naturally because of Han Yi. The deal he made with the Chinese Academy of Sciences allowed the Han family to obtain huge benefits. This benefit was enough to greatly increase the power of the Han family and become a first-class family in China. Although it is not yet comparable to the top wealthy families in China, it is still full of vitality. Uncle Han Zihao's appointment and younger Uncle Han Yong's letter of appointment had already been announced. Most of the enemies of the Han family had been warned and punished, and the big backer behind Jiyu Zuman was even dealt with by double regulations, and his fate was very miserable. For a while, the Han family was in the limelight. Countless people were secretly shocked. They didn't know why the Han family was so against the sky. Those gloating and anticipating the Han family's accident were all dumbfounded. They were secretly envious and jealous, but on the surface they were desperately trying to curry favor with the Han family. Early the next morning, Han Yi didn't go to class. He didn't want to go out for a while, but instead got into Han Yushi's car directly, and it seemed that he wanted to go to the set with her to start work. Han Yushi is usually sent to the set by bodyguards and assistants, but when Han Yi suddenly got in the car, everyone in this luxury car was naturally surprised. "Xiao Yi, do you have no class today? Why are you following me?" Han Yushi asked with a smile. "It's okay, just go and play." Han Yi urged casually, "Drive." "Okay." The driver agreed, and quickly drove to the set. Everyone didn't dare to say anything after seeing this. In the car, Han Yushi's female assistant began to report today's itinerary to her. As a big star, Han Yushi's schedule is very full. There are several commercials for filming alone, and they can be arranged from morning to night before rest, which looks very hard. Without saying a word, Han Yi just closed his eyes and rested silently. Han Yushi definitely has something to worry about, but she can't force Han Yi to say it without telling her, so as a qualified flower protector, he can only rely on his own observation. At around 8 o'clock in the morning, everyone came to the filming site of a TV series. This is a newly built hotel. Part of the filming site of the TV series was filmed with this hotel as the background. A lot of staff were busy on site. The arrival of Han Yushi, the female lead, quickly attracted many compliments and greetings. The director came over to say hello in person, and Han Yushi naturally responded one by one, and finally started to make up and change clothes. While putting on makeup, Han Yushi had to memorize the script at the same time. She was so busy that she didn't have time to talk to Han Yi. It looked very hard. Han Yi observed for a while, and suddenly there was a hint of understanding in his eyes. This drama is an urban love and emotional drama. There are 3 tall, rich and handsome male protagonists, all of whom are familiar celebrities. As for the female protagonists, there are 2 female protagonists. The first female protagonist is Han Yushi, and the second female protagonist is a woman who looks very weak. The problem is with the number 2 female. She seems to be a woman with long sleeves and good at dancing. She looks weak but is actually exquisite. She often has a smile on her face, giving people a feeling of spring breeze, and she has a very good relationship with the 3 male protagonists. She seems to be alienating Han Yushi secretly. From the moment she entered the set, Han Yushi no longer had a smile on her face, but was busy silently, looking a little depressed. On the contrary, the second female lead was chatting and laughing with the 3 male protagonists. It seemed that the atmosphere was very strange. This should be the reason why Han Yushi was troubled. This woman is weird. Han Yi made his own judgment, so he took a few steps closer curiously. When he approached the second female number, the system suddenly gave a reminder. Drip. Pay attention, detect the existence of the protagonist nearby, scanning, please wait. Protagonist, Shu Liren. Age, 23. Identity, actor. Attributes, Strength 7, Speed 6, Reaction 11, Intelligence 14. Binding System, Marisu System. Golden Finger, Elementary Proficiency in Performance, Increase in Charm Value. System Evaluation. This is a system dedicated to cultivating Marisu. The only person bound to the system is Shu Liren. With the help of the system, her acting career has skyrocketed. After entering the showbiz for less than half a year, she has already become the number 2 female. She is very popular, has a bright future, and is infinitely charming. Friendly reminder, Shu Liren's current task is to snatch Han Yushi's role as much as possible during the filming process, and suppress Han Yushi's limelight. Please stop her behavior. One message after another flashed by. Han Yi was stunned for a while. Oh, I'm going to capture a virgin Marisu alive. Han Yi sighed dumbfounded. Marisu is a very magical species. Most of them appear in female video novels and film and television dramas, and the protagonists are often female dicks with humble backgrounds, ordinary looks, ordinary families, and ordinary everything. But they are very kind, perfect, and amiable, and they can have a good relationship with anyone. They are often wronged by the villains but they can still escape perfectly. They are often surrounded by a large number of tall, rich and handsome people, such as domineering presidents, rich second generations, and big stars, all of whom revolve around them, and they are also jealous of her and angry at all her enemies. They are a saint. They are a perfect goddess. They are clearly right and wrong, but they like to pretend to be white lotus flowers. They wished that the whole world would revolve around her. Any woman who was prettier than her would be a villain with a vicious heart, and would be slapped in the face by her. This kind of Marisu heroine, who seems to be perfect, is actually a scheming whore, and each of them is playing with the faults between men and palms. They are super green tea whores that countless beauties hate. Obviously, Shu Liren is such a green tea bitch. Han Yushi has been targeted by her, and she has suffered a lot, no wonder she looks preoccupied. 032 dare to bully my sister, I will beat you to death. Shu Liren's appearance made Han Yi quite astonished. For a long time, Han Yi thought that his enemies were the protagonists who pretended to be slapped in the face of the city, but suddenly met a Marisu, the Virgin of the White Lotus. Hey, let me go, his mood is so awkward. This is clearly the heroine in the female video. Why did he meet such heroines? Han Yi didn't know whether he was lucky or quite unlucky. You are unlucky to meet me. Han Yi sneered in his heart, and waved his hand to summon a bodyguard. Young Master Han, do you have an order? The bodyguard asked respectfully. You have been responsible for following Miss. Han Yi asked. Yes. The bodyguard replied, Miss is filming in Donghai City during this time, and I have been taking a few brothers in charge of security work. What orders do you have? Do you know this female number 2? What did she do to my sister? Han Yi asked coldly, tell me everything you know, don't miss it. Yes. The bodyguard agreed, and he cast a glance at Shu Liren before saying, this woman has been on the set for half a month. She was smiling when she first came, and she is very friendly with everyone, including the young lady. However, in the following filming, she kept stealing the scene and acted very innocent. The relationship between Miss and her began to deteriorate. A week ago, she suddenly had a stomachache during filming and was rushed to the hospital. Later, there was a gossip in the crew that the young lady plotted against her. 3 days ago, she sprained her ankle again, and the young lady was next to her at that time. Everyone agreed that it was the young lady who pushed it. Yesterday her clothes were cut to pieces, and everyone thought it was the young lady who did it. So, you understand, Miss is quite aggrieved, but she doesn't know how to refute, and she cried several times in secret. If it wasn't for signing the contract, Miss would not have planned to come to the film crew long ago. What the bodyguard said made Han Yi's face turn ugly. He knows who Han Yushi is. She has a gentle personality like water, and she is the least likely to argue with others, let alone use petty tricks to harm others. On weekdays, the Han family were afraid that she would be bullied, so they had bodyguards everywhere. She will never harm anyone. Her popularity has always been very good. But ever since Shu Liren appeared, she has been inexplicably portrayed as a savage, capricious, vicious, and entrapping rival female number 1. Shu Liren naturally portrayed herself as a bullied virgin White Lotus. As a result, Han Yushi's roles were taken away a lot, and everyone in the crew leaned towards Shu Liren. Even the 3 male protagonists stood on her side, looking at Han Yushi with disgust. Ever since, Han Yushi has changed from a big star who is cute and approachable to everyone, to a vicious woman who killed the White Lotus of the Holy Mother. Han Yushi has a gentle personality and doesn't know how to fight back. She can only suffer in silence. She shed a lot of tears secretly, and she dare not tell her family to make them worry. This kind of pain has never been experienced. Damn, Han Yi said angrily, if you dare to bully my sister, I will beat you to death. Young Master Han, are you going to deal with her? The bodyguard asked in surprise. Do you think I'll let this stinky woman go? Han Yi said with a frosty face, call my uncle now and tell him to find out the details of Shu Liren for me, and do it right away. I'll see the information within half an hour. Yes. The bodyguard agreed and hurried down to get busy. He understands what Han Yi means. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win 100 battles. A scheming bitch like Shu Liren is best at pretending to be pitiful. If she confronts a tough guy, she will definitely ruin her reputation. The only way is to outwit her. This kind of woman, seemingly weak, is actually the most difficult to deal with. Under their pitiful appearance, there is a terrifying sharpness hidden. If Han Yi is not prepared to deal with her, Han Yi will not be sure to deal with her. No matter what, those who dare to bully Han Yushi must not let them go. If they don't ruin her reputation, and don't give out the bad breath, Han Yi will never let it go. After a while, a lot of information appeared in Han Yi's hands. At 9:30 in the morning, everything is ready. The director held up a small trumpet and shouted, are the departments ready? Hurry up when you are ready, let's start shooting. Episode 8, Section 3, Scene 9, Start. The camera starts and the shooting begins. This scene is about the female number 1 and the female number 2 drinking coffee at an open-air coffee booth outside the hotel. While chatting, the male number 2 came to the female number 1. After the filming started, Han Yushi quickly entered the state. Although she and Shu Liren were very at odds, she still smiled and acted well in this drama from her professional perspective. During the filming, the two of them talked about the dialogue with a smile, their expressions were very natural, and the filming went very smoothly. Soon, the male number 2 will appear. As soon as he appeared, he had a dispute with Han Yushi. After the quarrel, according to the script, Han Yushi was angrily holding coffee and ready to splash him in the face, but Shu Liren stopped him naturally. After a while of confusion, an accident happened. The coffee in Han Yushi's hand didn't splash on the male number 2, but on Shu Liren. The incident happened suddenly, and everyone was taken aback. Ah! Shu Liren's screams began to resound through the heaven and earth. 033 Do you want to act? I will accompany you to the end. The accident happened, and the audience was stunned. Shu Liren was splashed with coffee, and her delicate makeup and dress were immediately stained. She screamed subconsciously, and the scene was in chaos. Han Yushi was dumbfounded, and everyone was dumbfounded too. God, what the hell is going on here? According to the script, shouldn't it be the second male lead? Why did Han Yushi spill coffee on Shu Liren? Did she do it on purpose? Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. Han Yushi explained in a flustered manner, suddenly at a loss. Oh, Shu Liren's acting skills exploded, and she was silent. She first looked at her clothes and then wiped them silently with a tissue. Anyone who saw this scene would feel familiar. Oh my god, isn't this a plot where the villain plots against the White Lotus? At this moment, everyone judged that it must be Han Yushi who was jealous and spilled coffee on Shu Liren on purpose. Shu Liren was so wrong that she did not dare to resist and could only cry silently. Han Yushi, how could you do this? The male number 2 angrily accused. Even if you have a good family, even if you are a big star, you can't bully people like this, right? That's right, you have bullied Shu Liren several times in the past few days. I can't help it anymore, let me tell you. You vicious woman, how vicious you are under your beautiful appearance, you bully such an honest person like Shu Liren. Accident, you must say it was an accident, but all fools know that you deliberately spoiled her, and you are jealous that she has more roles than you. The male number 1 and the male number 3 were the first to criticize, and the others were also talking and pointing. In an instant, Han Yushi was criticized by thousands of people. She was so anxious that she was at a loss and didn't know how to explain it. Don't get me wrong, I don't know what's going on, this matter is really a misunderstanding. Han Yushi explained anxiously, but still no one would believe her. Don't explain, do you think everyone is a fool? Do you really think that you can bully people at will because you are a big star? Sorry, you have to apologize to Shu Liren today, otherwise we won't agree. Damn woman, it's rare to have such a vicious heart. Why don't you die? Everyone accused angrily, and Han Yushi's face turned pale from the stimulation. Hey, Shu Liren pretended to be strong and wiped away her tears, while forcing a smile. Don't do this, it must be my fault, it's all my fault, everyone, don't blame Sister Han, it's all my fault. It's okay if Shu Liren didn't say anything, but once he said it, everyone was angry. Han Yushi, look at you, look at how you've bullied others. Even though you've splashed coffee all over you, you still have to force yourself to smile. Shu Liren is so pitiful, she was bullied so badly, this Han Yushi is like this, what a big star. It's so bullying, I didn't expect her to be so beautiful but so vicious, I'm really blind and still her fan. Everyone pointed again, and many people spoke ill at each other, and Han Yushi's tears were already rolling in her eyes. She was wronged, unwilling, and unconvinced. Even when the female assistant wanted to pull her back, she didn't move. She just stood there stubbornly, enduring the pain silently. Not far away, Han Yi's face was covered with frost. He saw all of this. On the surface, it seemed that Han Yushi really splashed Shu Liren, and Shu Liren was the victim. In fact, all this was a scene she directed and acted on her own. At the moment just now, the woman stretched out her hand and pulled Han Yushi covertly, so that the coffee was poured on her smoothly. Then she started to perform with a top-notch acting skills, and she looked like a victim to win sympathy. Han Yushi just couldn't explain it. This woman's scheming is deep enough. If Han Yi hadn't seen this situation on the spot, he would probably have been deceived, and Han Yushi might not be able to explain it clearly even if he had a few hundred mouths. As the saying goes, there are 3 women in one drama, and a woman like Shu Liren can direct and act in a drama by herself wherever she goes. She is really an extremely difficult opponent. But if she dares to bully Han Yushi, Han Yi will never let her go. System, copy her acting skills and amplify them to the strongest. Han Yi ordered in his mind. Yes, order received. Copy starts, copy successfully. The increase has started, and the primary mastery of acting has been increased to the actor skill, which consumes 30 achievement points. Messages flashed one after another, and Han Yi's temperament suddenly changed. He instantly became a character like an actor, with all emotions under control. The show strikes back, let's go. Want to act? I will accompany you to the end. Hello. Han Yi yelled angrily, the sound was so loud that everyone's ears hurt. Just when everyone looked at him in astonishment, he glared at Shu Liren with fiery eyes, and walked towards her quickly. Huh, who is this person? He seems to be Han Yushi's younger brother. What does he want to do? Everyone exclaimed, and the male number 2 subconsciously wanted to stand in front of Shu Liren and save the beauty. Snort. Han Yi pushed him away in displeasure, walked up to Shu Liren domineeringly, and slapped him down. With a slap, Shu Liren was sent flying, she screamed and one of her teeth was pulled out, she spit out a pool of blood when she opened her mouth, her cheeks were swollen into a pig's head. Oh my god! Everyone exclaimed in unison, everyone was frightened by Han Yi's actions. Han Yushi was stunned for a while, and didn't recover for a while. 034 The Film King possesses his body and strikes back. Han Yi's move shocked everyone. He went so far as to beat Shu Liren, and even swollen her cheek and knocked her teeth away. Looking at the pool of blood on the ground, everyone present looked shocked and angry. Bastard! The male number 2 roared angrily, who the hell are you? How can you beat people indiscriminately? You beat a woman, are you still a man? He seems to be Han Yushi's younger brother, what the hell? My sister is vicious, and my younger brother is even more ruthless. If you don't agree with me, he will beat you. Look, everyone, this pair of siblings is too cruel, they dare to take advantage of their power and power to hit people at will. Look at the people who were beaten. They were bleeding and their teeth were knocked out. Shu Liren is so pitiful. Fuck, this bastard is so rich, he's not human at all. Everyone accused angrily, and the whole audience was enraged. Xiao Yi, are you crazy? Han Yushi exclaimed. Snort. Han Yi gave a cold snort and didn't say much, he just stared at Shu Liren coldly, this woman really has deep morality. Han Yi made a bold move, the incident happened suddenly. But she was not caught off guard by the beating, nor did she instantly turn into a shrew like an ordinary woman. On the contrary, she hid her anger and resentment, and then wept silently like a white lotus flower. The expression of shock and aggrieved was very appropriate. I'm sorry, Sister Han, I'm sorry, Mr. Han. Shu Liren smiled aggrievedly, and apologized bitterly. Sorry, I don't know why this happened, it's all my fault, please calm down, please calm down. Shu Liren's showing weakness once again set off the strength of Han Yi and Han Yushi. The angry eyes of the crowd could not wait to burst into flames, and everyone was quite unhappy watching this scene. Shu Liren, you don't have to apologize. The male number 1 shouted angrily, they are the ones who should apologize. Han Yushi deliberately poured coffee on you, and her younger brother hit someone when he came up. They are the ones who should apologize. Yes, they should apologize. 2 Bullying, sorry. Apologize. 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 All the onlookers in the audience were agitated angrily, shouting neatly one by one, which directly made Han Yushi's face full of panic, and also made Shu Liren secretly reveal a trace of pride and resentment. Shu Liren, do you know why I hit you? Han Yi asked angrily. Yes, I'm sorry, no matter what, it must be my fault. Shu Liren apologized while crying. Still playing this way, Han Yi raised his finger and yelled at her, how do you pay for playing with my feelings? Do you think I can't find you if you disappear? You never expected that we met again today. You bitch. Kindness. Everyone was taken aback, everyone was dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? Did you say the wrong line? Didn't Han Yi rush out to beat Shu Liren violently, and then stand up for Han Yushi? Isn't he an arrogant and domineering rich second generation? What is playing with emotions? What bitch? Did they know each other before? Everyone's brains suddenly felt a little insufficient, including Shu Liren. She froze for a while, and finally said weakly, Mr. Han, I don't know you. Don't know me. He he he, he he he. Han Yi said a few times in a row, the actor's skills exploded in an instant, and his every move quickly filled with an endless sadness. His eyes are full of despair. His anger was quickly replaced by sadness. He was like a man who had lost the love of his life, and that look of despair was heartbreaking. Shu Liren, I never thought you would be so unfeeling. Han Yi roared sadly, have you forgotten our relationship for many years? Do you think I won't know you after you have plastic surgery? Do you think I will give up if you pretend to be stupid? What's going on here? Shu Liren screamed frantically, I really don't know you, you lunatic. Look, everyone, this stinky and shameless bitch. Han Yi blamed bitterly. She was childhood sweetheart with me. She said she loved me the most in her life. She said she wanted to grow old with me. She said she wanted to go to romantic Turkey with me, and to Tokyo and Paris. Her family is poor and I have always raised her. Her father's cancer was also brought to his death by me. Later, she kicked me away because I was useless. This stinky shameless woman said she didn't know me. Everyone said how shameless she is. Han Yi accused indignantly, and a tear of grief flowed down the stream, vividly expressing the image of an abandoned man. In an instant, everyone was moved by his true feelings. At this moment, everyone subconsciously believed his words, believed that he and Shu Liren really knew each other, and Shu Liren abandoned him. Oh my god, it turns out that the two of them have known each other for a long time, and Shu Liren even abandoned him. No wonder this guy hits people when he comes up. Tisk tisk tisk, this woman Shu Liren looks so pure, she didn't expect to be a scheming whore, damn it, are we blind? Didn't we wrong Han Yushi just now? Maybe it was Shu Liren, a scheming bitch, who deliberately pulled the coffee, and then poured coffee on her. That's right, I felt something was wrong in the previous few times. Han Yushi is very gentle and approachable, how could he harm others? Fucking shameless scheming bitch, let's see how she acts, shameless. Everyone pointed angrily, and the situation suddenly changed. PFF'd. Han Yushi secretly laughed, she didn't know that Han Yi was performing, the so-called sword walk and slant to surround Wei and save Zhao, he played this trick very well. Shu Liren's knowledge is deep, and Han Yushi's poems are indisputable. Han Yi's skills are deeper, his acting skills are stronger, and he is the first to steal the show when he comes on stage. Didn't you see that Shu Liren is already dumbfounded? She was simply caught off guard. Bastard, I don't know you at all. Shu Liren was so angry that she wanted to vomit blood. 035 This is simply the biggest scandal in the entertainment industry. Naturally, everyone didn't believe Shu Liren's defense. Han Yi's actor-level performance is too provocative. This is clearly a kind of art, a kind of affectionate performance that even deceives himself. This is enough to convince everyone. Shu Liren finally felt the feeling of indisputability, she finally tried Han Yushi's aggrieved. This kind of feeling really makes people want to hit the wall. There are things that don't exist, but they can't explain clearly. Now she is yellow mud falling into her crotch, which is either shit or shit. Why don't you believe me? Shu Liren cried desperately. I don't know him at all, I don't know who he is talking nonsense, you must not believe it. Shu Liren anxiously explained. She had managed to gain this little fame and prestige, and if she was really smeared by Han Yi, then her acting career would be completely over, so she desperately wanted to clarify all this. Unfortunately, Han Yi won't make her wish come true. Shu Liren. Han Yi roared angrily. You still have the nerve to play dumb, do you think everyone will believe you, a scheming whore? I loved you so much back then, but you took away my money and you even eloped with the boy, are you worthy of me? Xiao Yi, how did you know her? Han Yushi smiled and cooperated. Knowing her was a nightmare, I just don't want to mention it again. Han Yi wailed in grief, she was my first love. Back then, I was an innocent boy, but she treated me like this. This is the eternal pain in my heart. Nonsense, you are talking nonsense. Shu Liren asked angrily. Mr. Han, you said I know you, so how did we know each other? Pretend, keep pretending. Han Yi said sadly, I'm very familiar with everything about you. I know how many hairs and moles you have on your body. Do you think it's enough for you to pretend you don't know me? Really? Shu Liren asked frantically, then you tell me what you know. So that everyone can see if you are lying or not. Yeah, tell me, let everyone see what's going on. That's right. Face-to-face confrontation is the best, and you can never go wrong. Everyone booed, and the atmosphere on the scene suddenly became lively. Snort. There was a sneer in Han Yi's eyes, this Shu Liren is really not willing to die until the Yellow River, she will not shed tears when she sees the coffin. Since Han Yi dared to play this kind of tit-for-tat, he was naturally prepared for it. Didn't you see that he took a stack of this woman's detailed information and glanced at it just now? The source of the Han family's news is absolutely awesome. Through certain channels, he could dig out everything about Shu Liren. None of her details could escape Han Yi's grasp. Now she still wants to confront her. This gives Han Yi more room to play. A woman who doesn't know how to live or die, she doesn't even know when she's about to die. Today, Han Yi will ruin her reputation and ruin her future. Shu Liren. Han Yi stepped forward and roared righteously. Your mother cheated on you at the age of 13, your parents divorced, and you have been living with your father, are you? You, how do you know? Shu Liren exclaimed. You didn't want to study when you were 18, you didn't want to make progress, you messed around with the gangsters in society, and you got pregnant and had an abortion in the end, right? Han Yi pressed again. Nonsense, you nonsense. I didn't. Shu Liren screamed in fright. HMPH. Han Yi roared again. You became the mistress of a middle-aged businessman in his 40s for money at the age of 20, do you think no one knows? No, you're talking nonsense, I definitely don't. Shu Liren protested in horror, but her eyes betrayed her. All of this is true. Han Yi's information showed that it was absolutely correct. Shu Liren was said to have hit her most guilty conscience, so she was naturally flustered. Everyone is not a fool. At a glance, it is natural to understand who is right and who is wrong. My God, Shu Liren is this kind of person. Everyone secretly exclaimed. Han Yi didn't intend to let her go, he roared pretending to be angry, so what if you don't admit it? After you were with me, I thought we could last forever, but who knew that you would never change your mind and cheat again? Do you know who she is cheating on? Black people, what the hell, African Shuli, she actually likes foreign guns, do you know how I felt when I saw her lying in He Shuli's arms? Han Yi's words ignited the audience again, and everyone was shocked and uproarious. Fuck, wow, Shu Liren still likes black guns. Oh, let me go, this is simply the biggest scandal in the entertainment industry, I want to break the news, ha ha ha. Nima, this taste is really strong, the city knows how to play. The city has deep routines. I want to go back to the countryside. You urbanites really know how to play. It's amazing. Everyone laughed, and each of them chose to believe without hesitation. The so-called 9 truths and 1 falsehood is the truth. When Han Yi told the truth in the front and added a trace of lies in the back, everyone immediately preconceived that it was the truth. And Han Yi's lie fits everyone's dark heart, so Shu Liren has another pot of dirty water on her body. For a moment, Shu Liren couldn't wash it off even if she jumped into the Yellow River. Facing everyone's mocking, ridiculing, and contemptuous gazes, Shu Liren trembled with anger and blushed. She was wronged, angry, and unwilling, but she wanted to refute but couldn't. She couldn't help crying. No, no, he's talking nonsense. 036 Men control the world, women control men. Han Yi's counterattack made Shu Liren's life worse than death. Her image has always been a pure white lotus, loved by everyone, flawless, sought after by many, rich and handsome, easy to be bullied, everyone will have a good impression of her and a desire to protect her. However, Han Yi's actions caused countless dirty water on her body, and she couldn't wash it off even if she jumped into the Yellow River at this moment. What are celebrities most afraid of? Naturally, they are most afraid of the collapse of the human design. Shu Liren's character design is the Virgin Mary White Lotus, but everyone suddenly discovered that the Virgin had an abortion, was a mistress, played with foreign guns, and cheated. Everyone looked at her changed, and everyone was full of playfulness and disgust. Nobody believed her words anymore. Everyone's first reaction is that this person is too hypocritical. The members of the crew pointed and mocked, and many girls raised their mobile phones with bright eyes, wanting to film this scene and post it on the internet to gain attention. Of course, they also meant to add insult to injury. Bastards, you bastards. You brothers and sisters surnamed Han don't have any good things, just wait for me. Shu Liren screamed bitterly. She didn't dare to be photographed anymore, grabbed her bag to cover her face, and fled towards the toilet in a panic. Wow wow wow. Get out. Everyone laughed and booed and applauded. Shu Liren fled here in a panic, losing one of her high heels. Hey, congratulations, Master, for successfully suppressing the opponent's arrogance, but the opponent's self-confidence and the system have not completely collapsed. Please be careful of the opponent's stronger counterattack. The system intelligence suddenly sounded a reminder. Han Yi couldn't help laughing, he was quite satisfied with the result. It is definitely impossible to get rid of Shu Liren all at once today. She will run away, and Han Yi didn't find the right opportunity to force her to death in a hurry, but it doesn't matter, she is ruined today. Soon, all kinds of rumors will appear on the internet, and she is about to hit the headlines. Let's leave. Han Yushi smiled and said, today's scene may not be able to be filmed. What do you think of the director? Yushi is right. The director said seriously, I will discuss with the producer whether or not the second female lead needs to be replaced. Let the others leave first, and start working again in 2 days. Wow, that's great, haha. Sister Yushi, we all misunderstood you just now. You won't be angry with us, are you? It's actually that bitch's fault. Everyone chattered. Let's just let this matter go, everyone don't take it to heart. Han Yushi's pretty face was full of smiles. Haha, that's great. I've said it all, Sister Yushi is the most approachable. Everyone was overjoyed, and the atmosphere suddenly eased. Han Yushi chatted with everyone for a while, and finally came back to Han Yi. She looked at Han Yi with a smile in her eyes, and finally took his hand and whispered in his ear, you brat, how did you become so treacherous? Wicked people will be punished by wicked people, haha. Let's go home and eat. Han Yi smiled and stretched out his arms, and Han Yushi's jade waist was held in his arms. She screamed in fright, and was dragged out by Han Yi involuntarily. Little pervert. Han Yushi yelled coquettishly, a blush flashed across her face, but not only did she not resist being taken advantage of suddenly, on the contrary she was a little happy. She likes the close contact of Han Yi, which makes her feel very sweet. Han Yi and Han Yushi quickly got in the car and left the set. The second female lead of this show will definitely have to be changed, and it is estimated that it will take several days to start filming. Naturally, everyone packed up their things and dispersed. Only Shu Liren has been hiding in the hotel toilet and dare not come out. In the toilet, Shu Liren went mad with embarrassment. She couldn't figure out why she was treated so badly by Han Yi. Needless to say, she would be ruined this time, but she was not reconciled. Sisters and brothers of the Han family, wait for me. Shu Liren whispered angrily. She took out her mobile phone and made a call silently. Hello. A deep, magnetic male voice came from the other end of the phone. Are you looking for me? Woo. Shu Liren wept silently without saying a word. She was so aggrieved by crying, her acting skills soared again. The man on the other end of the phone immediately became condensed, his breathing seemed to be a little heavier, and he seemed to be able to feel his anger through the phone. Who bullied you? Tell me, he asked coldly, with the demeanor of a domineering president. The Han family. Shu Liren said in a crying voice, it's all my fault, it's all my fault, I shouldn't be too showy, otherwise Han Yushi wouldn't pour me coffee. I shouldn't be stubborn and not apologize, otherwise Han Yushi's younger brother wouldn't hit me in the face, woo woo woo. Shu Liren's words made the atmosphere on the other end of the phone freeze. Snort. He snorted coldly, and said domineeringly, Han Yushi, she is looking for death. Don't cry, it has nothing to do with you, I will find a way to deal with it. The Han family has not yet reached the point of covering the sky with one hand, I will make them pay the price. No. Don't do this, it's all my fault. Shu Liren cried and tried to stop her. You can't provoke them, the Han family is not easy to provoke. I'm fine, don't worry, I'm really fine. Where are you? I'll look for you right away. The man said coldly, this matter will never end. I'll take you to the hospital first. I'm on the set. Shu Liren replied weakly. Okay, wait. The man hung up the phone after leaving a word. The tears on Shu Liren's face disappeared immediately. She put away the phone, with a trace of sneer in her eyes. Men control the world, and women control men. As long as we use some tricks, these idiots will be used by us women. They are all lower body animals. Shu Liren whispered angrily, fight slowly, I will never let your Han family go. Han Yushi, you have to pay for what happened today. 037 Fearless. I'm afraid you'll offend someone you shouldn't. The matter on the set is rapidly fermenting. Nowadays, the technology and network are very developed. Today, many people in the production team have taken pictures and videos. Everyone uses various means to spread them on the internet, chat rooms, forums, and other platforms such as Kuaishou, which quickly caused quite a stir. Who is Shu Liren? In fact, many netizens don't know. However, Han Yushi's popularity is much higher. This matter involved her, which naturally attracted the attention of many netizens. When the detailed incident was disclosed, it immediately caused an uproar among many netizens. Damn it, it's really 666 to capture a scheming bitch alive. The entertainment industry is really chaotic, there are such scheming whores, awesome, ha ha ha. This woman dares to frame our goddess Han. She is looking for death. An unknown little actor is so arrogant. Netizens tweeted wildly all the way, directly pushing Shu Liren to the hot search list. But the next day, things suddenly changed. A behind-the-scenes manipulator began to work quietly. First, a large number of trolls disrupted the audio-visual, and then various Big V accounts posted posts supporting Shu Liren, and described Han Yushi and her brother as evil forces that bully others. Ever since, a scuffle broke out on the internet. Netizens are all dumbfounded. Okay, whoops, who should I believe? The public says the public is right and the woman says the woman is reasonable, everyone is confused. This black hand behind the scenes is very powerful, and his large number of sailors began to post and search for hot searches. Shu Liren's negative news was quickly covered up, and Han Yushi's remarks about being attacked were topped by hot searches. For a while, countless internet headlines began to report excitedly. Within half a day, the number of hits on the hot search reached tens of millions, and Han Yushi's image suffered huge slander. The huge influence of the internet age has been fully revealed. Whoever has the right to speak will be able to tell the black from the white. Obviously, the energy of this black hand behind the scenes is very powerful, and this matter has already caused a lot of trouble. When Han Yi and Han Yushi were having lunch in the Han family hall, the beautiful assistant from the brokerage company hurried over. "Sister Yushi, it's not good, have you read the news?" The little assistant asked anxiously. "What's wrong?" Han Yushi was taken aback. "Look at it." The little assistant handed over the tablet, and the titles of the headlines on the website were shocking. Scandals exposed in the entertainment industry again, the popular actress Han Yushi bullying others. Han Yushi's bullying of young actors on the set was exposed, her image and personality completely collapsed, and the pure girl turned into a scheming bitch in seconds. The new actress Shu Liren was bullied, the popular actress Han Yushi and her younger brother beat people in public, and the injured are now receiving treatment in the hospital. All kinds of titles turned out. Han Yushi glanced at it and immediately became very angry. "Isn't this nonsense?" "That's not it," the little assistant said angrily. "Since last night, some people have been deleting posts and top trending searches, making us mad. Our company has also contacted the Navy, but they didn't accept our order, and our clarifications on the internet were quickly flooded. Damn it, how could they do this?" Han Yushi looked angry. As soon as these headlines come out, coupled with the descriptions of various writers, black can be said to be white. Although a small number of people know the truth, most netizens don't know the truth. In this way, Han Yushi's image will suffer a huge blow. At that time, Han Yushi will not only be ruined, but also become the target of countless people's resentment. The infamy on the internet alone is enough to make her collapse. Under anger, Han Yushi's pretty face was covered with frost. The Han family is not easy to provoke. Who dares to play tricks behind their backs? Could it be that he thinks he can resist the power of the Han family? "If people don't offend me, I won't offend others. Our Han family must not be bullied," Han Yushi said coldly. She was so approachable and approachable. "Sister, let me do this kind of thing," Han Yi said with a smile. "Kindness." Han Yushi was taken aback for a moment, and finally she nodded with a smile on her face. She completely put away her edge, as if she enjoyed being a little woman hiding behind Han Yi. The women of the Han family were bullied, so Han Yi naturally would not sit idly by. "Do you know who is buying trending searches?" Han Yi asked. "I know," the little assistant said quickly. "It seems to be Zhou Dingfeng, the president of ExpressNet." After speaking, the little assistant took out a stack of documents. The information is very detailed, including all the information of Zhou Dingfeng, and his real photo. This is a serious, handsome and domineering man. Zhou Dingfeng, 38 years old, a returnee. He founded Express News 3 years ago, specializing in collecting celebrity scandals and exposing them for profit. He has a very good cooperative relationship with various naval alliances. He is well informed and unambiguous. He is known as the #1 paparazzi in China. He has exposed many big stars, and manipulated and suppressed many people in the industry. He has strong financial resources and is not afraid of anything. He is very difficult to deal with. Most people don't want to mess with him. The little assistant introduced carefully. Han Yi fixed his gaze, revealing a trace of murderous intent. I'm not afraid of the sky. I'm afraid that you'll offend someone you shouldn't. Han Yi sneered and whispered, already putting Zhou Dingfeng on the must-kill list in his heart. He must be the one who supported Shu Liren. Shu Liren was unwilling to be ruined, so she encouraged him to make a move. However, Zhou Dingfeng thought that he was very powerful and omnipotent, so he got involved in this matter. A young and promising returnee who thinks he can control everything. Then he is courting death. No matter what, Zhou Dingfeng and Shu Liren would not let them go. Someone pretends to be the author and swears in the book review area, so I will explain it specially. Today I was shocked to find that someone pretended to be the author in the book review area, and then scolded the readers with the same trumpet, and the scolding was very exaggerated, not only greeting the readers' parents, but also saying that the author wants to be a eunuch, and wants to drive away all readers viciously. The author wanted to reply and explain but was locked and could not reply. I was really aggrieved, so I had to delete his comment. Readers who have been scolded, I hope you don't get angry. Readers are the author's parents. No one would be so stupid to scold readers, only those with ulterior motives would do so. For this matter, the author has been depressed all day long. Many readers have already been recruited, and their collections have dropped a lot. For those who pretend, the author greets you all women in the family. Those who can do this must be the author, colleagues. You hit your competitors like this, do you think you will have much success? 038 Life and death are bearish, if you don't accept it, do it. Expressnet headquarters, in the office on the top floor. Shu Liren, who looked so pitiful, was sitting opposite the domineering CEO Zhou Dingfeng, who had no expression on his face. They were sitting on the sofa drinking coffee, but their eyes were fixed on the laptop on the desktop. The situation is very good. Our fishing boat has basically gained the upper hand. Zhou Dingfeng said with a sneer, our writers are fabricating more shady stories, and these shady stories are continuing to ferment. I believe it will not take long for Han Yushi's reputation to completely stink. She didn't respond. Shu Liren was surprised. Yes, Zhou Dingfeng said, Han Yushi's entertainment company has already issued a stern warning to us, and even said that they will resort to the law. But when we refused, they tried to reconcile, but I still refused. Why did you refuse? Shu Liren pretended to be afraid and said, the Han family is not easy to mess with, we should put peace first. Reconciliation. HMPH. What a beautiful idea, do you think this matter can be settled like this? Zhou Dingfeng said coldly, let them sue, I'll play them to death. It is difficult to collect evidence for this kind of thing. And it takes a long time to sue, which is enough time for Han Yushi to be completely buried in the snow. Also, I'll contact a few little stars later, and let them cooperate to smear Han Yushi, saying that she was once unspoken by a certain director. The more realistic the story, the better. Of course, I will also make some pornographic news, I will play her to death. As soon as these words came out, Shu Liren's eyes immediately flashed with excitement. She bitterly hoped that Han Yushi would be pulled down, and she even more hoped that she would take the opportunity to rise to the top and quickly gain exposure. I'll hold a press conference for you in a few days. Zhou Dingfeng waved his hand domineeringly. I will arrange a group of journalists to interview you, and you should explain everything about the set. You will be a victim at that time, and you will receive a lot of sympathy, and you may even take the opportunity to become famous. Shu Liren was overjoyed, but she still pretended to be worried and said, this is not good, the Han family is not easy to mess with, let's calm down and let's stop fighting with them, shall we? No, the Han family. What can they do to me? Zhou Dingfeng sneered. They have never set foot in the news media industry, and our Express News website has not been listed. This is a society ruled by law, and they have nothing to do with me. In the internet entertainment circle, I am the king. Whoever controls the fishing boat is the master. What is a Han family? Kindness. Shu Liren nodded pitifully in agreement, as if letting him make the decision. Zhou Dingfeng enjoyed the refreshing feeling of deciding everything. Boom. At this time, a female secretary anxiously pushed open the door of the office, and said in a panic, "President, it's not good. You look online. Kindness." Zhou Dingfeng and Shu Liren were both startled. What happened? Zhou Dingfeng quickly clicked on the webpage, and the next moment he was shocked, because the negative news about Han Yuxi on various webpages had disappeared, but the scandal about Shu Liren was quickly put on the top. "What the hell is going on?" Shu Liren exclaimed. Early this morning, the relevant departments at the top interviewed the heads of the major websites, and they were so scared that they obediently deleted the posts. The female secretary said anxiously, "Besides, the Navy alliance has been hacked, and they can't take care of themselves now." "How is this possible?" Zhou Dingfeng was horrified. "Nothing is impossible," Shu Liren said bitterly. "The Han family is working hard, it seems that we have no chance to win." "Nonsense." Zhou Dingfeng was furious. "This is a society ruled by law, can they still cover the sky with one hand? This matter is endless, I have plenty of ways to fight back." "President, our website has also been hacked and is now paralyzed," the female secretary reminded weakly, "and the relevant department has issued a shutdown notice, restricting us to shut down all web pages within 3 days. How is this possible?" Zhou Dingfeng exclaimed. At this time, there was a sound of footsteps. A girl at the front desk of the company anxiously brought in a group of people in court uniforms. As soon as these people entered the office, the leader asked, "Who is Zhou Dingfeng?" "I am." Zhou Dingfeng asked in surprise, "Are you looking for me?" "Mr. Zhou Dingfeng, someone has reported your company's tax evasion, money laundering, and website pornography by real name. Please come with us. In addition, your company has to be temporarily shut down." The man in uniform opened his mouth and showed a written arrest warrant. He waved his hand and said, "Take it away." "No, did you make a mistake?" Zhou Dingfeng's face turned pale with fright, and he suddenly realized something was wrong. This guy is a returnee who received an overseas education. He is full of laws and regulations. He likes to take advantage of legal loopholes. He thinks he is a superior genius. In addition, he had teased a few big stars before, and they didn't dare to retaliate against him, so he thought he could not be afraid of anyone. Unfortunately, it was Han Yi he provoked. Han Yi is not interested in slowly playing with the law with him, he has a million ways to make this guy's life worse than death. Life and death are bearish, just do it if you don't accept it. Han Yi called his uncle and said that Han Yuxi was being bullied, and the uncle was furious and ordered a thorough investigation, so the Han family network was launched, and the current situation appeared. How could Zhou Dingfeng not be tricky in starting the company? It's okay if you don't investigate, a lot of problems will be found out once you investigate, so the court came to arrest people justifiably. Soon, Zhou Dingfeng was captured on the spot. The company was forcibly closed down, causing panic. Zhou Dingfeng quickly fell from a domineering president to a criminal suspect. He was in such a mess, he didn't recover for a long time, he was already stupid. "No, you can't do this, I didn't commit a crime, I'm not a criminal." Zhou Dingfeng yelled desperately, and was finally dragged away by force. Shu Liren witnessed this scene with her own eyes, her face turned pale with fright, she suddenly realized that the situation seemed to be getting out of control. 039 mentally ill say they are not mentally ill. The Han family's counterattack is menacing. Zhou Dingfeng was quickly taken away, and the Express website was also quickly shut down. Once this guy's crimes are proven, he will go to jail. At that time, he will change from a domineering president to a prisoner, and he does not know how he died in the end. Shu Liren was so frightened that she left the building in a panic, wishing she could run far away immediately, because she instinctively felt something was wrong. It's okay, it's going to be okay. Zhou Dingfeng's investigation is his business. Whoever let him be caught for breaking the law and committing a crime, I didn't commit a crime. They can't do anything to me, I will leave Donghai City immediately, far away. Shu Liren whispered in a panic, and she was about to flee Donghai City when she stepped out of the building. She comforted herself while calming her panicked heart. But the more this happened, the more nervous she became. She knew that things were not that simple. Han Yi's counterattack was definitely more than that. Zhou Dingfeng was just a bug that could be easily crushed to death, and he hated her the most. Sure enough, Shu Liren's sixth sense was correct. She had just walked out of the building and was about to get in the car to leave, but found that there were already two burly men standing beside her car, and in a luxury car not far away, Han Yi was looking at her with a smile, with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. "You, why are you here?" Shu Liren exclaimed. "Miss Shu, I'll see you off." Han Yi said with a smile, "Are you in such a hurry?" I have something to go abroad, what does it matter to you?" Shu Liren sneered and asked, "Did I also commit a crime?" "No, of course you haven't committed any crimes." Han Yi smiled and shook his head. "Although you use that idiot Zhou Dingfeng as your weapon, no one can catch you, you are very powerful." "HMPH, I don't know what you're talking about." Shu Liren quickly regained her composure and said, "Mr. Han, if you have nothing else to do, I have to go first, we will meet later." "You provoked me and you want to run away." Han Yi laughed dumbfounded. "Do you think I'm a bun, anyone can pinch it?" "What do you mean? What do you want to do to me?" Shu Liren's expression froze. "I said before, there are some people you can't afford to offend." Han Yi said coldly, "I've thought about it and finally came up with a place that suits you well, where you can perform to your heart's content." "What do you want to do? There are so many people here, what do you want to do?" Shu Liren backed away in horror, wanting to run away in fear. "Run, can you run?" Han Yi waved his hand disdainfully, and an ambulance roared over in the distance. The ambulance stopped, and several medical staff pushed the ambulance roaring down, and appeared directly beside Shu Liren. "You, what do you want to do?" Shu Liren exclaimed. She swept her eyes and suddenly found a few words on the ambulance, Donghai Mental Hospital. God, Han Yi actually wanted to throw her into a mental hospital. "Are you crazy? How can you do this?" I'm not mentally ill." Shu Liren screamed anxiously. "Tisk tisk tisk." Han Yi asked with a smile, "Doctor, do you see any signs of mania in her symptoms?" "That's right." A doctor in a white coat nodded seriously. He looked Shu Liren up and down and said, "This lady's mental condition is very worrying. She already has signs of mania. It seems that she is in urgent need of treatment. Take her away." "No, you are talking nonsense, he wants to harm me, you can't do this." Shu Liren was frightened and struggled desperately, but she was forcibly tied to an ambulance stretcher by the medical staff. This psychiatric hospital is an institution under the banner of Han Yi's sister-in-law Han Ying. When Han Yi came forward in person, the medical staff naturally dared not listen, and Shu Liren couldn't resist in a hurry. "No, I'm not mentally ill. Let go, I'm a big star, I'm not mentally ill." "Han Yi, you bastard, you plot against me, you bastard. Help, everyone, help me. I am a big star actress. They want to take me to a mental hospital by force. They want to plot against me. Help." Shu Liren screamed and struggled desperately, attracting the curious eyes of many passers-by. "What is this?" Everyone was surprised. "Everyone, don't mind." Han Yi explained with a smile. A patient came out of the mental hospital. He insisted that he was a big star actress, and that he was framed by someone and that his condition was very serious. "Everyone understands. So that's the case, no wonder. Tisk tisk tisk, what a pity that such a beautiful woman has become mentally ill. Psychopaths say that they are not mentally ill. Doesn't the doctor come to pick her up and refuse to go back, and say that she is an actress? I also say that I am the president." Passers-by shook their heads and smiled, and they all dispersed after a while. No one wanted to care about this matter at all. Shu Liren was dumbfounded on the spot. A trace of despair suddenly surged in her heart, and looking at the smiling Han Yi, she realized the seriousness of the situation. She has always thought that as long as she doesn't get caught, she cannot be afraid of anyone, but who knows that Han Yi is more ruthless than her, and she can't struggle at once. Once sent to a mental hospital, it would be strange if she wasn't tortured into a mental illness. How could she prove that she was not mentally ill? Enter to get injections, electrotherapy, take medicine, and be locked up with a bunch of psychopaths. Man, this is absolute hell for normal people. No, young Master Han, I know I was wrong, please let me go, please. Shu Liren begged desperately. Walk slowly. Han Yi waved with a smile, and the medical staff immediately forcibly carried her into the car, and the door slammed shut. No, let me go. I'm not mentally ill. Shu Liren screamed in horror. 040 unknowingly, brother Zhang is already such a dick. To the enemy, Han Yi has never been polite. Zhou Dingfeng committed suicide in the police station 3 days later. Xu Liren was kept in a mental hospital and tortured. She received electrotherapy or brainwashed every day. She was so smart that she couldn't prove that she was not sick. On the 5th day, she finally collapsed completely. Drip. Congratulations to the master for completely defeating Xu Liren's willpower. At this time, she is close to a state of madness. You can plunder her luck. May I ask if you want to plunder? A notification tone suddenly sounded from the system, which put Han Yi, who was drinking red wine at home and playing golf leisurely, in a good mood. Plunder, devour. Han Yi ordered in his heart. Yes, order received. The plundering has begun, and the devouring is unfolding. The opponent's system is collapsing, successfully plundered the opponent's performance skills, and evolved into actor skills. The other party's system has successfully collapsed, the other party has fallen into a coma, and part of the memory has been deleted. Congratulations to the master for devouring the opponent's system, gaining all the luck of the protagonist of the opponent, gaining 500 achievement points, increasing all the attributes of the whole body by 10, and gaining an additional boost, 999 times the charm value. Congratulations to the master for exceeding 3000 achievement points. Activate the third binding skill of the main system, interference shielding. God level villain counterattack system. Host, Han Yi. Age, 18. Identity, rich second generation. Attributes, strength 38, speed 37, reaction 35, intelligence 49. Achievement points, 1320. Skills that have been plundered. Bajiquan Grand Master, Taoist Celestial Master, Heavenly Thunder comes into the world. Super Scholar, Movie King, charm value 999 times. System binding skills. Skill duplication, power boost, interference shielding. Interference shielding. The main system binds skills, which can temporarily shield the opponent's system and cheats, making their skills useless. The success rate is 30%, and each time consumes 50 achievement points. A piece of information came to mind. Han Yi was even more delighted. Successfully devouring the opponent's system, now he has become even stronger, exuding the powerful charm of a movie king. His every move is like a male god, attracting people's attention. The enhancement of the whole body's attributes made Han Yi's physical and mental strength even more powerful. At this time, he didn't need any enhancements, and he could overwhelm a bodyguard with one punch. Moreover, the activated third system binding skill seems to be super stunning, and there is a way to interfere with the opponent's system cheats. Fuck it, this is simply a sharp weapon for the villain to pretend to be coercive. Tisk tisk tisk, brother Zhang is already such a dick before I know it. Han Yi sighed flatteredly. At this time, Han Yushi came from the restaurant with a smile, waving her mobile phone and said, Xiao Yi, do you want to go shopping? Shui Yu asked me to go shopping, how about you go with me? Shopping. Han Yi's eyes lit up. He knew that Yi Shuiyu and Han Yushi were best friends. Han Yi was busy cleaning up Xu Liren these days, and he never went to school. He didn't expect Yi Shuiyu to ask Han Yushi to go shopping. Thinking of Yi Shuiyu's astonishing figure, Han Yi couldn't help but stiffen slightly to show respect, wishing to eat her right away. Now that Han Yi has nothing to do, he can consider attacking her. Moreover, it is a beautiful thing to go shopping with two beauties, which is in line with his status as a rich second generation. Okay. Han Yi agreed decisively. When? Now, when do you want to? Let's go. Han Yushi smiled and came over to wrap his arms around him, and pulled him to the room. Come with me to change clothes first. Christine's store also sent me more than 10 skirts yesterday. You can choose one for me. Choose clothes. Good. Han Yi agreed in surprise. Han Yushi had a rare rest. Since Yi Shuiyu asked her to go shopping for afternoon tea, she naturally wanted to dress up and go out to relax. Of course, because she took Han Yi out together, she naturally paid more attention to it. Her boudoir is warm and luxurious, and the layout of the girls' series is very eye-catching. The cloakroom alone has a size of dozens of square meters, and there are so many cloakrooms and shoe cabinets that it is almost like a specialized store. Of course, Han Yi also came in for the first time. It was a feast for him to see so many women's items. Little pervert, what are you looking at? Help me choose a dress. Han Yushi smiled coquettishly, pointing to a bunch of new products for him to choose. You are so beautiful, you can look good in anything, let's take this one. Han Yi picked up a white gauze dress casually. Real. Han Yushi was pleasantly surprised, she also seemed to like this dress very much. Since Han Yi chose it, she didn't hesitate any longer, and actually started to change it in front of Han Yi. Kindness. Han Yi stared, shocked in his heart. Damn, he never expected that Han Yushi would change clothes in front of him. Seeing the skirt slip off, his anger suddenly soared. This snow-white gauze dress is made by the world's top designers. It is purely handcrafted. There is only one piece in the world, and it can only be worn once. It has a novel and fashionable style, and it is elegant and majestic after wearing it. After Han Yushi put on it with a blushing face, she turned around in front of Han Yi, and she looked as graceful as a fairy. How is it? Does it look good? Han Yushi asked with a blushing face, her eyes full of anticipation and apprehension. It looks good, how could it not look good? Han Yi praised with satisfaction. Renmei looks good in everything she wears. You can't go out like this, it will cause countless passers-by to watch and take pictures, and I will not be a good flower protector at that time. PFF'd. You're the only one who can talk. Han Yushi laughed coquettishly. She finally chose a hat to match, and she also wore glasses and silk scarves. This way, she covered her real face, and she might not be afraid of being recognized even if she went out on the street. Perfect, let's go. Han Yi urged with a smile. Only then did Han Yushi nodded in satisfaction, hugged Han Yi's arm again, and the two went out together. 041 enemies are extremely jealous when they meet each other, and the road meets a god-level prodigal son. The shopping place that Han Yushi and Yi Shuiyu agreed to go shopping is naturally the most famous Pearl Building in Donghai City. This is the largest luxury store in Donghai City and even the whole province. The whole building is located in the most prosperous commercial center. It is as high as 38 floors, and there are a large number of shops on each floor. Most of the famous shops that can be stationed here are international and domestic well-known brands, and all the people who come in and out of this place are of high net worth. A belt here starts at a minimum of tens of thousands of yuan. Any watch here, starting at a minimum of hundreds of thousands. A small pin here is definitely a luxury brand made by hand, and the value is as high as hundreds of thousands. This is definitely the best choice for the rich to show off their wealth, the rich second generation to pick up girls, and buy fume to go shopping and drink afternoon tea. Early in the morning, when Han Yi and Han Yushi's cars stopped in front of the Pearl Building, Yi Shuiyu had already been waiting here for a long time. Today she drives a Ferrari. The red Ferrari paired with the red skirt on her body made her look very bright and charming, and it was obvious that she had been well dressed, and she would not look inferior in the slightest when standing with Han Yushi. On the contrary, she had a different kind of thrilling beauty. But her eyes are quite resentful. She stared at Han Yi angrily, like a little bitch, especially after seeing Han Yushi holding Han Yi's arm. Her heart was even more sour. Ever since she was almost given something by Han Yi in the office last time, she couldn't sleep well for several days in a row, and thought of that embarrassing scene every night, and when she woke up, she felt like a cat scratched her heart. But this guy didn't come to class for several days in a row. She was worried about gain and loss, and thought he was going to disappear. Han Yi, are you still willing to show up? Yi Shuiyu complained dissatisfied. Why am I reluctant to show up? Hello, Teacher Yi. Han Yi greeted with a smile. You still call me Teacher Yi. Yi Shuiyu complained even more. Hee. Han Yushi smiled and took her hand, and said, Shuiyu, you have been waiting for a long time, let's go in. Did Xiao Yi not go to class all day to make you unhappy? Don't worry, let's go shopping and let him bleed a lot, anyway, he has a lot of pocket money. Alright, hee. Yi Shuiyu laughed instantly, and she said playfully, last time we saw a lot of new styles coming to that store, we must go to see it later, and the handmade coffee, we must try it. Alright, let's go. Han Yushi agreed with a smile. When the two beauties mentioned shopping, their eyes lit up immediately. The two of them excitedly walked in front hand in hand, Han Yi followed behind dumbfounded, and behind him were a few bodyguards, full of aura. A group of people walked into the mall and immediately attracted a lot of attention. The appearance of the two beauties naturally attracted many people to look sideways. Many women pointed and envied and hated, and many men's eyes lit up. If Han Yi hadn't brought some bodyguards out, these people would probably want to come up and ask for the phone number. Han Yushi and Yi Shuiyu are very familiar with this place. They held hands, walked around this store, and walked around that store, and after a while, there were a lot of things in their hands. The two of them are very expensive, and they never look at the price when they buy things. All the things they like are packaged and packaged. Everywhere they go, they are bound to be greeted warmly by the clerks of various famous stores. Han Yi is secretly speechless when he sees them. After a while, a group of people walk to the third floor. Hey, there's a new Louis Vuitton store here, let's go in and have a look. Yi Shuiyu was pleasantly surprised to find a famous store specializing in men's products, so she dragged Han Yi into it. Everyone, welcome. This is a newly opened famous store. There are all new products in the store. You can choose whatever you want. The beautiful salesperson welcomed everyone in politely. As soon as Yi Shuiyu and Han Yushi entered the store, they immediately became excited like chicken blood. Oh my god, this watch is not bad. It seems to be a famous product at an Italian exhibition. It looks good on Han Yi. This belt is not bad either, Yushi, look. The brooch is okay too, why don't you bring one too? Han Yi will be very handsome when using it. The two girls were happier than buying their own things. They excitedly helped Han Yi choose various famous products. After a while, the belts, watches, pins, ties, etc. on his body were all renewed, and each item was very valuable. Han Yi can't laugh or cry. However, he could feel the warmth of the two girls, so he would not refuse anyone who came, and let them smile and try on various luxury items on him. After more than 10 minutes, several customers walked into the store, but Han Yi's face suddenly became very ugly. The first person to step into the store was a young man dressed in casual clothes and dressed like a big local tyrant. He has a handsome face, giving people an air of mastery and majesty. Beside him is a tall and plump mature woman in a long purple dress. She is very beautiful, and her white skin like jade is even more mouth-watering. This woman is very white, big, beautiful, very familiar, and very flavorful. There are 4 bodyguards behind this man and a woman. They also look quite strong, and they look like guys who have undergone special training. This group of people is extraordinary at first glance. But this is not the reason for Han Yi's ugly face. The reason for his ugly face is because he recognizes the young man in the lead. This guy has a prodigal subsystem, and he was the one who rubbed Han Yi on the ground before fighting for wealth. Han Yi hadn't activated the system before, so he couldn't beat him. Now that the system has become awesome, and enemies are extremely jealous when they meet each other, it is naturally impossible for Han Yi to turn a blind eye to him. 042 I like to crush all dissatisfied people. Han Yi is not surprised to run into enemies. It was here that he was pretended to be slapped in the face by this guy. As a pig's foot with a prodigal subsystem, it's no wonder he wasn't here to pick up girls. Anger rose in Han Yi's heart, and he immediately ordered a system scan. Hey, it senses that the protagonist is approaching nearby, and the system is scanning. Scanning succeeded. Protagonist, Zhang Junji. Age, 21. Identity, rich second generation. Attributes, strength 28, speed 19, reaction 27, intelligence 31. Binding system, prodigal subsystem. Gold finger, unlimited black card, taekwondo black belt, cooking master. System evaluation, this is a system that prides itself on being prodigal. The protagonist Zhang Junji is the only binding person. His family has a rich background and countless wealth. He can obtain various treasures to strengthen himself through prodigal. Friendly reminder, the unlimited black card is the bank card that comes with Zhang Junji's system. It can be swiped with unlimited overdraft, which is enough for him to spend unlimitedly. Zhang Junji's current task is to squander 500 million yuan in one day, and capture the heart of the beautiful woman in Yingxie by the way. One message after another flashed, and a sneer appeared in Han Yi's eyes. This Zhang Junji is really chic. After getting the system, he squandered around. He is completely arrogant. How many girls have been picked up by him? This little life is happier than Han Yi, and he can completely crush any rich second generation. But today, Han Yi must take revenge. Hi sir, miss, welcome. Please come in and take a look, we have all kinds of new products in our store. At this time, the beautiful salesperson had already welcomed them in politely. Oh, so many people. Zhang Junji swept his eyes with a smile, first saw Han Yi, then Han Yushi and Yi Shuiyu. Zhang Junji had clashed with Han Yi before, so he naturally recognized Han Yi, but he didn't care about his former defeated opponent, on the contrary he showed disdain. For the two beauties, Han Yushi and Yi Shuiyu, he admired them very much, and looked up and down presumptuously, without shyness at all. What are you looking at? Believe it or not, I gouged out your dog's eyes. Han Yi scolded coldly. Hey, scare me. Zhang Junji smiled exaggeratedly, and said disdainfully, you're not that one, what's that one called? I seem to have stepped on you before, oh yes. Your name is Han Yi, and you had to fight me for riches before, and you were the one who was abused by me and went home crying, right? Yes. Han Yi laughed back angrily, but I hope you won't cry later. Ha ha ha. Zhang Junji's eyes lit up, and he laughed loudly. You don't want to fight with me, do you? Are you sure that the pocket money given to you by your family can compete with me? Kid, don't compare your entire net worth with my pocket money, because you will find that you are so poor that you can't even compare with my pocket money. Kindness. Everyone was shocked. Han Yushi and Yi Shuiyu were also quite surprised. Han Yi and Zhang Junji knew each other before. This guy is arrogant enough. Behind Han Yi is the entire Han family. Now the value of the Han family has skyrocketed. Han Yi's father and sister-in-law's property is about to be listed on the Forbes list. In the future, the money will be earned in a hurry. How many people dare to treat Han Yi as a poor man? Only Zhang Junji dares. What is this guy's support? Who is this guy? He speaks so loudly. Han Yushi was surprised. I don't know him, but the young lady next to him seems to be an Yingshe, who lives in the province. Her family is quite powerful. It is said that her father is already an admiral. Yi Shuiyu whispered. And Yingshe seemed to have heard their discussion. She smiled politely, and said, and Yingshe, Mr. Zhang, how many of these do you know? And Yingshe should be from a good background, with an excellent temperament, and a good judge of people. Han Yi's temperament and demeanor are all first class at this time. He is definitely a figure of the male god level. Han Yushi and Yi Shuiyu are also rare beauties. Who are the three of them? And Yingshe already had a guess. Zhang Junji shook his head disdainfully, and said, yes, why don't you know me? Didn't you see that this kid is declaring war on me? Yingshe, it seems that we have to delay some time today, otherwise some people always don't have a little self-knowledge and always think that they are rich. I don't care. Going shopping is boring anyway, please go ahead. And Yingshe smiled politely, and subconsciously took a step back, as if she was expressing her relationship with Zhang Junji and she didn't want to participate in their conflict. This detail made Han Yi's affection for her double. And Yingshe is a very interesting woman. She comes from a good background, and she will not be as stupid as those gold diggers. Her behavior is smooth and mature, and she is very well educated. She should have been nurtured by a good family tradition. Snort. Zhang Junji snorted unhappily, obviously very dissatisfied with Han Yi's gaze. He is currently soaking in Yingshe. Although Yingshe has not expressed anything to him and has always been polite on the surface, who is he? He is a super prodigal son. What kind of woman can't be bought by money? Therefore, he already regarded Yingshe as his woman. Han Yi looked at the woman he identified so presumptuously, which naturally made him very upset. Yingshe, just say what you like today. Zhang Junji said with a half smile, it doesn't matter even if you buy this shopping mall, as long as you are happy, money is just a number to me. Okay, then I won't be polite. And Yingshe smiled and agreed, don't feel bad later. Ha ha ha. Zhang Junji laughed domineeringly, I will feel bad. Money is nothing, I like to crush all dissatisfied people. After saying this, the atmosphere on the scene suddenly became weird. Zhang Junji is clearly declaring war. He wants to completely crush Han Yi in front of many beauties. Go fu, he has never been afraid. 043 don't show off your wealth to me, because I'm not short on money. Holding the prodigal subsystem in his hand, Zhang Junji didn't take Han Yi seriously. With a confident smile on his face, he stayed by Yingshui's side, and accompanied her to choose the items she liked. The price was just a number to him, and he didn't even bother to look at it. Anything that An Yingshe looked at a few more times, he immediately waved to the clerk domineeringly, "Wrap it up." "Yes, yes, but sir, this pin is an award-winning work by the famous Italian artist Eatery, and the price is 3.68 million. Do you pay by card or check? This watch is made in Switzerland. It's a Millennium Limited edition. It's 4.8 million after discount." The clerk introduced it pleasantly, but Zhang Junji frowned unhappily. "Who gave you a discount? Do you think I need a discount when I buy something?" No, I didn't mean that." The clerk waved his hands in a panic. "Sir, you are rich and powerful, so naturally you don't need a discount. The original price of this watch is 5.3 million. Do you pay by card or check? Wrap up all the watches in this store," Zhang Junji ordered. "Wow, no way," everyone exclaimed in shock. The dozen or so beautiful clerks in this famous store were all stunned. Although they had seen countless rich people and rich local tyrants, they had never seen such a crazy one. There are a total of 38 watches in this famous shop, both men and women styles. The most expensive one is 6 to 7 million, and the cheapest is hundreds of thousands. All of them add up to at least hundreds of millions. You must know that few of these luxury goods can be sold in a year. Zhang Junji bought them all without asking the price. For a moment, everyone's scalps were numb from the shock. The same is true for Han Yushi, Yi Shuiyu, and An Yingshe. Although they have rich family backgrounds, their pocket money is only tens of millions, and they have never spent hundreds of millions of dollars. Those who can achieve this step are either the rich generation or the top rich second generation. You must know that even a big boss with a net worth of several billion can't pull out 100 million cash in a short time. "Mr. Zhang, isn't it good to buy all these watches?" An Yingshe frowned and declined. "When you and I are not familiar enough to receive such a precious gift, Yingshe may be flattered." "No problem." Zhang Junji waved his hand chicly, and said proudly, "All these watches can be packaged and sent to your home. If you like it, you can choose it as a gift for your uncle and aunt, and if you don't like it, you can give it to the servants at home." Wow, my God, which rich second generation is this? So rich. I'm so envious. If only I had such a rich boyfriend. He's so handsome, rich and good looking, perfect tall, rich and handsome. The shop assistant secretly exclaimed excitedly. Ha ha ha. Zhang Junji laughed loudly. He enjoyed everyone's envious gazes, and An Yingshui's shocked gaze, and wanted to see Han Yi and others' admired gazes. Unfortunately, Han Yi said slowly, "Sorry, Mr. Zhang, I bought this store." "Are you buying this store?" Zhang Junji was taken aback for a moment, and then burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, interesting. He said he wanted to buy this store, make me laugh so hard. PFF'd. Many beautiful shop assistants also laughed, obviously feeling a little unbelievable. "Xiao Yi, are you crazy?" Han Yushi exclaimed. Yi Shuiyu also exclaimed anxiously. "Han Yi, don't make trouble, this kind of store is not cheap, why do you buy it? This kind of famous brand stores are all affiliated, and there are not many in the world. A store like this needs to have a good appearance, and then apply for approval from the franchisee's headquarters to join. The franchise fee and deposit alone are as high as 300 million. Then the headquarters began to distribute the goods, and the goods in this store were as high as 200 to 300 million yuan, which means that the store is worth at least 500 million yuan. This famous brand store is no less than a small group. The so-called 3 years without opening for 3 years, they specialize in making rich people's money. A dress costs hundreds of thousands, ordinary people can't afford it or open it. Han Yi wants to buy this store, is he crazy? I said I bought this store. Han Yi sneered and said, "You can't take anything here today, who is the boss?" I am. A middle-aged woman tremblingly agreed. "Your shop should be opened with a loan, right?" Han Yi said casually. "The value of the goods does not exceed 200 million. The most expensive ones are these watches. The deposit fee is 300 million. You have borrowed at least 80% of the funds. I will give you 700 million. You can quickly withdraw the funds. Sell or not?" Han Yi's words shocked everyone. He was stunned to say a few dollars for something worth a few hundred million. Oh shit, is this buying Chinese cabbage? Sell it, I'll sell it. The proprietress nodded excitedly. Han Yi's analysis is correct. The proprietress has indeed invested a lot of money, and the store has not yet made a profit. If Han Yi is willing to buy it at a high price, she will naturally be willing to sell it. Therefore, Zhang Junji's plan to buy a watch was shelved on the spot. Because, the ownership of this shop will belong to Han Yi immediately. HMPH. Zhang Junji sneered unhappily. Not bad, kid, you really impress me, but do you have so much money? Don't be bragging. I don't have any money, but my family has it. Han Yi smiled slightly, dialed Han Jian's phone number, and said directly, Dad, I want to buy something, call me 10 billion first. Good. Han Jian on the other end of the phone agreed lightly. He didn't ask Han Yi why he wanted so much money, and Han Jian was recently engaged in the development of the Eastern District, and he had a lot of business with the bank, and he had a lot of cash in his hand. Han Yi will give as much as he wants. An understatement of a sentence determines the fate of 10 billion funds. At this moment, everyone present is stunned by shock, even Zhang Junji's expression is extremely ugly. Don't show off your wealth to me, because I'm not short of money. Han Yi smiled provocatively, and immediately made Zhang Junji furious. 044 If you want to pretend to be aggressive in front of me, I will trample you to death. Han Yi's counterattack was simple and rude. But it was this counterattack that didn't contain the slightest technical content, but it was what angered Zhang Junji the most, because this guy didn't like people competing for wealth with him the least, and he didn't like others having more money than him. Han Yi made tens of billions of funds with just one phone call and squandered them casually, so he is naturally quite upset. As a protagonist, he was actually suppressed by a villain-rich second generation, which made him feel even colder. But Zhang Junji didn't fight back immediately. He deeply rhymes with the way of pretending to be coercive, knowing that this is not a good time to fight back, and he must let Han Yi show the posture of completely crushing her when he is the most proud and arrogant, so as to obtain the greatest pleasure. HMPH. Zhang Junji sneered in his heart. Boy, you successfully aroused my fighting spirit. I'm too bored to play with you recently. I want to see how much capital you have to fight against me. You don't even know how scary my infinite black card is. Thinking in his heart, a smile suddenly appeared on Zhang Junji's face. He watched Han Yi's performance without saying a word, as if saying that you play freely, and I will laugh at your pretentious appearance. Xiao Yi, do you really want to buy this famous brand store? Han Yushi finally couldn't help it, she said with a lot of thoughts. Father's group has recently entered the Eastern District, although they have obtained a large amount of loans from the bank, but every money has to be spent wisely, and the interest is too high every day. This kind of famous brand store has a very large inventory, but the sales volume is not stable. You can't sell a few pieces in a month. The competition is also fierce, and the return of funds is very slow. It is not worthwhile to invest a lot of money. Han Yushi's worries are not unreasonable. Although she is not involved in the business world, she has a lot of insights due to her deafness and eyesight. The real big groups rarely set foot in this kind of luxury industry, because luxury goods make money in the upstream, and it is laborious to drink soup downstream, which is not worthwhile. But Han Yi doesn't care. He naturally understands this truth, but what he cares more about is the infinite black card in Zhang Junji's hand. If he can get this thing and suppress Zhang Junji completely, by the way, Han Yi will gain greater benefits. What is tens of billions of funds? Everything is scum compared to pretense. Buying a store is not enough. Han Yi said again, you guys go to this floor to find the owner of each famous store, and tell me that I will buy their management rights and store ownership at a premium price of 20%. Yes. The bodyguards agreed, and the audience was shocked again. My God, Han Yi is going to buy the next floor. Why does he buy so many famous brand stores? You must know that not every store makes money. Han Yi, you're such a prodigal. Yi Shuiyu said anxiously, even if you want to buy it, you have to do some research to see if it's worth the money and what the profit is. You will suffer a lot if you buy it in such a haste. Really? Han Yi casually sighed. I just like prodigals. If I don't work on prodigals, how can I be worthy of my father's talent for making money? PFF'd. Han Yushi and Yi Shuiyu covered their mouths and smiled. Both of them were amused by him. They didn't know what Han Yi wanted to do, but seeing his appearance, they had to buy it. Since he liked him so much, then they wouldn't stop him. My god, do you really want to buy a storefront on the next floor? This is the Mingzhu building. This person is the real rich second generation, with tens of billions of pocket money in one mouth. It's incomparable. People are more popular than others, and my pocket money is less than 100 yuan, woo woo woo. It would be great if he were my boyfriend. I can pose in whatever pose he wants me to do, and do whatever he wants me to do, blah blah. More than a dozen beautiful shop assistants talked with bright eyes, and they all looked at Han Yi as if they saw a male god. And Yingxie was also secretly surprised. She looked Han Yi up and down, with a trace of solemnity in her eyes. She found that she underestimated the Han family and also underestimated Han Yi. There are not many people in the entire province who can have such courage. It seems that the Han family is really getting more and more prosperous. For a moment, Han Yi's aura skyrocketed. In an instant, Zhang Junji's limelight was covered up. Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. Zhang Junji smiled and applauded, and he said with interest, the Han family has been very popular recently, but I'm very curious about how much money your Han group can mobilize. There is still some pocket money for buying this place. Han Yi countered disdainfully. Of course, if Mr. Zhang likes anything, just take it, and this place will soon belong to our Han family. I like to give alms to the poor. It's so arrogant, I like it. Zhang Junji sneered, but you are too proud, right? Do you think you can compete with me by mobilizing tens of billions of funds? Ridiculous, ridiculous, the more you are like this, the more interested I am in suppressing you. Really? Then try. Han Yi continued to provoke. I said, don't fight with my pocket money with all your wealth. Zhang Junji roared domineeringly. Don't say that you are here, even if your old man of the Han family stands in front of me, you have to bow your head obediently to me. Ding. It is detected that the opponent's anger value has increased, and the opponent's mission has changed. The current mission of the prodigal subsystem, spend and pretend to be aggressive, shock the audience, and capture the hearts of Han Yushi, and Yingxie, and Yi Shuiyu. Warning, warning, please stop the other party's pretentious behavior. A piece of information flashed through his mind, and Han Yi's face suddenly turned ugly. Zhang Junji's mission has changed, and he still wants to win the hearts of the three beauties. Fuck, this is the rhythm of treating him as a stepping stone, trying to pretend to slap girls in the face, and this doesn't take Han Yi seriously at all. If you want to act aggressive in front of me, I will trample you to death. Han Yi was furious in his heart, his eyes were already extremely cold. Zhang Junji is ready to make a move, but Han Yi wants to see how domineering he is. 045 In that case, how about taking a gamble? The turmoil of showing off wealth is getting more and more intense. Zhang Junji had already pent up his anger, and after the audience's attention had been drawn to him, he decisively ordered his bodyguards, go, find the person in charge of this building and the owners of all the luxury stores, and tell them to roll over. Notify them that I will buy out all the famous brand stores here at a 20% premium, and let them roll over within an hour, and then notify my lawyer to prepare the contract. Hiss. Everyone gasped, everyone was taken aback by Zhang Junji's behavior. God, buy this building. This building is not worth much, a few billion can take this huge real estate, but the famous store inside the building is valuable. There are more than 100 famous stores in Mingzhu building, as well as a large number of cafes, leisure halls and yoga studios. The expensive ones cost 500 to 600 million yuan, and the cheap ones cost 20 to 30 million yuan. 40 billion, this value is comparable to the richest people on China's Forbes list, so much money, just open your mouth. This is not bragging. Only Han Yi knows that Zhang Junji is not bragging. This guy has been waiting for this opportunity to explode and pretend to be aggressive. With the infinite black card in his hand, he doesn't care about the amount of money at all. His squandering on such a large scale is naturally to suppress Han Yi. Boy, don't fight me for wealth, unless you want to be stepped on the ground and rubbed against me. Zhang Junji sneered again and again, you guys, don't do anything. Yes. The 4 bodyguards agreed and left here quickly. I believe that it won't be long before the entire Pearl building will become a sensation. This kind of large-scale premium acquisition is absolutely unprecedented. It will cost tens of billions of dollars. How could everyone not be shocked? I'm not dreaming, am I? The tens of billions of acquisitions just started. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How is this possible? Oh my god, no matter how rich the rich second generation is, it's impossible to fight for wealth like this. This is not fighting for wealth, this is clearly a prodigal. Who the hell is he? Such a hero. Everyone was shocked, and Yingxie and the others were also quite surprised. Everyone's shocking gazes made Zhang Junji secretly happy. What he wanted was this effect. When Han Yi pretended to be the strongest, he turned out to steal all the limelight. Facing everyone's envy and hatred, Zhang Junji could almost imagine the waiting scene. After a while, the owners of famous brand stores who heard the news would definitely swarm here excitedly. Will they come if they have money to make? At that time, the whole building will be overcrowded and crowded with people. Countless people will watch his pretentiousness. Zhang Junji will make this pretense to the most perfect state. This is the highest level of pretense. This can completely suppress Han Yi. Only in this way can we shock Yingxie and other girls and win their favor and hearts. But Zhang Junji was a little dissatisfied. He didn't see the frightened, aggrieved, unwilling, and angry expressions on Han Yi's face. Something seemed wrong about this situation. According to the usual practice, when the protagonist pretends to be aggressive and suppresses everything, shouldn't the villain be aggrieved? Fuck, Han Yi doesn't cooperate. How can he pretend to be so uncooperative? Huh. Zhang Junji taunted unhappily. Boy, are you scared stupid? Wait, this building will be mine, and you can't take a single thing. Of course, if you beg me, I don't mind giving you a few things. I bet you can't buy this building, do you believe it? Han Yi asked with a smile. Can't you buy it? Ha ha ha. Zhang Junji laughed dumbfounded, as if he heard some funny joke. He was overjoyed, and looked at Han Yi full of sarcasm. He suddenly understood. It turns out that Han Yi is not afraid. It turns out that Han Yi just doesn't believe that he can buy this building. He believes that Han Yi will not die until the Yellow River. It's fun. Zhang Junji clapped his hands with a smile, and said, since that's the case, how about taking a gamble? Okay, what do you want to bet? Han Yi asked with great interest. If I can buy this building, you jump off from the 3rd floor. If I can't buy this building, I jump off from the 3rd floor. Do you dare? Zhang Junji smiled, as if talking about a trivial thing, but it made everyone terrified. This guy is a ruthless person. The middle of the Pearl building is hollow, which means that you can look up from the lobby on the 1st floor to see the roof, and you can also jump directly to the lobby on the 1st floor from the 3rd floor. The height of the 3rd floor is only more than 10 meters. This height can be said to be high or low, but if you jump down, you will be seriously injured if you don't die. Xiao Yi, don't promise him. Han Yushi exclaimed, this kind of thing must never be promised. You are the only child in our family. Do you want to make the Han family die? Han Yi, don't be impulsive. Yi Shuiyu also urged anxiously. Everyone doesn't have any deep hatred, why are you making such a fuss? Is it a big deal if he has more money? Go home, there are so many gods in this world, it's impossible to compare them all, right? Yeah, what's the point of such a fearless fight? Let's go back first. Han Yushi hurriedly comforted. When Zhang Junji heard it, he immediately laughed cheerfully. He has played this trick on many rich second generations, and there are often only 2 results. One is that the opponent is frightened and flees in despair, and the other is that he bites the bullet and agrees to the bet and ends up breaking his limbs. No matter what the result is, Zhang Junji has already satisfied his dark heart of pretending to be aggressive in front of beautiful women, and today he repeats his old tricks in order to suppress Han Yi. Boy, if you don't dare, go home and have a baby. Zhang Junji said disdainfully. Don't worry, everyone won't laugh at you. Anyway, this is not the first time you have confessed. Admit it. Han Yi smiled disdainfully. Not only was he not afraid, but he said domineeringly, okay, just bet like this, and if you want to play as much as you want, you will stay with me until the end. 046 If you don't die until the Yellow River, I will convince you to die. Han Yi's self-confidence made everyone quite confused. What made him have such confidence to compete with Zhang Junji? Does he have another way to fight back? Everyone can't figure it out, but they can only blame Han Yi for not dying until the Yellow River. Zhang Junji is also secretly surprised. Han Yi is so confident. After a while, the entire Mingzhu building became a sensation. Zhang Junji's bodyguard quickly notified the matter, and the bosses of famous boutiques rushed here with their ids in their hands. The incident was quite serious, and many famous boutiques even closed their doors directly, and all the staff came to watch the fun. The third floor was quickly crowded by onlookers. Many passing guests were dumbfounded, and everyone was baffled. Oh my god, what is going on? At the stairs on the second floor, a cute little beauty was holding a mobile phone to live broadcast, and the camera was aimed at the famous boutiques around. It was obvious that she was a female anchor who was broadcasting live. Wow, babies, look, this is the Pearl Building, the largest collection of luxury stores in Donghai City. It is said that a dress here costs hundreds of thousands. Timo will take you around today. The little beauty talked to the screen with a smile. In the live broadcast room, millions of viewers are watching the live broadcast, and barrages fly up from time to time. Timo, you are really inflated, how dare you look at luxury goods? This place looks tall, but why is there no one? Huh, why is the crowd going upstairs? It seems like there is a lot of fun to watch, so Timo go. Everyone laughed and urged, and Timo's beauty also followed the crowd curiously. When he got to the third floor, there was a dense crowd of people at a glance. Timo was stunned, and the live broadcast room was full of exclamations. Oh shit, what is this for? Everyone exclaimed curiously. Timo's eyes lit up. This is a good topic for a live broadcast. She hurriedly asked the passers-by curiously, why are there so many people here? Is there something going on? You don't know yet, there is a super rich local tycoon fighting a rich second generation, and now he is going to buy the entire Pearl Building. Passers-by explained excitedly, which immediately attracted the exclamation of the nearby melon eaters who didn't know the truth. Fuck, are you kidding me? The Pearl Building can't be taken down by tens of billions. Who has such a large amount of financial resources and can mobilize so much funds in a short period of time? Bragging and not drafting, who are you kidding? It's ridiculous. This is not bragging. You see, the one in the shop is Han Yi, the eldest son of the Han family. The person who is competing for wealth with him seems to be Zhang Junji from the Zhang Group, a Fortune 500 company. Are they fighting? Ha ha ha, interesting, interesting. It is said that whoever loses will jump from the third floor. It's really interesting and fun. Everyone pointed excitedly, and more people participated in the crowd. There was a lot of discussion among the people on Chigualu, and Timo was shocked when he heard it, and the millions of viewers in the live broadcast room were also surprised. Oh my god, tens of billions of riches. Nima, poverty has limited my imagination. I'm still working hard for food and clothing. People will use tens of billions to fight for wealth. Does this keep the poor alive? Damn, it's exciting, right? Bragging and not drafting, I don't believe that someone can make tens of billions of funds at once. Does he think he is an old horse? Timo took a close-up shot. We want to watch a good show. This kind of good show is rare in 100 years. The audience screamed excitedly. Timo's eyes lit up, and his pretty face was full of excitement. She came here today to broadcast live and encountered such a good show, but she was really lucky, so she had to broadcast it live anyway, so that her live broadcast room could be more popular, so she squeezed forward without hesitation. Let's go, let's go. Timo got to the forefront excitedly relying on her small size. When she pointed her mobile phone camera at Han Yi and others in the luxury store in front, the live broadcast room once again caused quite a commotion. Fuck, isn't that the big star Han Yushi? Several beauties, oh. These are all extremely beautiful. Does Timo feel a little inferior? Oh my god, that's Han Yi, I've watched his ghost-catching live broadcast before. Is that the scary guy who has the illusion of the gods behind the chanting? Come on, finally see the real person. Everyone cheered excitedly. When it was learned that Han Yi and Zhang Junji were fighting for wealth, and the amount of the fighting was as high as tens of billions, thousands of passers-by gathered at the scene, and the number of people watching on the webcast continued to increase. This matter is getting bigger and bigger. All this is exactly as Zhang Junji expected. When he saw that the outside was getting more and more lively, and many people had already arrived, Zhang Junji said with satisfaction, "Yes, you came in time. Everyone, whoever is the owner and who is the person in charge of the building, come here. I am the owner of the Zania store on the 4th floor, and I will sell my store to you for 120 million. I am the designated dealer of Ferragamo, and I also sell. In an instant, hundreds of men, women and children in fashionable clothes stood up excitedly, waving their real estate, equity, and business contracts excitedly, wishing to buy their belongings to Zhang Junji immediately. This fool is willing to pay a 20% premium to buy it, which is a lot of money, and a fool would not want it, so this lively scene was created. Okay. Zhang Junji nodded in satisfaction. He cast a provocative glance at Han Yi before saying, now in front of so many people, are you still unwilling to give up? Kid, don't blame me for not reminding you when you're embarrassing later. Shame. That's right, it will be even more shame when you don't have the money to buy this place. Han Yi sneered back. HMPH. If you don't die until the Yellow River, I'll convince you to die. Zhang Junji growled coldly. 047 There is no way to pretend to be the strongest, only stronger. Han Yi's attitude made Zhang Junji unhappy again. Now that the crowd outside the arena is crowded and lively, and the momentum has already been created, Zhang Junji will naturally not show mercy. He cast a cold glance at Han Yi, and finally looked at his team of lawyers. As soon as he gave an order, more than a dozen lawyers had already arrived. Obviously, these lawyers are all his personal lawyers, and they all look very professional, and when they learned that he was going to acquire the Mingzhu building, these lawyers also brought the acquisition contract along with a large number of professional accountants. Everything is ready, the acquisition can be opened at any time. Calculate the properties of the entire Mingzhu building, buy them all at a premium of 20%, hurry up. Zhang Junji ordered in a cold voice. Clear. Dozens of lawyers and accountants nodded in agreement. They were quite professional and lined up at the entrance of the famous brand store on the spot. Some reviewed contracts, and some calculated the value of famous brand stores. With a glance of these professional accountants, the calculators clicked, and the exact value of one famous brand store after another was calculated, and the error would never exceed 100,000. This spectacular and busy scene has attracted the amazement of countless people. Fuck, if you have money, you can do whatever you want. It's too crazy to order so many people to participate in the acquisition, and to complete it in public. When I have money, I will take dozens of accountants to buy to show off my wealth, first by all the small vendors in front of my house. Nima, how much does it cost? This prodigal son is simply too much money. Everyone sighed with envy and hatred, and Timo couldn't help but exclaimed in a low voice. Facing everyone's amazed eyes, Zhang Junji enjoyed it very much. As the protagonist, he has always been used to everyone's admiration, envy, and jealous eyes. He is a god-level prodigal, he is rich, and he can do whatever he wants. But that's not enough. As the protagonist, he knows that the way of acting is unfathomable. There has never been a supreme law of acting. Acting has never been the strongest, only stronger. In order to arouse greater surprise, he suddenly said, Yingshe, it seems that I haven't given you a meeting gift yet. Ah. And Yingshe was taken aback, and said with a smile, didn't you just want to give me a watch? That's pretty good. When you buy this building, what do you want? Haha, what is a watch? How are these worthy of your status? Zhang Junji laughed and said, how about this, the Pearl Building is my meeting gift for you, how about it? What? Fuck, did I hear you right? Damn, can't it? Everyone exclaimed in unison, even Yingshe was taken aback. This guy Zhang Junji actually wants to buy the Pearl Building worth tens of billions as a meeting gift. Oh my god, even the richest man in China, Ma Zhe, would not dare to make such a fuss. Is this guy crazy? Everyone's scalp was numb from the shock, and everyone looked at Zhang Junji as if they saw a ghost, which further brought out his heroic temperament. Wow. Tuao, let's be friends, I want a meeting gift too. Where is this local tyrant? This is a god-level prodigal son, too prodigal, isn't he? Do you want to give away tens of billions? Oh my god, I'm crazy, I suspect I'm just dreaming, is this guy out of his mind? Everyone exclaimed in shock, and countless people in the live broadcast room were also amazed. Zhang Junji's actions are really amazing. Tens of billions of things are not hundreds of dollars, this Shenhao is Shenhao, everyone is already envious beyond words, okay. Mr. Zhang. And Yingshe was so frightened that she waved her hands again and again, this is unavoidable. I absolutely cannot accept such a generous gift. It's okay, a gift of this level is worthy of your status, and money is nothing to me. Zhang Junji smiled handsomely and said, that's it, I bought this building for you, don't refuse. Zhang Junji is playing for real. And Yingxie was so shocked that she didn't know what to say, and many passers-by were also shocked and speechless. Oh my god, you're so proud. It's tens of billions in one shot. I really hope that the one who gets the gift is me. Are you as beautiful as someone else? Cut. However, young Master Han of the Han family dared to compete with Shenhao for wealth. This is self-inflicted humiliation, okay. Haha, it's embarrassing in front of so many people. Everyone's discussions continued one after another, and everyone regarded Han Yi as a clown who was overconfident and provoked Shenhao. Han Yushi and Yi Shuiyu blushed. They were anxious and at a loss. In front of so many people, they really couldn't get down now. Shame on you this time, okay. Once Zhang Junji completes the acquisition, Han Yi will not be able to make more awesome moves to show off his wealth. Not only will he be ashamed, but the entire Han family will be ashamed. The most important thing is that his bet with Zhang Junji was to jump from the third floor. How could Han Yushi and Yi Shuiyu not be in a hurry? Don't worry. Han Yi smiled and comforted casually. The higher you climb, the worse you will fall. Don't look at him now, he will be even more embarrassing later. Kindness. Han Yushi and Yi Shuiyu were surprised. They didn't know why Han Yi was so confident, but Han Yi didn't explain anything. Seeing that the first round of evaluation was coming to an end, Han Yi directly sneered and ordered in his heart. System, activate the interference shielding function for me, block his infinite black card, and see how he buys it. Yes, order received. The interference shielding function is activated, 30 achievement points are consumed, and the shielding fails. The interference blocking function is activated again, 30 achievement points are consumed, the blocking is successful, and the opponent's infinite black card cannot be activated within 24 hours. A message flashed by, and a smile flashed across Han Yi's eyes. Buy it, I can afford it, I call you Papa. 048 Sorry, your account has been frozen. All is ready except for the opportunity. After Han Yi blocked the infinite black card that Zhang Junji relied on, he just watched the show with a smile on the sidelines. Doesn't this guy want to spend a lot of money with pride? Han Yi will help him. The first round of statistics came to an end soon, and the value of the first batch of more than a dozen famous brand stores had been calculated clearly. After repeated confirmation that they were accurate, the list was reported to Zhang Junji. Nice. Zhang Junji nodded in satisfaction. He took out a Swiss bank cashier's check in front of everyone, wrote one check after another, and settled all the money to the shopkeepers on the spot. Thank you Mr. Zhang, haha, thank you very much. Excellent, Swiss bank note, absolutely right. Haha, my store has been losing money, and it is a blessing from the Buddha to sell it at a high price. Under the envious eyes of others, more than a dozen shopkeepers excitedly put away the check. After thanking them 1,000 times, they immediately dialed the number of Swiss bank to check the authenticity of the check in public. Everyone understands their actions. After all, it is a check of hundreds of millions or tens of millions, and no one can rest assured if it is not verified. Zhang Junji also looked at this scene indifferently. He didn't think that his unlimited black card had been sealed. He just expected that after these people verified the authenticity of the check, they would stare at him in shock, which would make him feel refreshed for a long time. But the next moment, his face instantly became ugly. Because after the dozen or so shopkeepers called one by one, they all exclaimed and screamed, "Damn it, it's fake, is this check fake? Fake? No way." The bank reminded that the account has been frozen, and it is temporarily unable to verify the authenticity of the check. Oh my god, is this all right? Everyone exclaimed in unison, and everyone's expressions became quite strange. Swish swish swish. Pairs of eyes were fixed on Zhang Junji for an instant, and there was a hint of sarcasm and doubt in everyone's eyes. Isn't this guy a dick? Why can't the check be cashed now? Zhang Junji's complexion suddenly became very ugly. He never expected that such a situation would appear. He was ready to receive everyone's envious and jealous stares, but why is this happening now? Freeze. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Zhang Junji took out his mobile phone and desperately dialed the number of Swiss bank. After a while, his face became extremely livid. The infinite black card has indeed been frozen. Moreover, a certain function of his system seemed to have been blocked. Zhang Junji desperately called the system in his heart, but he couldn't get any reply. This made his face very ugly, and his whole heart seemed to have fallen to the bottom. Ha ha ha, damn it, it's a good show, thank you Miss Timo for letting us see this good show. Nima, it's so wonderful, how come such a goddamn hero has no money? Let you pretend to be a god-level prodigal, I think you are a god-level psychopath, ha ha ha. If you don't have any money, you're such an idiot. I also said that I want to buy the moon. Am I pretending? Everyone laughed excitedly. At the scene, thousands of people were sensationally pointing and pointing. In the live broadcast room, millions of people burst into laughter, all of them regarded Zhang Junji as a pretentious psycho. Fuck, this pretense is round and perfect, is this guy here to be funny? Hey, the atmosphere seems a bit awkward. Han Yi was amazed. PFF'd. Ha ha ha. Han Yushi, Yi Shuiyu and others snickered one after another, and the passers-by burst into laughter, and everyone leaned forward and backward laughing. At this moment, everyone laughed wildly. At this moment, everyone was ridiculed. Zhang Junji was so hysterical just now, many people were suffocating in their hearts. Why did this guy make tens of billions when he made a move, and didn't treat money as money? Why are everyone not as rich as him? In this way, everyone is naturally envious and jealous, and there are not a few people who are jealous. But when things turned around, Zhang Junji failed to pretend to be coercive, and the bank card was frozen. The bad breath in everyone's hearts naturally became dark, and everyone laughed desperately. Hateful. Zhang Junji was so angry that he trembled all over. Ever since he got the system, he has always been invincible, easily using money to suppress all opponents, has always been respected, awed, and envied by others, and can easily attract all women. But now that his bank card was frozen, and the system failed to respond to an error, he was knocked off the altar in an instant, and became a psychopath that everyone ridiculed. What a shame. This is simply too embarrassing. Okay, Zhang Junji wanted to find a place to crash to death at this moment, and when he saw Han Yi's mocking gaze, he was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He never dreamed that the system he had always relied on would fall so hard in front of Han Yi that Zhang Junji looked at Han Yi almost bursting into flames. What are you looking at, you're so poor? Han Yi scolded. Ha ha ha. A large group of onlookers continued to laugh wildly. Zhang Junji was so angry that his face was flushed, his fingernails had been deeply dug into his palms, he was already mad from anger. Mr. Zhang, if you don't pay quickly, you will lose this bet. Han Yushi reminded with a smile. Who said I lost? Zhang Junji was furious. My family is one of the top 500 in the world, can't I get tens of billions? Continue to audit, and the funds will definitely arrive in half an hour at most. After finishing speaking, Zhang Junji began to call for help in desperation, preparing to collect funds everywhere, so as to deal with today's disaster. He can't afford to lose this person. He is not willing to admit defeat, he must survive. 049 The fight for wealth is over, please start your performance now. Zhang Junji refused to admit defeat, still dying. Today, so many people witnessed this gambling fight in public, and he was laughed at because he had no money. This is an insult to him. How could he bear such humiliation? So it was natural to bite the bullet and raise money, and then desperately wanted to buy this Mingzhu building, absolutely not letting myself lose face here. Yang's Group is a Fortune 500 company in the world. Zhang Junji's father made his fortune in Yang. The group's business is mainly in shipping, electronic technology, real estate, and seafood sales. Its assets reach hundreds of billions of dollars, and its annual revenue reaches tens of billions of dollars. Zhang Junji, as the only son of the Zhang family, naturally won the full support of the elders in the family with a phone call, and a large amount of cash flowed in from everywhere, and was continuously transferred to another bank account of his. Snort. Zhang Junji snorted coldly, the embarrassment on his face slowly disappeared, and changed to a calm look. At least he was relieved by the support of the family elders. Although tens of billions of RMB is a lot, if the Zhang Group fully raises funds, it can still raise a lot of funds. Hey, this bragging guy's face has calmed down a lot. It looks like he's raising funds. Fuck, Tens of billions can be raised in a short period of time. This is really awesome. He is a godly man, so he is naturally rich, and it's useless to be envious. Everyone discussed, and many people were a little disappointed. If Zhang Junji can really raise funds to buy this place, everyone will still not be able to laugh at him, and he can still leave arrogantly. This made everyone quite upset, because many people were waiting to see his jokes. After more than 10 minutes, Zhang Junji spoke again. The Pearl Tower is about to be settled, and now more than 20 billion yuan has been raised. Each of you will take half of the funds first, and pay the rest tomorrow. Do you have any objections? Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay, but many shopkeepers did not object. If Zhang Junji promised to pay in full the next day, then everyone could barely accept it. But Han Yi disagrees. Naturally, he couldn't let Zhang Junji win here. So he said with a half smile, "You guys are really bold enough. They used more than half of the funds to take away all your belongings. What if you don't have any money tomorrow?" Han Yi, what nonsense are you talking about? Will our Zhang group have no money? Zhang Junji was furious. Don't talk nonsense. Han Yi sneered and sternly shouted, "Everyone has seen it just now, your checks are worthless paper. If you don't have money, what kind of uncle do you pretend to be? Poor." "Yes, poor. Ha ha ha, everyone, don't believe him. This guy is bragging, believe him and you will be a ghost." A crowd of onlookers booed excitedly, and the shopkeepers hesitated immediately, and none of them dared to agree. Zhang Junji was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. But what happened just now made him very ashamed, and now he can only take out half of the funds. Many people naturally refused to sell to him because of concerns. "Pretend you have no money, tisk tisk tisk." Han Yi asked with a smile, "Everyone, why don't you sell it to me, and pay this price in one lump sum?" Really? All the shopkeepers were pleasantly surprised. Could it be fake? Wait a minute. Han Yi frowned, and dialed Han Jian's phone again. When the phone was connected, he said lightly, "Dad, prepare another 50 billion, and let your company's lawyer accountant come over by the way. I want to buy the Pearl building." Good. Han Jian still only has one word: no matter what his son wants to do, he will firmly support it to the end. Within 15 minutes of hanging up the phone, a large number of lawyers and accountants arrived with briefcases. They were all fully armed and immediately entered a tense working state as soon as they arrived. Han's group has the most professional team. When Han Jian gave an order, a group of professionals would naturally take care of everything. Contracts were drawn up quickly, and once signed, the bank transfers were made immediately in public, and there was no default. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the owners of one famous store after another received the funds in ecstasy, and quickly signed contracts one after another. Everyone was stunned, but they couldn't help but be convinced. "Oh, let me go, a big group is a big group, and a business worth tens of billions of dollars will be settled in minutes." The Han Group is preparing to enter the Eastern District recently, and they have a lot of funds in their hands. Tens of billions are nothing. This is the real prodigal son of Shenhao. He will do what he says and never pretend to be forceful. 666. Ha ha ha, this Zhang Junji's face is so ugly, he doesn't want to hit the wall, does he? Everyone laughed and taunted. Zhang Junji's face naturally became more and more ugly. "Han Yi, you wait for me, I won't play with you to death, and my surname is not Zhang." Zhang Junji roared angrily in his heart. This time he fell completely. Han Yi completely stole his limelight. Zhang Junji's pretentious behavior failed completely. At this time, he was a laughingstock in everyone's eyes. He was so angry that he snorted coldly, and wanted to leave with a wave of his sleeves. Hey, you want to leave that much?" Han Yi scolded coldly, "Can you go? What do you want?" Zhang Junji turned around angrily, "Your surname Han, don't be ashamed. Today is my young master's fault, but this matter is not over, I will play you to death in the future." "You have no future." Han Yi sneered, "Did you forget the bet you made with me just now? Whoever loses will jump off the third floor. Please start your performance now." "You." Zhang Junji's expression changed, and a trace of panic flashed in his eyes. There was indeed a bet just now. He never thought that he would lose, so he made the bet with confidence. Now that he loses, he will naturally shoot himself in the foot. "Jump down, don't let me help you." Han Yi yelled and pressed forward every step of the way, causing Zhang Junji to back up again and again in fright. 050 Today you have to dance if you dance, or you have to dance if you don't dance. The fight for wealth is over, and it's time to enjoy the fruits of victory. Zhang Junji wanted to flee here in a hurry. How could Han Yi let his wish come true? You must know that his system has not completely collapsed. This guy's self-confidence has not completely collapsed. Han Yi has not completely devoured and plundered his system yet. This matter is not over yet. Han Yi waved his hand with a sneer, and the 4 bodyguards blocked the surroundings in unison, blocking the retreat of Zhang Junji and his party in one fell swoop. This scene scared everyone back, and a large space was vacated nearby. This is the rhythm of fighting. Han Yi, what do you mean? Zhang Junji was furious. Nothing interesting. Han Yi said with a sneer. The dignified air of the Zhang group will admit defeat. Today you have to dance if you dance, and you have to dance if you don't dance. Han Yi's domineering language shocked the audience a lot. Oh my god, 23's rich second generations are really awesome. What's wrong with betting? You have to bet on your life. You can't die if you jump from the 3rd floor, right? Ha ha ha. 6666. This Zhang Junji failed to pretend to be coercive, but he was caught by the Japanese, and now he can't do it anymore. Now is young Master Yang's performance time. Everyone is warmly welcome. On the spot and in the live broadcast room, a large number of melon-eating audience booed excitedly, and even Timo had a face full of excitement. The so-called watching the excitement is no big deal. To dance or not to dance, Zhang Junji will not feel better today. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he was driven mad by Han Yi's actions, and growled coldly, "Your surname is Han, you'd better think clearly. Can you afford to offend me? Isn't this already offending?" Han Yi sneered disdainfully. What kind of thing are you who wants to run after losing a bet? Do you think you can run? Do you think you can get out of Donghai City? Jump quality. Jump down. Jump down. Jump down. Jump down. Thousands of spectators at the scene shouted in excitement. The momentum was huge, everyone was excited by Han Yi, and everyone did not intend to let Zhang Junji go out like this. Roll. Zhang Junji was so angry that he kicked. His body suddenly flew into the air, and he kicked twice in an instant, and the 2 bodyguards blocking the way were kicked and vomited blood on the spot. Taekwondo. Damn, this guy knows Taekwondo. A black belt, definitely a super expert with a 9-level black belt. Oh my god, what a dick. Everyone exclaimed in shock, and many sharp-eyed people in the crowd immediately recognized Zhang Junji's footwork as Taekwondo. Rabbits bite people when they are in a hurry, dogs jump over walls when they are in a hurry. A protagonist who was forced into such a mess, Zhang Junji must be regarded as unlucky, but he definitely didn't want to jump from the 3rd floor. His body was full of anger, and he obviously planned to rush out by force. Kicking the 2 bodyguards away with one kick, everyone in the audience was shocked. Let's go. I want to see who can stop me. Zhang Junji roared domineeringly, and led the people to forcefully go out. Can you go? A mere black belt in Taekwondo is rampant in front of me. Who do you think you are? Han Yi roared angrily. He rushed forward in displeasure, and appeared in front of Zhang Junji in a flash. The next moment, he punched out a wolf. Boom. The air seemed to be blown up, and the terrifying punch locked onto Zhang Junji at once. His face changed wildly in fright, and everyone exclaimed in unison. Han Yi is too fast. He hadn't made a move for a long time, and this terrifying beast-like man once again showed his sharpness, stomping his feet and punching out a blow that was earth-shattering. Even people who don't know the way of martial arts can see the horror of this punch. My god, be careful. Damn it, the overlord among the 8 ultimate moves of Bajiquan is so strong. Stupid, get out of the way. Everyone exclaimed incessantly, and many people in the audience who had dabbled in fighting all changed their faces wildly with fright. It's too late for Zhang Junji to hide. He gritted his teeth and stared in fright, and performed a beautiful counter kick in Taekwondo smartly, counter-attacking Han Yi with one kick. Exclamation mark. Punches and kicks collided on the spot, and Han Yi crushed him like a tank. His fists were unstoppable. Ah! Zhang Junji screamed on the spot, and he flew upside down before landing in midair, as if he had been hit by a big truck. He smashed the guardrail on the 3rd floor and fell to the lobby on the 1st floor. Puff puff. Zhang Junji fell to the ground and convulsed desperately. His right foot, which had been head-on with Han Yi just now, had been broken into several pieces. Falling from the third floor to the first floor, he was thrown into an idiot on the spot, blood flowed desperately, and he lost consciousness on the spot. This time he will be disabled even if he does not die. Oh my God! Everyone exclaimed in unison. Every passerby who saw this scene of 753 was shocked, and every audience behind the live broadcast room was all stunned. Han Yushi, Yi Shuiyu, and Yingshe, Timo and other beauties are all dumbfounded. Isn't the power of Han Yi's punch too terrifying? How can this be a human being? This is simply wild. Whoever slaps me, I seem to be dreaming. Fuck, this guy's Bajiquan is so terrifying. I have practiced Bajiquan for more than 10 years, and I can't even blast out 1/10 of his strength. The power of this punch is at least over 1,000 catties, and boxing champion Tyson can't match it. Ha ha ha, what nonsense taekwondo, even Bajiquan can't stop a punch. Evil, this terrible evil, Zhang Junji will be disabled if he doesn't die. Everyone shocked and disgust. Hey, congratulations master for completely defeating the willpower of the opponent. At this moment, the opponent has fallen into a coma and his self-confidence has completely collapsed. May I ask if you want to plunder him? The system's sudden prompt put Han Yi in a good mood. Plunder, devour. Han Yi commanded with satisfaction in his heart. 051 Little sister, have you finished your summer homework? Drip, order received. Plundering begins, devouring is unfolding. The opponent's system is collapsing, successfully plundered the opponent's culinary skills, and evolved into a chef's skill. Successfully plundered the opponent's infinite black card, the name of the account was changed successfully, and the infinite black card has been transferred to the owner's name. The other party's system has successfully crashed, the other party has fallen into a coma, and part of the memory has been deleted. Congratulations, master, for devouring the opponent's system, gaining all the luck of the protagonist of the opponent, and gaining 500 achievement points. All the attributes of the whole body are increased by 10. God-level villain counterattack system. Host, Han Yi. Age, 18. Identity, rich second generation. Attributes, strength 48, speed 47, reaction 45, intelligence 59. Achievement points, 1760. Plundered skills, Bajiquan Master, Taoist Celestial Master, Heavenly Thunder descended into the world, Super Academic Master, Actor, Charm value 999 times, Infinite Black Card, Master Chef Skills. System Binding Skills, Skill Duplication, Strength Increase, Interference Shielding. A series of messages flashed, which means that Han Yi has successfully swallowed Zhang Junji's system. He has completely lost the 060 prodigal subsystem. Of course, if he can be rescued in this state, he will be permanently paralyzed for life, and he will be powerless when he is facing a prodigal family. A black card suddenly appeared in Han Yi's hand. This is a very common bank card, but it has unlimited money in it. This is the most awesome part of the prodigal subsystem. Now, it belongs to Han Yi. Okay, haha. Han Yi was overjoyed. System, is the money in this unlimited black card really unlimited? In theory it is. The system intelligently replied, but in fact, it is best not to overdraw too much by force, otherwise it will cause the collapse of the financial world, and the whole world will be in chaos. It will not be worth the loss to you, the owner. Where is the source of funds in the infinite black card? It appeared out of thin air. Han Yi asked curiously. No. The system intelligently replied, the infinite black card cannot change funds out of thin air. Most of its sources of funds are many idle funds in the financial world, such as the funds of many deceased people who have no one CDDD to inherit, such as the huge amount of funds that were idle in the bank after many Jewish businessmen were massacred decades ago. The systematic explanation made Han Yi suddenly realize. That is to say, he can use unlimited money on the surface, but it is best not to do so, otherwise it will definitely cause the financial collapse of the whole world, and the whole world will fall into financial crisis by then. But that's good, at least Han Yi has a lot of money to use. After putting away the infinite black card, he was in a good mood, and directly ordered the system to transfer 50 billion funds to Han Jian's account first, so that his plan to enter the Eastern District would not be stranded. As for the acquisition of the Pearl Building, it should be considered a gift from Han Yi to the family. Xiao Yi, let's go back. Han Yushi urged from the side at this time. There are too many people now, and we can't go shopping. Let's go home first. That's good too. Han agreed with a nod. The scene was full of excitement. Zhang Junji was seriously injured and is being rushed to the hospital by his bodyguards. It's no fun to stay any longer. On the contrary, it's not fun to be watched as a monkey, so Han Yi prepared to leave. Miss N, would you like to visit our Han family? Han Yi casually invited. And Yingshe was slightly pleasantly surprised, and she asked in surprise, is it possible? Of course you can. Han Yushi said enthusiastically. How can Ms. N come to Donghai City without a guide? Let's go to our Han's house and sit for a while. We will take you around in the past few days, so as to show the friendship of the landlord. Okay, I'm honored. And Yingshe agreed with a smile. The N family has a lot of influence, and has a wide network of contacts in the province. The Han family is now in full swing, and the two juniors naturally make friends in a polite manner. This is also one of the daily lives of the rich second generation. As for Zhang Junji, everyone is too lazy to talk about it. After hitting it off, Han Yi and his group passed through the crowd of people directly under the lead of the bodyguards, and went straight to the parking lot. Han Yi and others wanted to leave, which naturally caused quite a commotion. Did the little brother leave just like that? Leave me a phone number. I love you so much. Little brother, do you have a girlfriend? If you do, would you mind having one more? I'm already an adult. Handsome guy, don't leave so quickly, keep your prestige. Many girls flocked around excitedly, waving their mobile phones desperately and shouting like fanatic fans. Among them, there is Timo. In fact, she was pushed to the front by the excited nympho. Before she could react, the petite woman exclaimed and was pushed out of the crowd, almost fell on the spot. However, just when she thought she was about to fall to hell, a pair of warm hands grabbed her gracefully. Wow! There was a commotion at the scene. The phone camera in Timo's hand happened to be aimed at him, and the millions of viewers in the live broadcast room just happened to see the scene of the hero saving the beauty, and it was Han Yi who saved Timo. Oh my god! Timo exclaimed. Her face turned red immediately. Seeing Han Yi's handsome face up close, her heart was beating wildly. Old-fashioned plots and old-fashioned coincidences, but the lethality to the girls is extremely terrifying. Timo was a little at a loss for a moment. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, and he didn't know what to do. Little sister, don't squeeze in the crowd, go home quickly, have you finished your summer homework? Han Yi smiled and helped Timo up, and after a kind reminder, he turned and left, as if he didn't recognize her. Little sister. Am I very young? Timo was dumbfounded. Holy shit, ha ha ha, I'm so fucking laughing. Timo is a little sister, go home and do your homework. Heavenly King Getahu, Timo is 1.5 meters tall, why don't you go home and do your homework? 6666, Timo secretly agrees, but people think you are underage. Millions of viewers in the live broadcast room burst into laughter, and Timo suddenly stamped his feet madly. 052 Why not? I think it's good. Pearl Building, parking lot. When Han Yi and others were about to get in the car and leave, they suddenly found a very embarrassing thing: there was not enough seats. This time Han Yi and Han Yushi came out in a luxury business car, the bodyguard behind drove a car, Yi Shuiyu drove a Ferrari, and Yingshe didn't bring a bodyguard and didn't drive, she came here with Zhang Junji. Han Yi and Han Yushi invited the two beauties to Han's house, and they had to be invited to ride in the commercial car because of the situation and reason. This is polite, so Yi Shuiyu's Ferrari had to be temporarily parked in the parking lot. There are 2 rows in the back seat of a luxury business car, with a total of 4 seats. It was supposed to fit 4 people, but Han Yushi and Yi Shuiyu bought a lot of women's underwear. These girls' underwear are not suitable for the bodyguard's car, they can only be piled in the seat, so they took up a place. Well, now the embarrassing thing happened. There are only 3 seats for 4 people, and there is no room for them to sit. It is impossible for the guests to squeeze into a car with the bodyguards, right? How about I ask someone to send a car over? Han Yi suggested. No need. Han Yushi laughed and pulled An Yingshe into the car, and the two sat in the second row of seats, each occupying a seat. In the end, there was only one spot in the last row left on the car. She smiled and winked, and said playfully, "Dear brother, you don't mind taking a seat with your teacher in your arms." Ah. Han Yi and Yi Shuiyu were dumbfounded on the spot. Is this all right? It's all right. Han Yushi smiled and said, "It takes half an hour to get home from here. Even if there is a traffic jam, it won't take long. Shuiyu is very light, and she won't break you when she sits on you. You big man, don't be so stingy." "That's true." And Yingshe agreed with a smile. "I'm so sleepy, I want to squint when I get in the car. You guys get in the car quickly, don't waste time." This. Han Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He is not stingy, the problem is that this kind of thing is a great thing for any man, so he didn't say much, just nodded and agreed. 053 Don't ask me why I'm such a dick, life is so passionate. Bumpy all the way, Han Yi enjoys a lot. Maybe it was because of the traffic jam on the road, it took almost an hour for the motorcade to return to Han's house. During such a long time, Han Yi and Yi Shuiyu had secretly done so many embarrassing things. When getting off the car, and Yingshe stretched comfortably, "It's so comfortable, I fell asleep just now, did I lose my composure?" "How could it be?" Han Yushi smiled slightly, and said with a reddish face, "Actually, I fell asleep too, Yes, that's how it is." After Han Yushi finished speaking, her eyes unconsciously cast a glance at Han Yi and Yi Shuiyu. At this moment, Han Yi's expression was as usual as if nothing had happened, but Yi Shuiyu's skirt was a little messy, her face was very red, and she looked very attractive. 6. And when she got out of the car, her face was slightly painful, as if she had touched some sore spot, which made Han Yushi secretly laugh. "Yushi, what are you laughing at?" Yi Shuiyu scowled in embarrassment. Hee, I'm not laughing, let's go in. You bought a lot of new clothes today, do you want to change one? Han Yushi asked with a smile. That's good. Yi Shuiyu gave Han Yi an embarrassed look, feeling a little ashamed. She was sure that An Yingshe had really fallen asleep just now, and Han Yushi must have heard something, which made her very embarrassed. Hee, let's go. Han Yushi greeted with a smile. Let's go in and have a cup of tea. Han Yi also greeted, and everyone entered the Han family mansion. At the same time, the outside world set off a huge shock. Now is the era of internet technology, everything can be spread in a short time. The sensational news of Han Yi and Zhang Junji fighting for wealth spread even more quickly. A large number of netizens searched and chatted excitedly, and major websites quickly reported it. For a time, the internet was a sensation. More and more people know about this matter, and more people know Han Yi's name. This news quickly arouses heated discussions among everyone. Damn it, tens of billions and tens of billions of riches, these rich second generations are simply too scary. The Han family in Donghai City is so powerful. It's awesome to mobilize so much funds at once. Damn. After watching this live broadcast, my blood boiled, and I crushed an egg with my backhand. Don't ask me why I am so dick, life is so passionate. Number 2333 The generation upstairs is bold. My brother Han in society, people don't talk too much, this punch is enough to overturn a bull, right? 666, if you go to fight UFC, you will definitely torture all ghosts. Bajiquan is so scary. This is the real Chinese martial arts. Who said that Chinese martial arts are full of punches and embroidered legs? Damn, you go and try to punch my master Han. Damn, shit, I'm going to Donghai City to learn art from a teacher, don't let anyone stop me. Netizens chattered excitedly. In less than half a day, Han Yi's name resounded all over the world. On his head was the hat of super rich second generation, Bajiquan master, and super handsome male god, which attracted the admiration of countless netizens, and a large number of girls regarded him as their idol oppa. One by one, they spontaneously formed Han Yi support clubs and were active in various Weibo post bars. Before I knew it, Han Yi's fame was overwhelming. Although he has never liked to be too high profile, his name has spread irresistibly, and this spread is world class, and his live video indeed reports have quietly appeared on the internet in many countries. One after another, news headlines began to appear on internet forums in various countries. The second generation of Huasha's super rich show off their wealth and gamble, and forcefully acquire hundreds of luxury stores, spending more than 40 billion yuan. Shock. Wuxia martial arts is not in vain, the super-rich second generation is actually a martial arts master. The rich second generation of Wuxia has amazing financial resources, 40 billion at a time, which is equivalent to the GDP of a small African country for a year. All kinds of news reports quickly attracted the attention of netizens all over the world. After clicking to view it, netizens in each country exclaimed in amazement. I buy it, it's not true, is it? Isn't China very backward and poor everywhere? How can there be such a rich guy? It's fake, the Chinese people are so poor, how could it be true? God, how much money does a rich second generation make? This is almost as much as the entire financial resources of a large group. Crazy, crazy, this is obviously fake news, okay. Wuxia martial arts is just a bragging thing, so it can't be trusted. Netizens from all over the world started talking in disbelief. Netizens from Japan, the Republic of Korea and other countries couldn't believe that there was such a proud person in Wuxia, so another round of scolding war broke out on the internet. On the outskirts of London, inside a huge manor. This is the largest manor of the Zhang family in London. Most members of the Zhang family like to come here for vacation. Zhang Qingshan, the current chairman of the Zhang Group, is here now. He is Zhang Junji's grandfather. When he heard the news that Zhang Junji was seriously injured and dying, his whole head with white hair and majestic face trembled, his eyes instantly filled with frost. Damn it! Zhang Qingshan roared angrily, some of the descendants of my Zhang family dare to move. Is this life-threatening? Junji is the only seedling of our Zhang family. If he makes any mistakes, I will make the Han family pay the price. Chairman, said an old man who looked like a housekeeper, Master is currently in the hospital for emergency treatment. It seems that the situation is very bad. The doctor said. What? Zhang Qingshan was furious. The doctor said whether the 5.2 can save the life or not. The old man replied in a panic, and even if the life is saved, the lightest thing is a permanent disability, maybe it is not necessarily a vegetative state. What? Zhang Qingshan trembled all over, as if he had aged 10 years, almost fainted on the spot. Quick, find a way to save the young master's life first, and then send him to London for treatment. Zhang Qingshan gnashed his teeth and roared, also, contact the world's top assassin organization, and I will offer $1 billion to buy Han Yi's head. Yes, the old man agreed, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. 054 If you are not convinced, you can single out the world. $1 billion is definitely a huge sum of money. In his rage, Zhang Qingshan paid a lot of money to buy murderers, just to kill Han Yi, a daring guy. Moreover, Zhang Qingshan didn't secretly search for the killer group, he actually released the news above board by means of redemption. As soon as the news came out, it caused a sensation in the killer world in less than 10 minutes. Where there is light in this world, there is darkness. All kinds of killer organizations are active on the world stage. As long as the price is right, they dare to murder brutally, from ordinary people to the richest man in every country. Zhang Qingshan's prominence instantly attracted the attention of countless killer organizations. $1 billion, this is a sky-high price. You must know that normal killer organizations generally receive orders between 1 million and tens of millions. And the sky-high price of $1 billion is really very rare, which is enough to arouse the hearts of countless killers. $1 billion, tisk tisk, God, this mission is mine, don't let anyone steal it from me. Fuck off. This is a public reward task, do you have the ability to snatch it? We, Lucas 23, have accepted this mission. Don't snatch it, or you will bear the consequences. Damn, you can get $1 billion for killing a rich second generation. Do you think your organization can take it all by yourself? On an unremarkable killer forum on the dark web, members of various killer organizations left messages one after another. Each of them has regarded Han Yi as their own prey. But 5 minutes later, a person whose profile picture was a skeleton and whose name was a clown posted a message, "This target belongs to me." As soon as this news came out, countless killers immediately exclaimed and silenced. Clown, this is a legend in the killer world. His identity, origin, background, and organization are all unknown. Everyone only knows that he is a Chinese. He was born a year ago and single-handedly took over a job that everyone thought was impossible for Jing. But in less than half a month, he actually completed this task. A closely guarded target was easily strangled to death by the clown in his bedroom. There was no trace of a fight at the scene, and many defenders didn't even notice his entry. Since then, the clown has become famous. Then he started to take orders frantically. He took any order that was difficult, and he took any order that was expensive. In just 1 year, more than 20 targets died in his hands, and all the people he targeted died without exception. An oil tycoon in the Middle East was drowned alive in a swimming pool under the protection of more than 100 bodyguards who had undergone strict training. A high-ranking government official in London, under layers of security, was strangely pierced through the head by a shard of glass. A gang leader in Mexico, hiding in a heavily guarded prison, was still stabbed to death by an inconspicuous chopstick. One goal after another, casting the legend of the clown. No one can escape from any target he is staring at. Anyone who is beheaded by him will definitely find a clown sign nearby. This is his death talisman. Faced with such a lone ranger, many killer organizations tried to recruit or eliminate him, because he touched everyone's interests. Unfortunately, their nightmares are beginning to come. After the clown discovered the killer organization's intentions, he started a strong counterattack. In just 1 week, 4 of the world's top 10 killers died under his assassination. Not only that, but he also targeted the thug strangling squad among the world's top 5 killer organizations. The clown aggressively entered the headquarters of the SAG organization and easily killed all the killers of the organization, and SAG was removed from the world. These crazy actions have since established his title of King of Killers, and no one dared to provoke him in just 1 year. Now, the clown actually released a message to take over this mission. This is equivalent to pouring a basin of cold water on everyone's heads. Each of the killer organizations wanted to vomit blood depressedly, and the killers who were about to be dispatched hesitated one by one. Damn it, this damned clown, he wants to grab the order again. This order is open to the public, why should he take it all by himself? Based on his strength, if you are not convinced, you can single out the world. Baga, Liu, R. Zudi and Company, Limited is not convinced. Whoever has the ability to snatch this order will be awarded. The clown will go as far as he can. HMPH. The bonus is publicly offered, and whoever grabs it will get it. We won't let go of this goal. The killer organizations secretly became unhappy. Some of them stopped and refused to provoke the clown, and some continued to send killers unwillingly, just to snatch the $1 billion. Washa, a coastal city. A very unremarkable young man in casual clothes put away his 970 mobile phone with a sneer, and his eyes were already looking in the direction of Donghai City. The breeze blows, and there is a tattoo of a clown on the little finger of his left hand. He is actually the clown who is the king of the killer world. The Han family in Donghai City has been in the limelight recently. He whispered expressionlessly, however, with a high price of $1 billion, you can still make a move. I haven't been to Donghai City yet, so it's just a good time to go. Hey, mission update, go to Donghai City to kill Han Yi. The mission difficulty is SSS level, the mission reward is $1 billion. After the mission is completed, all attribute points will be increased by 10, and it is possible to get an extra gift bag reward, and the mission will be obliterated. A mechanical voice sounded in his head, and the clown's face changed. He exclaimed in disbelief. SSS level difficulty. Why does the system prompt such a high difficulty for a small rich second generation? Killing a Middle Eastern tycoon is not that difficult. Who is this guy? What is his background? Damn, if you fail the mission, you will be killed. This time, I can't think about it, Mr. Han family in Donghai City, I want to see how hard you are to kill. 055 Do you think I need your protection? Zhang Qingshan's redemption quickly attracted the attention of police from all over the world. This news is enough to make the entire killer world rejoice. It is impossible for everyone not to notice, and Zhang Qingshan's redemption appeared above board. The police from all over the world have already received the wind immediately. In the early morning of the third day, the police officers dispatched by the international police arrived at Donghai City Airport by special plane, and handed over with the Donghai Municipal Bureau an hour later. At this time, Han Yi was playing golf with Han Yushi, Yi Shuiyu, and An Yingshe. In Yingshe and Yi Shuiyu were staying at the Han's house for the past 2 days, and in Yingshe was going to play in Donghai City for a few days. The arrival of a large number of policemen surprised Han Yi and the others. "Everyone, I'm looking for me," Han Yi asked. He immediately thought about what was going on. Could it be that Zhang Junji was injured with a punch, and the police wanted to trouble him? If this is really the case, then it would be a little troublesome. You must know that Zhang Junji was injured by him in full view, the evidence is solid. But soon Han Yi overturned his judgment. If it was Zhang Junji who was injured, the international police would definitely not be alarmed. Didn't you see that there are dozens of blonde, male, female, and blue-eyed foreign agents here? Young Master Han, hello. A middle-aged police officer said with a smile. I am Liu Jiangguo, the deputy director of the Municipal Bureau, and this is the representative sent by the international police. This is Agent Smith, and this is Ann Deep. What Liu Jiangguo introduced was the person in charge of the international police representative. Detective Smith is a middle-aged ghost with short hair and a scruffy beard. His big eyes are sharp and he looks like an experienced and professional police detective. Ann is a blonde, blue-eyed, young, beautiful, and fair-skinned beauty. She looks like a movie star, with an aloof and outstanding temperament, and looks very eye-catching. She is definitely the most beautiful woman among beauties. Both, I don't seem to have anything to do with the international police, do you? Are you looking for me? Han Yi asked casually. Mr. Han, hello. Annie said in a slightly blunt Chinese, we are here to protect you. Protect me? Han Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That's right. Annie nodded, and said seriously, according to the reliable information we have received, someone offered a bonus of $1 billion to buy your life. Now the world's major killer organizations have swarmed into action. Your life is at stake. We have an obligation to protect you. Xuanhong, killer. Han Yushi and other girls exclaimed in unison. Everyone was obviously taken aback. Han Yi narrowed his eyes and was a little surprised, but he guessed right away that the Zhang family was causing trouble, and this should be their counterattack method. $1 billion, as expected, the son of heaven. Presumably, the killer world rarely receives such a big order, so it will definitely attract the attention of many killers. By then, Donghai City will be full of murderous opportunities. No matter where Han Yi hides, he must be careful of the killer's attack. This was beyond Han Yi's expectation. But he didn't care too much, he just looked at Annie and the others curiously, and suddenly said with a smile, everyone, do you want to use me as bait? Mr. Han, you are worrying too much. Annie shook her head in a panic. HMPH. Han Yi sneered, even if a killer is after me, with my identity and background, I won't be able to dispatch the international police, right? You clearly want to catch a killer and use me as a bait, right? Yes. Liu Jiangguo nodded and said, the international police want to catch the king of killers, the clown, and he has confirmed that he will come to kill you, so they dispatched elite detectives to bring this murderous guy to justice. Of course, this has nothing to do with our Donghai Municipal Bureau, we are just leading the way and cooperating. Mr. Han, Annie said anxiously, the clown is a very vicious killer. Anyone who is targeted by him will be killed without exception, even the political leaders of various countries. You must cooperate with us, otherwise your life safety will not be guaranteed. No need. Han Yi sneered and refused. This is my territory, any killer who comes in will not be able to leave alive, including this clown, please go ahead. So confident. Could it be that you, the bodyguards, can stop professional killers? They don't even have guns. Annie frowned dissatisfied. No, I rely on my own ability. Han Yi sneered and grabbed a golf ball casually. He grabbed a golf ball in his hand, and the next moment he squeezed it viciously. Cluck! The golf ball made an overwhelmed sound, and was actually crushed into pieces by Han Yi on the spot. This scene immediately frightened everyone. Oh my god! How can this be? My god, my god! Everyone exclaimed, looking at Han Yi as if they saw a ghost. Anyone who knows golf knows that a ball looks simple but actually has as many as 3 or 4 layers, and each layer is wrapped with a lot of rubber to form a very stable shape, which is suitable for vigorous whipping without deformation. Popping a golf ball with one hand is more than 10 times or 100 times more difficult than popping a soda can with one hand, and no less than popping an iron product. Han Yi's simple Jiaomo's performance has proven his inhuman strength. He is definitely not an ordinary person, at least he is much, much stronger than everyone present. In front of him, every international police detective is weak like an ant. Now, do you think I need your protection? Han Yi asked with a half-smile. Annie and the others were all speechless, and no one had the courage to speak of protecting Han Yi, because it would be embarrassing. Even if they stood in front of Han Yi with guns and live ammunition, they would never have the courage to take action. It seems that Han Yi is not ready to cooperate. Everyone, I think I need your protection very much. Han Yushi suddenly smiled and said. 056 I can't see others wasting ingredients. Han Yushi's words surprised everyone. Han Yi confidently said that she does not need protection, so what does she mean by saying that she needs protection? Could it be that she is also afraid of being targeted by killers? Miss Annie, I'm Han Yi's older sister. Han Yushi explained with a smile, I'll be with Han Yi all the time these days. He doesn't need to protect me. Can I trouble you to protect me? After all, our bodyguards don't have guns, so I don't feel very safe. Han Yushi's words made Annie's eyes light up. She was clearly turning a corner to leave everyone behind. Annie naturally nodded happily, and said excitedly, Miss Han, don't worry, God witnesses, we will definitely protect you. Thank you so much. Han Yushi smiled. Han Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw this, but he didn't say much. Han Yushi clearly felt that the international police were equipped with guns legally, so she wanted them to stay and protect him. Han Yi couldn't refuse her kindness, so she had to acquiesce. After agreeing, Annie and the others quickly deployed their defenses. Dozens of international agents with live ammunition patrolled the perimeter of the villa in batches, and a large number of city bureau police stationed at the entrance of the villa, together with a large number of bodyguards from the Han family, surrounded the place as safe as an iron barrel. It seems that 073 has to stay here for a few more days. And Yingshe joked with a smile. The Han family has a lot of guest rooms, you can stay as long as you want. Yi said, but Missen, isn't Huadao afraid of these crimes? What are you afraid of, aren't you here? And Yingshe hesitated for a while, then said, and I may trouble you with something in a few days, I hope you can help me then. Kindness. Han Yi looked at An Yingshe in surprise, does she still have something to ask for? You know, An Yingshui's family is better than the Han family. Her father is an admiral, and the family has connections from all walks of life in the political and business circles. Is there anything she can't solve? And this matter has to be discussed in a few days. Han Yi took a deep look at An Yingshe, and didn't ask any more questions, just casually said, okay, I have something to talk about in a few days. Then what are we doing now? Should we continue playing? Yi Shuiyu asked, do you want to go out for a stroll? Still shopping? Han Yushi desperately refused. Didn't you hear these police officers say that there are killers targeting us? Going out is self-inflicted, and the danger is too high. That's true. Yi Shuiyu nodded in agreement. Han Yi nodded silently, appreciating Han Yushi's caution in his heart. In fact, this is indeed the case. Many killers must have rushed to Donghai City in the past few days. They may have arrived nearby, but they haven't made a move yet. If Han Yi is alone, then he is really not afraid of any killers. However, if he took the three beauties out to play, it would be really difficult for him to guarantee their safety in the chaotic situation outside, so staying at home at this time is a more appropriate choice, at least their safety is guaranteed. After chatting for a while, everyone continued to play. At noon, when everyone was hungry and ready to eat lunch, Annie found Han Yi again. Mr. Han, Anne said awkwardly, can we build some simple stoves in the open space of this stadium? What do you mean? Do you want to cook here? Han Yi said in surprise. No need, our Han family has quite a lot of cooks, and they cook meals for so many people every day. It's not bad for you guys. I just asked them to prepare more meals. Oh, no. Annie shook her head desperately. Our regulations are not allowed to eat the food of the protected person, and no boxed lunches are allowed. You can either eat military instant food products, or simply make some yourself. This is for the sake of safety, please forgive me. Well, CDCB. Han Yi nodded, and didn't say much. Since that's the case, you can do whatever you want. You can tell the kitchen what you want, and there is everything in the kitchen. Okay, thank you very much. Anne said happily. Our team leader, Detective Smith, was a Michelin 3-star chef when he was young, and his cooking skills are very good. In order to thank you for your great support, we would like to invite you to have lunch. Oh, Han Yi said in surprise. Okay, thank you for the invitation, then we'd rather be respectful than obedient. That's really great. Anne smiled. God guarantees that you will enjoy a perfect lunch. In a short while, a simple kitchen will be built on the open space of the stadium. Smith, the former Michelin 3-star chef, seems to be very professional. With a few tools such as stoves and iron plates, and a lot of condiments, he is preparing lunch in full swing with a few skewers. American lunch is nothing more than steak, grilled ham, fruit salad, fruit juice, etc. It seems that there are many types, but it is actually very simple to make, and the portion for dozens of people can be made in a short time. However, Smith doesn't seem to be stopping. He turned on a separate stove, put rice, seafood, shrimp and other things on a red-hot iron plate, and then began to stir-fry quickly. My friends, Smith said in particularly blunt Chinese, thank you for your cooperation. Today at noon, I invite you to taste the most delicious seafood fried rice. This is my specialty. Seafood fried rice. Looks good. Michelin 3-star chef, he really has some skills. I hope the taste will not be too bad, the fragrance seems to have come out. Han Yushi and others discussed expectantly. Seeing this, Han Yi frowned slightly. When he devoured Zhang Junji's skills 2 days ago, he obtained his culinary skills, and has evolved into the realm of a chef. Now Han Yi is the most despised other people's cooking. Because Smith's seemingly lofty approach is quite wrong in his opinion, and the taste of many ingredients is wasted. Mr. Han, you don't seem to be satisfied. Annie asked in surprise. It's okay, but it's a pity that I can't see others wasting ingredients. Han Yi shook his head and sighed. Walter, wasting ingredients. Smith was furious when he heard the words, and was immediately blown out of his beard and stared. 057 in front of Washa Cuisine, Michelin is not even qualified to judge. Han Yi's contempt made Smith furious. He seems to be particularly satisfied with his status as a former Michelin 3-star chef, and even more interested in cooking than being a detective. How could he not be angry when Han Yi insulted his cooking skills? Oh, hell, Smith said angrily, Mr. Han, although you are very cooperative with our work, I still can't stand you insulting me for wasting ingredients. God guarantees that if it wasn't for an accident that year, I would definitely not do this damned hard work now. I should prepare my lunch in the kitchen. You should be an agent. It's really bad to waste ingredients. Han Yi frowned slightly, and said, sorry, it's a bit impolite for me to say that, but we Chinese people prefer to tell the truth. Oh shit. Smith yelled frantically. Hell, Mr. Han, do you know that I am a Michelin 3-star chef? If I have a professional verification certificate, do you want me to slap my certificate on your face? Doesn't Michelin make tires? Han Yi asked in surprise, don't you guys like to use tires for cooking? PFF'd, ha ha ha. The 3 daughters of Han Yushi couldn't stop laughing, and Annie also had a suppressed smile on her face. Only Smith and the international police agents had unsightly faces. Obviously, Han Yi doesn't want to insult anyone. But the arrogance in his heart obviously looked down on Michelin, and also looked down on their so-called culinary skills. This is not a question of who insults whom, but a conflict of food culture. Michelin is a gourmet benchmark in Western countries, and the restaurants and chefs who can be certified by them are all proud of it. What Smith likes to do most is to brag about his title of former 3-star chef, which is his honor. With Han's words, Smith was already furious. If it weren't for this being Han Yi's territory, he would have drawn out his gun to fight him. You two, let's enjoy this lunch. Annie said with a smile. Mr. Smith's seafood fried rice is still delicious. It is said that the idea comes from Teguo, try it. God promises, you will swallow all the dishes. Smith muttered angrily, and he directly handed the fried rice to the table of Han Yi and the others, and stood aside angrily, as if he wanted to wait for Han Yi's admiring gaze. Eat, eat, this Smith won't be happy until he hears your compliments. Have a taste, huh? Seems good. Really. It's really good, very fragrant. Han Yushi and the others tasted it each, and they all thought it was quite good. Smith smiled when he heard it, and said excitedly, "Listen, listen, three goddesses, your vision and taste buds are simply world-class." Mr. Han heard it, this is the real compliment of diners. Mr. Smith, what they say is good means that they can still be eaten. You may not understand the subtleties of our Chinese people. Han Yi shook his head. Walter. Smith shrugged angrily. Mr. Han, you are really too arrogant, don't you Chinese people just sit and watch the sky like this? No, no, no. Han Yi said dumbfoundingly. It's not that we sit on the sidelines, it's just that your so-called Michelin is really bad, why do you have to force me to admit it? In front of Huaxia cuisine, Michelin is not even qualified to judge. God will forgive your arrogance, Mr. Han, how do you prove your words? Smith asked angrily. Proof. Easy. Han Yi grabbed it casually, and wrapped an apron around his waist neatly, and at the same time asked the servant beside him, do you have an overnight meal? Overnight meal. The servant was taken aback. Yes. Han Yi nodded. Yes, I'll bring it right away, young master, wait a moment. The servant promised to go down quickly. Xiao Yi, do you want to cook? Oh my god, can you still cook? Han Yushi, Yi Shuiyu, and Yingshe and the others exclaimed. They obviously didn't expect Han Yi to be able to cook. This guy is simply a genius. What else can he not do? A little bit. Han Yi said calmly. Fried rice is not fried like this. The 8 major Chinese cuisines are Guangdong, Sichuan, Shandong, Huai, Zhejiang, Fujian, Hunan, and Wei. Basic cooking techniques include frying, popping, roasting, frying, slipping, boiling, rinsing, steaming, stewing, simmering, stewing, grilling, simmering, stir-frying, frying, collapsing, marinating, sauce, mixing, simmering, pickling, freezing, soaking, drunk, roasting, and smoking. There are 28 kinds of fried rice. This fried rice contains infinite mysteries. What Michelin can qualify? After Han Yi finished speaking, Smith was already stunned for a while. When the rice arrived, Han Yi put the rice balls on the cutting board, and under the curious gaze of everyone, he slowly spread all the rice balls and put them aside. Call out. He grabbed the kitchen knife with lightning speed, chopping desperately. A large amount of chili, ginger, minced garlic, sand ginger was quickly cut into thin shreds. The speed of the movement is amazing. 0. Fire. With a bang, the fire engulfed the frying pan, and the temperature skyrocketed. Lard, chicken oil, peanut oil, rapeseed oil, and olive oil are poured into the pot, and minced ginger, onion, and garlic are also thrown into the pot and stir-fried. Boom! The flame rose in the pot, and Han Yi threw away all the minced ginger, onion, and garlic after a stir-fry, leaving only a pile of fragrant mixed oil in the pot. Put the cold rice into the wok and stir-fry it again. This time he stir-fried it with his left hand, and skillfully grabbed an egg with his right hand and shook it vigorously. Wow! When the eggs were crushed, the egg whites and yolks had already been mixed together. He stir-fried with one hand and added the eggs with the other. His skillful movements were like art, which deeply attracted everyone. The aroma spreads quickly, everyone's eyes are bright. This aroma is countless times stronger than Smith's fried rice before. The air is full of the aroma of egg fried rice. Everyone is breathing desperately, and their throats are swallowing saliva. No one commented, no one was in a daze, everyone was already immersed in the rich aroma, and also immersed in Han Yi's artistic cooking skills. Oh my god, is this Huaxia cooking? God, this is cooking. The foreign devils all exclaimed. 058 There is nothing that cannot be turned over in a frying pan. A small test with a sledgehammer, Han Yi easily shocked the audience. After the egg fried rice was fried, it was placed on a clean white plate. All the rice grains were golden and shiny, and the 3 grains stuck together, no more and no less, as perfect as a work of art. The astonishing aroma hits the nostrils. Everyone in the room swallowed their saliva wildly, and they couldn't restrain their impulses, wishing to jump over to eat it right away. What the hell is this? Is this fried rice? Smith exclaimed in shock. Oh my god, isn't this fried rice smells too good. I can swear I've never smelled such a good smell of fried rice. This is the devil's fried rice, isn't it true? Huaxia cuisine, why is it so exaggerated? This is more gorgeous than any Michelin-starred cuisine. 180. The foreign devil agents exclaimed, and Annie also looked confused. Han Yushi, Yi Shuiyu, and An Yingshe were even more stunned. They never knew that Han Yi, a rich second generation, had such terrible cooking skills, but he had already demonstrated his demeanor in a small test. This guy can do anything. Let's not talk about other things, eat. Smiling, he directly distributed the egg fried rice on the plate to everyone. Although he fried a lot of egg fried rice, everyone was small. Just this group, but everyone regards it as a treasure. Everyone looked at the egg fried rice in the bowl, and they were reluctant to eat this bite easily. They smelled it all, and their mouths were watering. Steaks, salads, fruit juices, and red wine were all thrown away by the foreign devils, and now they only have this egg fried rice in their eyes. God, amen. Let's eat, I can't help it. Eat, eat, start. Everyone cheered excitedly, one by one carefully put the egg fried rice into their mouths with knives, forks and chopsticks, for fear of dropping a grain of rice. Fried rice entrance, the aroma rushes to the top. The collision between the amazing aroma and the taste buds made everyone feel so comfortable that they almost fainted. They chewed desperately, hoping to keep this taste in their mouths forever. It smells so good, my God, it's so delicious. God, oh no, maybe God has never eaten something so delicious. This is the devil's delicacy, Chinese people are really good at eating it. Go to hell with Michelin, this is the real food. We used to eat pig food. The foreign devil agents exclaimed excitedly in English. Smith was also shocked on the spot. He didn't say a word as if he was deeply shocked. His title of so-called Michelin 3-star chef was crushed like shit at this moment. Annie's beautiful eyes were amazed. She looked at Han Yi in surprise and praised. My God, is this the legendary Chinese food? Great Mr. Han, you are really omnipotent. Han Yi, you actually know how to cook. My God, what else can you not do? That's great, we will have delicious food every day from now on. Han Yushi and the three daughters exclaimed in surprise. Han Yi smiled and didn't explain. With the skills of a master chef, he can shock the world with his casual moves. This kind of fried rice with eggs is not considered a profound skill, so there is nothing unusual about it. But just when he was about to sit down to eat, his expression suddenly changed. Because he sensed a murderous intent concentrated on him, as if someone was preparing to deal with him, this sense of crisis tempered by life and death made him subconsciously look to the far left. The vicinity of Han's villa is full of dignitaries, residences. The villas are well arranged, separated by a distance of 100 meters, and there is nothing strange at first glance. Only a high-rise building in the urban area a kilometer away is very conspicuous. This building is 100 meters high and can be seen from a distance. A ray of light flashed across the roof of the building. Han Yi raised his eyebrows, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. He subconsciously stood in front of Han Yushi's three daughters, and roared at the same time, "Be careful, there are snipers." Kindness. Everyone who was enjoying the delicious food was stunned. Before everyone could react, there was a gunshot, and a bullet burst out from the top of the building, and the next moment it penetrated the body of a black agent. The bullet was supposed to hit Han Yi. But the black detective accidentally blocked the line between Han Yi and the bullet, so he was headshot by the bullet on the spot. Blood spilled all over the ground, and everyone exclaimed in fright. Enemy attack, enemy attack. Get down, get down. Xie Te, there's a killer, get down. The foreign devil agents were so frightened that they rolled on the spot looking for cover, and quickly drew their guns to prepare to fight back. Annie immediately overturned the table to block Han Yushi's three daughters, and at the same time threw them on the ground to protect them. Mr. Han, get down. Smith also roared anxiously, rushing to Han Yi immediately, trying to throw him down. But at this time, the second gunshot has already exploded. Smith was a few meters away from Han Yi, and he was too late to rescue him. Boom! The bullets roared towards him, and they were about to blow Han Yi's head off in the next moment. The crowd screamed in fright, and everyone was dumbfounded in despair. It's over, the protection target will be headshot. This was the first thought that flashed through all the agents. Everyone knew that Han Yi was doomed, and their mission must have failed. HMPH 4.0 Han Yi snorted unhappily. He didn't hide or evade, instead he picked up a frying pan beside him like lightning, and pulled it out viciously the next moment. Ding! A piercing sound made everyone's ears hurt. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Everyone was shocked to see that Han Yi took the frying pan forward, sparks splashed into the frying pan, and he accurately drew the bullet that came from the explosion. Han Yi is safe and sound, the bullet was sent flying on the spot. He even knocked bullets away with a frying pan. What the fuck, is he still human? Oh my god. It's not true, is it? Everyone was dumbfounded on the spot, and the killer in the distance was also stunned. 059 kilometers away, can you believe the headshot of AK-47? With a pot in hand, I have the world. When he found a sniper in the distance, Han Yi ordered the system to increase his reaction speed by 20 times, so that he could catch the trace of the bullet and blow it away with a pan. This method is amazing. This scene not only frightened everyone on the spot, but even the killer in the distance was shocked as if he had seen a ghost. The scene was as quiet as death, and everyone's eyes were focused on Han Yi. At this moment, Han Yi looks like a god. He exuded an astonishing vigor, standing in place like a god of war, but he was so invincible that people didn't even have the courage to make a move. In fact, Han Yi was already angry, his eyes had an astonishing murderous intent, and he had locked onto the killer in the distant building thousands of meters away. Today Han Yi planned to enjoy a perfect lunch, but before he could take a bite, someone came to his door. This is definitely a provocation, not only to threaten Han Yi's life, but also to the Han family. Needless to say, one can guess that Donghai City is now full of killers, and this guy who dared to shoot and kill Han Yi is just one of them. 23. You guys are courting death. Han Yi growled with indifference all over his face. Donghai City is his territory, the land of the Han family, and it is an insult to be targeted by killers in his lair. At this time, Han Yi was full of murderous intentions, and he was already furious, wishing to kill all the killers, and never let a single one go. Han Yi's terrifying gaze made the killer on the roof of the building thousands of meters away tremble. This is a strong black man, his body is muscular, his eyes are as sharp as a knife, his indifferent face shows no emotion, and the sniper rifle in his hand seems to have been modified. He is definitely a very professional killer. But facing Han Yi's eyes, he instinctively felt the threat of death. Through the sniper mirror he had already seen the fierceness in Han Yi's eyes. Damn it, I don't believe you can still bite me. The black killer growled angrily in a local language, and he shot continuously the next moment. Bang bang bang. The sniper rifle fired 3 bullets in a row, and the target was Han Yi. The killer didn't intend to leave. He vowed to shoot Han Yi here. Anyway, he felt that he was 1,000 meters away, and Han Yi couldn't threaten his safety at all. Looking for death, Han Yi was furious. At the critical moment of life and death, he will not evade or retreat. Facing the killer's attack again, he discarded the frying pan in his hand and caught Smith the next moment. Smith is carrying an AK-47 on his back, and the gun has been loaded at the moment, just hanging behind Smith. Han Yi grabbed Smith's shoulder domineeringly with his left hand, grabbed the AK-47 in his hand with his right hand, and opened fire crazily the next moment. Bang bang bang. Bullets rubbed against Smith's ears and shot forward. Han Yi seemed to have transformed into a gunslinger in an instant. He predicted the enemy's bullets very accurately, and decisively intercepted each bullet. Puff, puff, puff. When the 3 sniper rifle bullets were still halfway, the AK-47 bullets had already exploded them accurately. The bullets collided with each other in midair, sparks splashed, and the bullets flew horizontally. This scene was as spectacular as a science fiction blockbuster. Fuck, is this all right? Oh my god, how is this possible? Everyone exclaimed in fright. Everyone was frightened by Han Yi's methods. 1,000 meters away, the black killer was also terrified. He suddenly realized something was wrong, but just when he was about to pull back, Han Yi shot again indifferently. Boom, boom, boom. 3 bullets burst out from the AK-47. Everyone was taken aback when they saw this scene, including the killer. What's the fuss? Han Yi wants to fight back with AK-47. What are you kidding? The effective range of the AK-47 is 300 to 350 meters. Once it exceeds 100 meters, the bullets of this gun will float, and the AK-47 can only shoot up to 800 meters. That is to say, Han Yi wants to use an AK-47 to shoot a killer who is thousands of meters away. Ha ha ha. The killer sneered subconsciously. He felt ridiculous for his worries. How could this kind of enemy deserve attention? Even if he stood still here, it was impossible for Han Yi's bullets to hit him. Well, a trace of disdain welled up in the killer's heart. But the next moment, his face became extremely frightened. Because in the flash of lightning, the 3 bullets collided with each other one after the other. The third bullet hit the tail of the second bullet, and the second bullet burst forward at a more ferocious speed, hitting the tail of the first bullet again. 3 bullets, in a line. The terrible propulsion made the bullet roar in an instant, across a distance of 1,000 meters in an instant, and penetrated the killer's forehead with a bang. How the hell is that possible? Damn, it's not true, it's not. Impossible, absolutely impossible, how can this be done? Everyone exclaimed in shock, and every foreign devil agent was scared to pee. Everyone looked at Han Yi, as if seeing a god. How did he do it? Shooting an enemy with an AK-47 from 1,000 meters away is simply monstrous. Even the top sniper can't understand the principle of this at all. Han Yushi, Yi Shuiyu, and Yingshe, Annie and other great beauties all had eyes full of splendor, and their eyes were full of strangeness when they looked at Han Yi. At this moment, Han Yi is so handsome. At this moment, his mystery and fear have already made the girls excited. Don't look at me like that, it's not difficult to do. Han Yi raised his eyebrows, and explained casually, 3 Kingdoms Arrow God Huang Zhang can achieve 9 stars in a row, and I can't even count as the main star. 060 Arrest me if you have evidence, stop talking nonsense if you have no evidence. The killer is eliminated, but the matter is not over yet. Now Donghai City must have been full of killers, and these people all came for Han Yi, each of them wanted his life. Han Yi's eyes naturally became colder and colder. The so-called killing one is a crime, and killing all is a hero. Since these people dared to go to Donghai City to die, then Han Yi naturally couldn't help them. Not only could he not let one of these people escape this time, but the Zhang family would also have to pay a heavy enough price. Hey, it's detected that the host's anger value is full. Activate the main system task, kill the invading enemy. Now Donghai City is full of killers. The target of these killers is you, the master. Please kill them all within 1 day. After completing the task, you will get a big gift package, punishment position for receiving medical failure. Hey, the active detection skill has been activated. Within 24 hours the killers in Donghai City, master, you can quickly locate the unknown. Han Yi was slightly surprised by the sudden prompt from the system. A piece of information flashed by, and a map suddenly appeared in his mind. This was the map of Donghai City. Immediately afterwards, a large number of small red dots appeared on the map. Each little red dot represents one killer after another. In addition to the killer who was shot by Han Yi in the building 1,000 meters away, there are quite a few killers scattered around the villa area and nearby commanding heights, and the number of killers is as many as dozens of people. They are all the top killers popping up all over the world. Zhang Qingshan publicly announced that these killers were like sharks that smelled blood, and they all entered the hunting ground of Donghai City one by one. But they don't know that their position has been completely locked by Han Yi, and they have become Han Yi's prey. The real version of eating chicken, it's fun, but it's a pity I turned it on. Han Yi whispered indifferently, things who don't know how to live or die, dare to come to China to make trouble, none of you can leave alive. After a while, the system beep sounded again. Warning, warning, there is a system-bound person among the killers, and his location cannot be locked temporarily, please be careful of his attack. This person's information is being captured, please wait a moment. Protagonist, clown, age, 24, identity, killer, attributes, strength 58, speed 69, reaction 52, intelligence 45. Binding system, Killer King system. Gold finger, fighting strangulation master, gun master, stealth master, assassination master, disguise master, poison killing master. System review. This is a system for cultivating killers. The protagonist, the clown, is the only bound person. He obtains money and attribute points by assassinating various targets. No one who is targeted by him can survive. Friendly reminder. Now the clown is within 10 kilometers to the southwest of you. His exact location cannot be locked, please be careful of his assassination. The system's prompt made Han Yi's expression freeze again. This time, not only are there various top killers eyeing him, but there is also a king of killers with his own system. It seems that his troubles this time are really not small. This guy's various attributes are very powerful, and his various skills are already at the master level, so he is not easy to deal with. But the more you do it, the more challenging it will be. It's really annoying that the Zhang family made such a big noise with $1 billion. It's time for Han Yi to fight back, otherwise people will think that the Han family is easy to bully. At this time, a bodyguard walked over quickly and asked, "Is the young master all right?" The old man is very worried about the situation here. "It's okay, let the old man rest assured," Han Yi ordered in a cold voice. "Besides, let me out. I, Han Yi, will offer redemption in the name of our Han family. I want the lives of the entire Zhang family. The immediate members will receive $1 billion, and the collateral members will receive $100 million. Anyone can take the order. Also, find me a hacker to post a message on the dark web, saying that the killers who have entered Donghai City are all regarded as provocative people to my Han family. None of them can leave alive. Let them wash their necks and wait, including the clown." Yes. The bodyguard agreed and quickly retreated. Smith, Annie, and the others changed their faces wildly when they heard the words. Fuck it, Han Yi is really angry. He actually fought back so domineeringly. His hanging red is more terrifying than the Zhang family. His madness is even more brutal than that of the Zhang family. Not only does he want to attack the Zhang family forcefully, but he also wants to provoke all the killers in Donghai City. Is he going crazy? Mr. Han, how could you do this? You are buying murder in front of the international police. Annie shouted angrily. So what? Han Yi sneered disdainfully. The Zhang family bought a murderer and publicly offered rewards. Do you have evidence to arrest him? Even if you go to the door, they will just push out a scapegoat. You have no evidence at all what to do with him. It's the same now, so what if my Han family publicly hangs redemption? Do you have evidence to arrest people? Arrest me if you have evidence, and stop talking nonsense if you don't. Now that people are calling, do you think I won't fight back? Are you waiting for others to keep thinking about my head? Han Yi yelled loudly, and Annie was so shocked that she was speechless for a while. She doesn't know how to refute these words, she only knows that if this is really the case, then this storm will become more and more crazy. Nuoli is good. Annie, Smith said in English, it's not our turn to deal with this matter. Even if he is famous in front of us, you have no evidence to arrest him. The Han family has plenty of money. Damn it, are you just letting him go crazy like this? Many people will die. Annie asked unwillingly. So what? Smith said with a sneer. Zhang Qingshan has come this far and expected that the Han family will fight back. Regardless of the outcome of this matter, he will have to bear it in the end. If he messes with this Han Yi, he will probably be in bad luck. Phew. Annie shook her head frantically, cast a helpless glance at Han Yi, and finally said, hurry up and report. Once this news comes out, it will definitely arouse the carnival of the killer world. I hope things don't make too much noise. 061 Carnival in the Killer World, a battle that hurts both sides. Annie's estimate was actually correct. After Han Yi gave an order, the news spread out immediately, and two pieces of information soon appeared on the dark web. One was that the Han family publicly offered redemption, and the other was that the Han family declared war. As soon as the first red line came out, the dark net was immediately stimulated. The killer organizations and terrorist organizations hidden in the dark are all very pleasantly surprised. It costs $1 billion to kill a member of the direct line of the Zhang family, and $100 million to kill a member of the collateral line. There are as many as 20 or 30 members of the Zhang family. What a terrible price to kill all of them. This is money, in billions of dollars. Zhang Qingshan's redemption has already made people greedy, and Han Yi's redemption is even more earth-shattering, setting off an endless wave at once, provoking countless killers and terrorists who are not afraid of anything. The excitement is inexplicable. Ha ha ha, let's fight, let's continue to fight fiercely, no matter what, we are the ultimate beneficiaries. This kind of large order is very rare. Our base is very short of money recently. Immediately notify the members in London and prepare for action. Interesting, interesting. The clown has his eyes on the Han family. It's not wrong for us to carve up the 820 Zhang family. This time, we must get a share no matter what. Send people down immediately. The leaders of the killer organizations screamed excitedly. They quickly dispatched their elite killers to various places to find members of the Zhang family. The major terrorist organizations also took action one after another, locking their targets one by one. The Zhang family was stunned. Zhang Qingshan, who was far away in the manor on the outskirts of London, was even more terrified. He never thought that before Han Yi was killed, their Zhang family would encounter such a crisis first, and Han Yi's revenge was too crazy. How rich is this guy? Zhang Qingshan suddenly panicked, because he seemed to have offended someone he shouldn't have offended. As for the news of Han Yi's second declaration of war, it also caused a sensation on the dark web. This time, many killer organizations sent people to Donghai City, and he dared to declare war on everyone. This is simply crazy, isn't it? The leaders of the major killer organizations are silent. They unanimously issued a command CDAJ order to the killer who had entered Donghai City, to kill Han Yi at all costs. This order seems to conflict with the previous red hanging, but in fact there is no conflict at all. The killer organization only takes orders to kill people. Han Yi belongs to the Han family. After the bonus he releases is completed, no matter whether he has been killed or not, the Han family has to settle the bill, so everyone doesn't worry about not getting the money. But Han Yi provokes the major killer organizations, this is another matter. Naturally, it is impossible not to respond to the provocations of the major killer organizations. This is a matter of face, so he has to die too. As Smith said, this is destined to be a battle that hurts both sides, and whoever survives depends on his own ability. Half a day later, members of the Zhang family around the world began to be attacked one after another. The members of the Zhang family who were protected by a large number of bodyguards suffered all kinds of terrible attacks in a daze. Even Zhang Junji, who had already been transported to a hospital in London, was targeted by a terrorist organization, and a long-range rocket directly blew him into pieces. Assassination after assassination creates astonishing chaos. The international police and the police from all over the world were very angry, but they couldn't stop the carnival of the killer world. At the same time, traces of killers began to appear outside the Han family's villa, and each killer was watching the Han family both openly and secretly, as if they were ready to strike at any time. As night falls, murderous opportunities are everywhere around Han's house. An old cleaner was waving a broom under the street lamp, tremblingly sweeping a section of road near the Han's house. His eyes occasionally glanced at the Han's house, and then silently prepared to leave. But at this time, Yi's figure appeared at the gate of the Han family. Kindness. The cleaner's eyes narrowed to show a cold light, and the left hand tucked under the sleeve subconsciously trembled, but he didn't make any movements, and finally he was still cleaning silently. As the breeze blows, traces of murderous intent condense in the dark. In the open and in the dark, pairs of eyes stared at Han Yi instantly. He just walked out of Han's house in such a swaggering manner, without taking anyone with him, not even a single bodyguard, and without driving, as if he was out for a walk after dinner. In the end, he actually appeared in front of the cleaner. "Is there a fire?" Han Yi asked with a cigar in his mouth. "Have." The cleaner answered with a hoarse voice. He tremblingly took out the lighter from his pocket, and politely helped Han light it up. Han Yi took a sip enjoying it, and turned to leave while puffing out the smoke ring, leaving only one sentence in his mouth. "Thank you for your fire, remember, don't mess with me in the next life." Kindness. The cleaner's eyes narrowed, revealing a trace of surprise and coldness. What exactly does Han Yi mean? He didn't have time to think about it. At this moment Han Yi's back was facing him, it was a good time to make a move. The cleaner grinned grimly, his eyes burst out with astonishing murderous intent, and his hand hidden in his left sleeve was ready to shoot. But suddenly, his body stiffened instantly. There were two hard-to-find small openings on his neck and heart. These two small openings were only the size of toothpicks, as if an iron needle had pierced his body quickly, and it took several seconds for his body to react. Puff puff. Blood splattered wildly, and there was severe pain. The cleaner's face was full of horror. He just clutched his neck in such pain, and finally fell to the ground convulsing and dying on the spot. From the beginning to the end, he didn't realize how Han Yi made a move. By the blink of an eye, he has already died in the hands of Han Yi. This scene was seen by many assassins who were watching secretly, and everyone was terrified, and something bad suddenly flashed in their hearts. The situation is not good. The silver killer of Zushin Company, Limited has been killed, and the target's strength is unknown. Oops, the target lost track, the target suddenly disappeared, where did he go? The killers kept exclaiming, and everyone suddenly felt a shudder. 062 Before the decisive battle, I never want to be disturbed by anyone. As night falls, Hanyi has become the god of killers. After the system scanned all the skills of the clown, Hanyi easily copied his assassination skills, and killed the silver killer of Zushin Company, Limited with a single hand, so fast that the enemy couldn't react at all. This is just the beginning. After killing the first killer, Hanyi had already disappeared into the darkness, and when he reappeared, he had quietly entered a temporarily uninhabited villa near the Han family. This villa is less than 100 meters away from the Han family. This was originally the residence of a wealthy businessman, but because the business of this wealthy businessman is out of town, he doesn't stay here very often, and only occasionally someone comes to clean it. From the outside, there is nothing unusual about this villa. But in a room on the left side of this villa, there is a cold blonde beauty hidden. At this time, she is lying on the edge of the windowsill, and the sniper rifle in her hand has been aiming at the vicinity of Han's house, as if searching for something. Are you looking for me? Han Yi's faint voice rang in her ear. Hiss. The blonde beauty was so frightened that her hair stood on end. She subconsciously dropped the sniper rifle, rolled to the side, and grabbed the dagger on her right leg, wanting to kill Han Yi quickly. She didn't know when Han Yi entered the room, and she didn't know how he approached silently. The instinct of life and death left her no time to think about it. Her first reaction was to fight back and then fight back. Unfortunately, her speed is still too slow. The moment she turned over, Han Yi's left hand was already grabbed by lightning, and the next moment he grabbed her dagger first, and slashed across her throat. The blonde beauty clutched her neck in pain, her larynx had been sliced open, blood poured out, her whole body was twitching desperately, the look in her eyes quickly disappeared, Yanhu fell to the ground and did not move. One-hit kill. Han Yi sneered and wiped the blood off the dagger, then pulled off the leather jacket on the blonde beauty's heart, and saw a spider tattoo on her left breast. Mexican Rodney Assassin Group. Han Yi shook his head disdainfully, obviously recognizing the identity of this blonde beauty. She is a member of a second-rate assassin organization, and she seems to be a good assassin seedling. But now, she has fallen. Han Yi checked her body, and finally found her mobile phone. After a few clicks on her mobile phone, Han Yi found her browsing record of entering a forum on the dark web, and also found the way she contacted the organization. The dark web, commonly known as the deep web. It refers to those network areas that are stored in network databases and cannot be accessed through hyperlinks. Its existence is impossible for ordinary people to know, because the web pages that people browse on weekdays only account for the tip of the iceberg of network content, and the dark web is a huge dark area hidden under the iceberg. There are a lot of dark transactions such as drugs, violence, blood, Bitcoin, etc. Han Yi glanced at it briefly and was not interested in looking again. He just silently took a picture of the blonde beauty's corpse and posted it on a killer forum. This forum is usually used by assassin organizations to exchange information and receive orders. Han Yi suddenly posted a picture on it, which immediately caused quite a stir. Damn it, who's dead? Is this from the Rodney killers? It seems to be. How did she die? Many killers secretly exclaimed. This is the third one. Any killer who enters Donghai City will be regarded as a provocateur to the Han family. The provocateur will die. After Han Yi said a word, he sneered and wiped away all traces of himself, and left the place quickly. 3 minutes later, a Thai assassin was beheaded in front of a flower garden, and his body photo was also posted on the dark web. 5 minutes later, a Malaysian mute killer had his throat cut in a BMW, and the photo was posted on the dark web as well. 10 minutes later, 2 American killers were killed on a rooftop. Both of them were killed by one blow, and their deaths were miserable. Assassins were killed one after another, and the murderers were all Han Yi. Not only did he do this in a very high-profile way, but he also deliberately provoked the major killer organizations, which immediately caused an uproar. The leaders of the killer organization are furious. As soon as they gave an order, One by one killers started to kill near Han's house, but their deaths became more serious in this way. 10 killers were killed by Han Yi, who was elusive on the road. In the middle of the night, at least 20 killers died in the hands of Han Yi, and the discovery of the bodies of many of them caused quite a commotion. The killers are panicking. They subconsciously dodge around, but no matter where they hide, they will be easily found by Han Yi and killed with one move. Point 0. As long as they are still in Donghai City, they will be threatened by the god of death. The atmosphere of despair began to shroud every killer's heart, and countless killer organizations secretly became furious, but they couldn't stop this scene at all. If there is no accident, Han Yi can kill all the killers at most in the middle of the night. However, when Han Yi beheaded another killer on the roof of a certain hotel and was about to rush to the next killer's hiding place, he unexpectedly found that the killer's red dot had disappeared, proving that he had been killed. Who? Han Yi was surprised. Who the hell killed this target? Can find other killers silently, and will kill them. Han Yi only thinks of one person, the clown. Apparently, the Joker has discovered Han Yi's intentions. Not only did he not come to trouble Han Yi first, but he started fighting with Han Yi to kill them. These killers fell into a bad situation in no time. No matter where they hid, they would be killed silently. Even if they wanted to escape, they would not be able to escape. The entire Donghai City instantly became a killer's hell. The two kings of killers are clearing the field, and they never want to be disturbed by anyone before their decisive battle. 063 The majestic rainy night, the battle of the kings. In the middle of the night, the sky began to rain heavily. Pedestrians on the street became less and less, except for the occasional police cars whizzing by. The whole Donghai City seemed particularly quiet. A faint murderous intent spread in the air, causing countless birds, cats and dogs to feel a little bit of fear. In a remote alley in the west of the city, blood was flowing all over the ground. 3 blonde foreigners fell to the ground and twitched. Their vital signs were rapidly disappearing, and their eyes were full of horror. In the alley, a man holding a black umbrella walked away expressionlessly. He was the clown who secretly competed with Han Yi. This is the last call, it's time for us to make a break. The clown whispered silently, and there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. He and Han Yi, 897, have never met each other. But tonight in Donghai City, the two of them tacitly started chasing and killing killers from one organization after another. They seemed to be competing secretly, but they were actually just sharpening their knives. They are sharpening their knives. Blood is the best whetstone. When killers fall into a pool of blood one by one, the knife in their hearts will be sharpened until only the two of them are left. It is the time for the final confrontation between the two masters. This is their tacit understanding and also their fate. One person is responsible for one system, and once the magnetic direction is over, it is certain death. One of them must fall tonight. As for who falls, it depends on one's own ability. After walking out of the alley, the clown strolled towards the southwest. He didn't know why and where he was going, he just knew to follow his own feeling, and he would definitely find Han Yi. Walking on the street on a rainy night, the pedestrians on the road are sparse and in a hurry. A street that is not too long is brightly lit, a few convenience stores and KFC are the last lights. The clown took a few steps and stopped suddenly. He stood like this in the rainy night, his eyes covered by the black umbrella, stared coldly at a figure on the street tens of meters ahead, and there was also a man holding a black umbrella standing there. This man, of course, is Han Yi. The eyes of the two men met each other coldly. The two of them didn't say a word, and they had never even met each other, but at this moment, they seemed to have known each other for a long time, and it seemed as if their fateful enemies met. Terrible killing intent, gathering in the air. The majestic heavy rain on rainy nights makes this street the best battlefield. The murderous intent formed by dozens of human lives made the atmosphere here extremely dignified, and pedestrians on the road were subconsciously avoiding them. Master duel, seize the day and night. Both Han Yi and the clown are the best of the best. Ordinary means can no longer eliminate their opponents. Only a head-on confrontation can test who should survive. Looking at each other for a long time, the two walked forward in unison. They walked slowly and steadily, as if they were two men returning late from get-off work, and they walked towards each other without any strangeness. But both of them know that once they get close, it will be a time of life and death. Da da da. The sound of footsteps was quickly covered by the rain. Their eyes are converging. Their killing intent is brewing. In their eyes, apart from each other, there is no other person or thing. In the KFC next to the street, a sweet and lovely girl was holding a selfie stick to broadcast live. She turned out to be Timo that Han-yi had seen before. Coincidentally, she is here tonight. Baby, I'm trapped in KFC without an umbrella, someone help me. Timo complained with a wry smile. 666, Miss Timo was trapped in KFC on a rainy night, who is nearby? Hurry up and be a hero to save the beauty. Timo, you should hurry up and find a way to go home. Donghai City is not peaceful tonight. My friends at the police station said that dozens of people have died. Upstairs you brag and don't write drafts, you think it's a flu outbreak, so many people can die. He's not bragging. Donghai City doesn't know why. Suddenly, a large number of foreigners were killed. This incident has alarmed many people. Now the entire city bureau is making a fuss. Damn it, you're such a dick, some kind of murderous maniac has appeared, right? Hundreds of thousands of viewers exclaimed excitedly in the live broadcast room, and every night owl was in high spirits. Timo smiled and was about to say something, but her eyes suddenly looked out of the window, and happened to see Han-yi's figure. At this time, Han-yi was walking forward silently. On a rainy night, he looked extremely aloof and sharp-edged, which made Timo recognize him at the first sight. Since seeing Han-yi last time in the Pearl Building, Timo has always remembered his appearance, and now seeing him again, Timo cheered excitedly, "Baby, who do you think is that?" "Who? It's worth being so excited." Ms. Timo turned into a fangirl in an instant. "Oh shit, isn't this the Dick Rich second-generation Han-yi? Why does he appear here in the middle of the night? It seems to be him, but it's raining heavily and holding an umbrella, so I can't confirm it. What is he doing? There seems to be something wrong with the atmosphere. Why does he appear here alone? No, he and the man opposite him are weird." The audience in the live broadcast room were very surprised. The attentive audience found that Han-yi and the clown were very weird. They seemed to be walking forward casually, but their aura was extremely amazing, as if it was a 2.9 duel between two masters, and everyone couldn't take their eyes off. "Isn't this a duel?" everyone exclaimed in shock, and Timo's eyes instantly became extremely curious. God, what is Han-yi doing? Near. He and the clown got closer and closer, and the two faced each other head-on, and they only had each other in their eyes under the eyes of everyone. When the two of them were only 1 meter away, they threw their umbrellas at the same time, and the next moment a dagger appeared in their right hands at the same time, and they slashed at each other's throats without hesitation. "Oh my God!" everyone exclaimed in shock. Everyone was terrified by this scene. "Fuck, what's going on here? 064 you are very good, but it is a pity that you met me." The duel between Han-yi and the clown has completely broken out. Neither of them spoke, nor roared, only endless ferocity and murderous intent, and the dagger in their hands was their craziest weapon. Han-yi's dagger is a unique shape similar to a throat knife. It was obtained from a killer, and he kept it as it seemed to be very convenient. The clown's dagger is a very ordinary short blade. The so-called 1 inch is short and 1 inch is dangerous. He does not know how many people's throats have been cut with this dagger, and at least a dozen people died under his hands tonight alone. In the rainy night, the two of them brazenly made moves. The speed was extremely fast, even the raindrops would be cut by the dagger, and the target was only the other's throat. Ding! The daggers of the two collided strangely, and their bodies crossed each other the next moment. Finally, the two stood back to back in the rainy night, and they didn't even move. As the king of killers, the clown never kills with just one move. Han-yi was even more arrogant. After making a move, he put away the dagger, and then silently picked up 23's own umbrella, covering his face again. In the duel between the two, the outcome has actually been decided. Drip, congratulations to the master for defeating the opponent, you have met the conditions for plundering. Plundering begins, devouring is unfolding. The other party's system is collapsing. They have successfully plundered various skills such as fighting strangulation master, firearm master, stealth master, assassination master, disguise master, poison killing master. The opponent's system has successfully collapsed, and the opponent's vitality is being lost. Congratulations, master, for devouring the opponent's system, gaining all the luck of the protagonist of the opponent, and gaining 500 achievement points. All the attributes of the whole body are increased by 10. Congratulations to the master for getting a full attribute gift package, the whole body attribute is increased by 10. God level villain counterattack system. Host, Han Yi. Age, 18. Identity, rich second generation. Attributes, strength 68, speed 67, reaction 65, intelligence 79. Achievement points, 2260. Plundered skills, Bajiquan Grand Master, Taoist Heavenly Master, Heavenly Thunder, Super Scholar, Movie King, Charm value 999 times, Infinite Black Card, Cooking Skills, Fighting and Strangling Master, Gun Master, Stealth Master, Assassination Master, Disguise Master, Poison Killing Master. System Binding Skills, Skill Duplication, Strength Increase, Interference Shielding. One message after another flashed, and Han Yi's eyes showed a hint of satisfaction. You are very nice, but it's a pity that you met me. Han Yi said indifferently. The clown didn't say a word, but a trace of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. Han Yi snorted silently, lifted his foot and left quickly, while the clown stood still and did not move. This is how the same thing. Hey, I'm going, is this a movie? Nima, what's going on here? Fighting. Run away after pretending to be aggressive. Everyone was dumbfounded, and everyone was a little confused. Everyone originally thought that they could see some great battles of martial arts masters. Why is it ending so hastily now? Isn't it unreasonable? Only Timo looked terrified, because she was shocked to find that there seemed to be a strange crack in the clown's neck, and the next moment his neck was torn apart with a crash, and blood spattered wildly. Asterisk. The blood sprayed from the clown's neck instantly stained the street red, the dagger in his hand fell to the ground with a bang, and the whole person fell to the ground twitching with a plop, and after a while there was no movement. At this time, Han Yi has already left. Timo exclaimed in horror, and the hundreds of thousands of night owls in the live broadcast room were all terrified. What the hell, are they dead? Killed, God, killed. What were they doing just now? A duel. I slashed my neck with one move, because my neck didn't react because the speed was too fast, and it took a few seconds before it started to spurt blood. Is this guy a killer? It's scary, Miss Timo, you seem to have seen something you shouldn't see, you better go. Everyone exclaimed incessantly, everyone was in shock and uncertainty. The duel between Han Yi and the clown was played back in everyone's minds, this rare scene was actually witnessed by them. How can everyone not be afraid? On a rainy night, there is no extra pair of eyes to see this place. But through Timo's live broadcast room, everyone saw this lore scene with their own eyes, which made everyone feel a little bit of excitement, because everyone seemed to have discovered some great secret. Unfortunately, no one recorded 980 just now. Video has a useless purpose. It's rainy night and you can't see well. He runs away after killing someone. No one can catch him. The mysterious rich second generation is actually a super killer, how stupid. I found out that I'm going to become Han Yi's fan, ha ha ha, but Timo, you'd better run, or you'll be in trouble. Everyone discussed excitedly. Timo took a deep look at the street corner where Han Yi disappeared, and finally chose to take a taxi and leave. The farce in Donghai City was quickly covered by the rainy night. The corpses were quickly transported away after they were discovered. The people in the city bureau knew all this well, so no one would investigate how they died. Do your best to minimize the impact of this matter. The killers died here one by one, even the clown was killed. This incident caused a huge commotion in a small area. From then on, Donghai City was covered with a layer of mystery. Countless killer organizations were frightened and their hearts trembled wildly. 065 Please go and be an instructor for the Special Operations Brigade in the Army for a few days. Early the next morning, Annie, Smith and the others packed up their things and prepared to evacuate the Han's house, especially when they saw Han Yi's sleepy eyes, everyone was quite depressed. If it hadn't been confirmed by himself, no one would believe that this guy would do such a crazy thing overnight. He is going to turn the world upside down. Dozens of killers were killed. The clown was killed instantly. Now that Donghai City has completely cleared up, it is estimated that no killer will dare to step into this place from now on. Moreover, overnight, the Zhang family also suffered heavy casualties. Most of the members died in one after another assassination and terrorist attacks, causing uproar all over the world. All of this was Han Yi's fault. Mr. Han, you are really amazing. Annie sighed with a wry smile. Are you leaving? Han Yi asked. Of course. Smith exclaimed dumbfoundingly. Speaking of which, I have to thank you, Mr. Han. If it weren't for you, maybe we wouldn't have enjoyed such a good vacation. Now the killers are all dead, the clown has been executed, we still have other jobs, I hope we can meet again in the future. Annie smiled slightly, and even gave Han Yi a big hug. Afterwards, the international police withdrew all the people from the city bureau. No one will talk about Han Yi's murder, because there is no evidence, and no one will look for evidence. Han Yi has won this battle, and everyone can only respect the strong. At noon that day, and Yingshe was about to say goodbye. But before leaving, she invited a heavyweight person to meet Han Yi. This person is her father and Jingtian. This is a middle-aged man who is nearly 50 years old. His cropped hair is slightly white, and he is wearing a military uniform. He looks serious and dignified. This is an admiral with real power in his hands. When he heard of his arrival, the old man of the Han family had to come out to greet him with a smile. And Jingtian brought more than 10 security guards with him on this trip, and he just sat in the hall of the Han family with a big sword, with a smile on his face, nodded to Han Yi and the others, and said, "Everyone, I came here specially to pick up my little girl today, she has been bothering you for the past few days." Quote. You're welcome, our two families are family friends. When Mizan comes to Donghai City, we should welcome you warmly. Han Yi smiled and asked, but Shi-bo, you are so busy that you came here specially. Could it be that there is something wrong? Nephew, you guessed right. And Jingtian nodded appreciatively, looked Han Yi up and down, and said, recently you have caused a lot of trouble, but it is very serious and it gives us Chinese people a lot of face. I don't like to beat around the bush. I really have something to ask you this time, and I hope you can agree to help. And Jingtian's words did not surprise Han Yi at all. His appearance and Yingshui's performance in the past few days can explain the problem very well. They clearly have something to ask Han Yi to help, otherwise Jingtian, a busy person, would not have come here specially. What's the matter? Shi-bo just say it. Han Yi asked curiously. I want to invite you to be an instructor for the Special Warfare Brigade in the army for a few days. And Jingtian said surprisingly, and everyone present was shocked on the spot. Be an instructor. Holy crap, Han Yi is not yet 20 years old, and he is still in school, so why would he want to teach for no reason? Uncle N, are you kidding me? Han Yushi exclaimed. My father wasn't joking. And Yingshe explained with a smile. Recently, he has been looking for a martial arts master, and he is a martial arts master with super actual combat ability to serve as an instructor in the army. I saw Han Yi's ability last time, so I specially recommended it to my father. Han Yi's ability is obvious to all, and I know everything about what happened last night. And Jingtian hurriedly said, so today I came here specially to pick Yingshe home, and to invite you to be an instructor in the army for a few days to give advice to those bastards in the army. Han Yi was a little dumbfounded when he heard this. What's the fuss? What kind of instructor? My buddy has no such plan. Nephew, don't rush to refuse. And Jingtian said solemnly, recently, the army has had several confrontations with foreign troops. The quality of our soldiers is by no means inferior to that of foreign troops, but we always have no advantage in fighting. After all, we Asians are relatively small, so we still have to hire a real master to be an instructor. You don't have to worry about anything, just put your name on it, and if you have nothing to do, go over and give advice, and if you have any conditions, just ask, I will definitely meet it. This matter is my uncle, I beg you, you can help me no matter what because of the good relationship between our two families. It's hard for Han Yi to refuse Jingtian's sincere plea. After hesitating for a long time, he finally nodded and said, that's fine. I can go over and teach once, but only this time, I will only guide some elites. As for whether I can learn something, it depends on their abilities. Okay, haha. And Jingtian laughed with satisfaction. My eldest nephew is very straightforward, I will send someone to pick you up early tomorrow morning, I will remember this kindness, uncle. If you have something to say in the future, just talk. Just ask for anything. Quote, uncle, you're welcome, it's just a matter of little effort for Lise. Han Yi readily agreed. After everyone exchanged polite greetings, and Jingtian took an Yingxie away contentedly, but his request made everyone in the Han family look at each other in dismay. Xiao Yi, are you really going to be an instructor in the army? It's unreliable. Han Yushi comforted in a low voice. It's nothing unreliable, just a favor, everyone is my family, don't forget that uncle is also in the army. Han Yi explained casually, and I seem to have an acquaintance in the army, I don't know if I will meet him this time. Acquaintance. Han Yushi was taken aback. Yes, acquaintance. Han Yi sneered again and again, but he remembered the soldier king who used to pretend to be slapped in front of him in his mind. 066 come to be our instructor at the age of 18. The military region wherein Jingtian is located is the Southeast Military Region. Han Yi's uncle, Han Zihao, is also from the Southeast Military Region, and he and Jingtian can be regarded as colleagues, so it is not easy for Han Yi to refuse Jingtian's request this time. Early the next morning, a military vehicle entered Han's house. After the military vehicle picked up Han Yi, he went directly to the airport, and then flew to the Special Warfare Brigade stationed in the Southeast Military Region. The Special Operations Brigade is stationed near a small county town in the southwest of Donghai City. A huge military base has been built in the middle of an endless mountain range. There are a large number of soldiers stationed here all year round, and access is very strict. As a Special Warfare Brigade, all kinds of elite special forces are trained here all year round. All the good soldiers who are more qualified in the Southeast Military Region will be sent here to receive the most rigorous training, so there are bursts of shouts here early in the morning, and a large number of special forces are training. On a training field in the southwest corner of the Special Forces Brigade, dozens of special forces were running with heavy loads. One of them, a man as tall and strong as a cow, was as fast as a gust of wind, leaving everyone far behind, causing everyone 310 to cry. Chen Shan, you are a monster, and you run so fast, damn. Do you want us to live? Your uncle, you can run so fast with a load of tens of caddies. This is just daily training. You are in a hurry. The number one tiger in our Southeast Military Region is not kidding, haha, this guy has endless strength. Everyone laughed and joked, obviously admired this Chen Shan who was running like the wind, and this guy was obviously also the strongest special soldier in the entire Southeast Military Region. Chen Shan, 25 this year. He joined the army a year ago, and I don't know whether he was gifted or what. Originally, he was just an ordinary soldier, but he kept getting stronger, and finally broke the discipline of the army many times. In just 1 year, he became the soldier king of the Southeast Military Region. Hearing everyone's shocked comments, a trace of satisfaction flashed across Chen Shan's face. He enjoyed everyone's shock very much, which gave him a sense of satisfaction and comfort, and he ran even harder. His whole body was full of explosive power like a monster, and he didn't know how tired he was at all. Have you heard? The commander seems to have found a master fighter to be our instructor. No way, the previous instructors were all vomited blood by Chen Shan's beating, and none of them dared to come again. Who dares to come now? Whoever dares to come. It is said that what the commander found this time is a Bajiquan master level master, who can seriously injure a black belt in Taekwondo with one punch, and he is only 18 years old. 18 years old. No way, what the hell, come to be our instructors at the age of 18. When we are kindergarten pupils. Everyone whispered in shock. Chen Shan suddenly stopped. A trace of puzzlement and anger flashed across his face, and he said in surprise, "What are you talking about? An 18-year-old instructor? You're not mistaken. It can't be wrong. How can it be wrong? I have gossip. I've also heard that the instructor will be here soon. It is said that he has a lot of background. Brothers, take it easy. Brother Chen, you have to restrain yourself, otherwise people will punish you, and the new official will be fired." Everyone chattered, and Chen Shan's face became very ugly. As the king of soldiers, Chen Shan has a special status in this special warfare brigade. He has been praised by many chiefs, has undertaken many missions, completed many impossible missions, and won many medals in competitions. His personality is a little clumsy, CDAC, and he naturally doesn't want others to point fingers. He has challenged many instructors during this period of time. Every combat instructor was punched and vomited blood by him, and he never dared to appear in front of him again. Nowadays, an 18-year-old boy dares to be an instructor. This naturally made him quite upset. How could he be willing to be dictated by an 18-year-old boy? HMPH. Chen Shan snorted unhappily. If you want to be my instructor, it depends on whether you have the ability. Hey, look, it seems to be here. Everyone cheered in surprise. It turned out that there was a helicopter roaring from a distance in the sky at this moment. This helicopter is of course Han Yi's special plane. When the helicopter landed at the small airport, it immediately attracted the attention of many people, and Jingtian, who was wearing a military uniform, came forward to greet him with a large group of people. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Han Yi stepped down. Instructor Han, welcome. Jingtian greeted him with a smile. You're welcome, Shibo. Han nodded, his eyes scanned the audience, and he found that there were quite a few people who came to greet him. They seemed to be high-ranking members of the Special Warfare Brigade, but everyone was trying to save Jingtian, so they all looked at Han Yi curiously, and most of them showed good expressions. Han Yi's eyes were sharp, and he immediately saw Chen Shan and the others who were training, especially Chen Shan, who immediately attracted his attention. Nephew, when do you plan to start training? Jingtian smiled and said, shall I let someone take you to familiarize yourself with the barracks first, and then explain the training courses to you, so that you can quickly get into the mood? No need. Han Yi shook his head. There are so many trainings in the army, I don't have time to get familiar with them, and I'm not interested in training other subjects. Didn't Shibo invite me to be a combat instructor? That's good. Jingtian asked back, when do you plan to train? You are a talent. You don't have to worry about the training of other soldiers in the Special Warfare Brigade. You just need to be in charge of the soldiers of the ace team of the Special Warfare Brigade. No, it's the Nabo people. Jingtian raised his hand and pointed, and he was talking about Chen Shan's group of people. The faster the training, the better. Han Yi said with a half smile, looking at Chen Shan with malicious eyes. Chen Shan's complexion is also not very good, because he also recognized Han Yi. 067 trash. In front of me, you are trash. Chen Shan and Han Yi are definitely old acquaintances. This guy is just like Zhang Junji. Before Han Yi activated the system, he once slapped Han Yi in the face. The reason was that Han Yi accidentally rubbed his girlfriend while he was meeting girls in the bar, so he was beaten violently. After obtaining the system, Han Yi once wanted to seek revenge from him. However, this guy's origin has been unknown, and he never thought that he was hiding in the army. Today, the enemies were extremely jealous when they met, and the eyes of the two became quite hostile. Chen Shan's brigade was the strongest team in the Special Operations Brigade. When the brigade commander ordered the assembly, each and every one of the strong special forces screamed and stood on the playground, waiting for Han Yi and others to review. Stand at attention. Relax. Hi sir. The soldiers lined up skillfully and greeted each other with great momentum, and it seemed quite extraordinary. All of them were dragons and tigers. Nephew, do you want to change into an instructor's uniform? Jingtian asked with a smile. At this time, Han Yi is still dressed like a rich second generation. He looked handsome in this attire, but he didn't fit in with the army. If he wanted to be an instructor, he would have to change into a military uniform anyway. But Han Yi firmly refused. No need, I'll just stay for 2 days. Han Yi waved his hand indifferently. Let's get started. Okay, let me say a few words. Jingtian said seriously, everyone, this is the new instructor invited for you. He will teach you fighting skills in a few days. The opportunity is very rare, I hope you seize the opportunity, it is hard to find a master. Expert. Just him. The soldiers secretly rolled their eyes in displeasure, but no one dared to be rampant in front of Jingtian. Han Yi snorted coldly, and took a step forward. At this time, the system sounded a notification sound. Hey, the presence of the protagonist has been detected nearby, scanning, please wait. Protagonist. Chen Shan. Age. 25. Identity. Soldier King. Attributes. Strength 68, Speed 52, Reaction 53, Intelligence 47. Binding System, Soldier King System. Golden Finger, Grandmaster of Military Boxing, Master of Killing Technique, Proficient in Firearms. System Evaluation. This is a system for cultivating soldier kings. The protagonist Chen Shan is the only bound person. Through the system, he can gain power beyond ordinary special forces and has become the king of the underworld in the entire southeast military region. Friendly reminder. Now Chen Shan is very upset with you, please be careful of his making things difficult. A message flashed by, and Han Yi stared at Chen Shan with a sneer. This guy is indeed the protagonist with the King of Soldiers system. No wonder Han Yi was pretended to be slapped in the face by him before. Your uncle, the relationship between the two seems to be hostile now. Everyone, I'm Han Yi, your new combat instructor. Of course, I'm just giving pointers for a few days, so how much you can learn depends entirely on yourself. Han Yi said coldly. Now, stand at attention. Snapped. The soldiers stood at attention neatly, but only Chen Shan remained motionless, as if he didn't hear Han Yi's words. Chen Shan, what do you mean? Didn't you hear the order? And Jingtian scolded dissatisfied. Report to the chief. Chen Shan answered angrily, I don't think an 18-year-old kid is qualified to be our instructor, so I don't accept his orders. It's not your turn not to accept, this is an order. And Jingtian scolded angrily. Don't think that you can be big or small because you are the king of soldiers. This is a military camp. In order to improve the fighting skills of the soldiers, I put down my old face and invited the instructor. Do you think you can do it if you don't cooperate? Report to the chief. Chen Shan continued to roar with his head raised. I don't think this rich second generation is qualified to give us advice. He molested my girlfriend in a bar half a month ago, and I beat him up at that time. He must still remember it fresh. Ha ha ha, what else is there? No way, isn't this a master? Fuck, if that's the case, then it would be embarrassing. The soldiers taunted in a low voice, and many officers also had strange expressions on their faces. Han Yi brazenly said that he only pointed them out for a few days, as if he was so good, but he was beaten up half a month ago, which is embarrassing. Instructor Han, your injury healed so quickly. Is it because I acted too lightly? Chen Shan mocked disdainfully. Ha ha ha. The soldiers laughed in unison. Bastard. And Jingtian roared angrily, shut up, what nonsense are you talking about? Report to the chief, I'm not talking nonsense. Chen Shan shouted loudly, I don't agree with a defeated general being our instructor, and this rich second generation is still a waste. Waste. In front of me, you are a waste. Han Yi grinned, didn't say anything, and didn't bother to explain too much. 0. He twisted his neck, and just walked towards a nearby tank in front of everyone. Everyone was surprised when they saw this, and said, what is this guy doing? What's the matter with this guy? Lost his mind. He couldn't think about it and wanted to crash and die here. Everyone murmured amusedly. Snort. Han Yi rushed forward and accelerated violently, and suddenly rushed towards the tank like a gust of wind, and the next moment he jumped up domineeringly, and punched down viciously. System, the power has been increased by 100 times. Han Yi roared in his heart. Yes, order received. The increase starts, and 300 achievement points are deducted, so the increase will be 100 times. A piece of information flashed through my mind. Han Yi's strength soared 100 times out of thin air, which made his punches terrifying as a mountain, and the next moment he slammed viciously on the tank. Boom! A terrifying shock wave erupted immediately, and Han Yi's punch was like a god descending. His fist actually contained a trace of the power of Wulei Zhengfa. With one punch, the tank was blown away on the spot, and a terrible deep pit appeared on the hard tank's surface armor. Hiss! Everyone gasped in fright, and looked at Han Yi as if they saw a ghost. How is this possible? 068 Do you want to play? I will play you to death slowly. With this punch, Han Yi aims to establish his prestige. With the increase of 100 times the strength and the cooperation of the Five Thunders, the power of one punch is terrifying. At least 100,000 catties, even a monster like a tank is blown away by the punch, and it leaves a lot of marks on the armor. Just such a punch has already shocked the audience. From the generals and officers like in Jingtian to the ordinary soldiers, all of them were stunned and didn't recover for a while. Many people immediately rubbed their eyes because everyone wondered if their eyes were broken. Fuck, this isn't true, is it? Nima, it's true. Is this guy still a human? Everyone exclaimed, and Chen Shan's face was also full of bewilderment. 590. Han Yi is clearly a rich second generation, and he is also a rich second generation who has nothing to do with food and waits to die. He was dealt with only half a month ago. Why is it so scary now? This is not right. Chen Shan was surprised and disbelieving. The people who were mocking Han Yi just now were all embarrassed, as if they had eaten shit. Chen Shan, get out. Han Yi shouted coldly. What do you want? Chen Shan asked angrily. Aren't you the king of soldiers? Try it. Han Yi provocatively pointed at the tank that was almost destroyed. The meaning was obvious. Didn't Chen Shan say that Han Yi is trash? Han Yi blows the tank away with one punch. If he has the ability, try to do better than Han Yi. This kind of counterattack is simple and rude. But it was this kind of counterattack that blocked countless people's mouths. Every soldier respected Han Yi like a god. Even the soldier King Chen Shan felt a sense of despair at this moment. Punching the tank. Are you kidding me? This will break the bone. That's what a fool would do. Chen Shan was stunned for a while and didn't dare to say anything more. His face was already flushed red. Don't dare. Then return to the team. Han Yi growled. Yes. Chen Shan let out an aggrieved growl, and retreated helplessly into the team. His arrogance had been strongly suppressed by Han Yi. At this moment, he was so aggrieved that he wanted to vomit blood, but he wanted to fight back but couldn't, which made him very upset. Carry 20 kilometers first, warm up. Chen Shan, you carry 80 caddies. Han Yi ordered in a cold voice. Yes. The soldiers roared in unison, and everyone dared not refuse, and quickly entered the state of bearing weight. A 20-kilometer warm-up with loads is enough to make a normal special soldier feel a headache, but Han Yi is one of the 3 fires of the new official, and no one dares to touch his bad luck, so everyone can only bite the bullet and run. Of course, Han Yi had the intention of avenging his own personal revenge. Chen Shan obviously carried a lot more weight than others. At this time, Han Yi was an instructor, so he didn't dare to resist. But he is not prepared to bow his head just like that. Not only did he have to carry 80 jin, but he actually carried 160 jin, with sandbags on his body. He sneered provocatively, and started running directly in front of the team. Oh my god, is Chen Shan crazy? This guy behaves like this, does he want to die of exhaustion? Everyone exclaimed, looking at Chen Shan as if they saw a monster. This look once again made Chen Shan very proud. This guy sneered and gave Han Yi a look, as if to say that although I can't blow up the tank with one punch, I'm still the king of soldiers, and I can still amaze countless people. HMPH. Want to play, right? Play slowly, I'll kill you. Han Yi sneered disdainfully, as if mocking Chen Shan's overreach. He has seen the protagonist too much. What the hell is Chen Shan doing? Huh. And Jingtian gave a thumbs up appreciatively at this time, and said, nephew, you are amazing, you really impress me, but how did you do it? Bajiquan has such powerful power. No. Han Yi shook his head and said, this is a special method. It's useless if you explore too much, but is Uncle Shi still satisfied with my performance? Of course I'm satisfied. And Jingtian nodded and asked, but how do you plan to improve their fighting ability? Teach them Bajiquan, or teach them their fighting skills? Neither. Han Yi shook his head. He pondered for a long time, and said, no. Uncle Shi may not have thought about what they lack. What did they lack? And Jingtian was taken aback. Yes. Han Yi nodded, and said seriously, since these soldiers can stand here, it proves that they are the most elite special forces in the Southeast military region, and each of them is an existence selected from thousands of people. Their fighting skills and fighting abilities are first-class and powerful, and their combat experience is absolutely sufficient. Why did they not have the advantage to crush their opponents when facing foreign troops? The main reason is that they lack physical strength. Compared with Westerners, Asians are naturally weaker in physique. Fighting in the ring is divided into heavyweights. When a 70 kg Asian boxer fights with a 90 kg boxer, 90% of them will lose. Han Yi's explanation made in Jingtian nod silently. 2.4. That's true. And Jingtian said seriously, This is the so-called one strength breaking 10 skills, but this is because the body cannot be transformed casually, so I invite you here just to give you pointers on skills. Skills can be taught, and the body needs to be transformed. Let them warm up first. Han Yi casually said, with a confident look, and Jingtian didn't dare to ask any more questions. But everyone looked curious when they saw it. What kind of tricks does Han Yi have? Could it be that he can also make everyone's bodies stronger? This seems unlikely, right? 069 with your level, you're not even worthy of carrying my shoes. After the 20-kilometer raid, the special forces returned to Han Yi one by one. Everyone was sweating, even Chen Shan. Everyone's energy seemed to be exhausted, and a few weaker ones almost vomited blood. But just like that, Chen Shan once again proved his strength as a soldier king, won respect for himself, and regained everyone's awe. It is impossible for ordinary people to run for 20 kilometers with a load of tens of caddies. Chen Shan can run with a load of more than 100 caddies. This is simply a monster. The king of soldiers is the king of soldiers, amazing, admirable. Chen Shan doesn't work so hard on weekdays. It seems that when the instructor Han came, he was stimulated. This weight has broken the record of the whole army. Instructor Han's punch is terrible, but I don't know what method he used. Chen Shan is really capable. Everyone talked a lot, and everyone expressed their respect for Chen Shan, which made Chen Shan more satisfied, and his self-confidence that was hit also recovered a lot. HMPH. Han Yi doesn't know what kind of shit luck he had, but he got such a weird power. Chen Shan sneered in his heart, but the king of soldiers is the king of soldiers, and I am the real #1 tiger in the southeast military region. No one can try to shake my position. Han Yi cast a disdainful glance at Chen Shan, and sneered in his heart. How could Han Yi not see his little thoughts? This guy is protecting his last shred of self-esteem. What a pity, Han Yi is going to hit him today. Firstly, the two people's system is a natural hostile relationship, either stepping on the enemy or being trampled to death by the enemy. It is absolutely impossible to be friends. Second, Chen Shan had a grudge against him, so Han Yi not only wanted to hit him, but also broke him down completely. Doesn't he think he is awesome? Han Yi created a lot of people who are even more awesome than him. Let's see how awesome he is. Attention! Han Yi growled. Swish! The soldiers stood at attention neatly, shouting one by one, "Hello, Instructor Han." "Hi everyone," Han said with a blank face. "It's only 20 kilometers of weight-bearing practice, and you are all as tired as dead dogs. How can you fight against foreign troops like this? How can you fight against the enemy in the worst environment?" Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay, not knowing how to respond. This result is not bad, everyone is almost exhausted. This is the top result among the special forces in the world. Isn't Han Yi satisfied? This is the top result among the special forces in the world. Isn't Han Yi satisfied? Report to the instructor, we are just ordinary people, we are not Chen Shan's monsters. A special soldier complained dissatisfied. Is Chen Shan very powerful? Han Yi sneered.